The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the nightly old-time radio shows, and all I can say is, good night. We've already reached the end of July. It is July the 31st, 2024, and this year is going by fast. So let's take a look at this day in history. In 30 BC, Battle of Alexandria. Mark Antony achieves minor victory over Octavian, but most of his army subsequently deserts, leading to Octavian's invasion of Egypt. Talk about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. In 1620, Pilgrim Fathers depart Leiden, Netherlands, for England on their way to America. In 1917, Battle of Passchendaele, Third Battle of Ypres, begins. Goes on to cause approximately 500,000 casualties. In 1961, Israel welcomes its 1 millionth immigrant. In 2007, Operation Banner, the presence of the British Army in Northern Ireland, comes to an end. Longest running British Army operation ever. In 1912, U.S. government prohibits movies and photos of prize fights. In 1959, Cliff Richard and The Shadows have their first British #1 single with Living Doll, biggest British single of 1959. In 1928, Helena Konopaka of Poland hurls discus world record 39.62 meters to win first gold medal in women's Olympic athletics at the Amsterdam Games. American Lillian Copeland and Ruth Sivberg of Sweden take minor medals. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
In Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. It's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malney. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. All right, Costello. Where have you been?
Oh, I had a job in the post office. I used to be in charge of printing the U.S. mail and all the letter carriers' bags, but I got fired.
Why did they fire you?
Well, one day I left out a period, and 400 mail carriers walked around with bags that said, "Use mail."
Well, you'll never make any money, Lou.
Oh, yes, I will. I just sold Tom Dewey 30,000 old Herbert Hoover campaign books.
What good will they do, Governor Dewey?
Well, you see, they fasten just like safety pins, and he's going to give them to all the mothers for their babies.
For babies?
Yeah.
What good is that?
Well, on the front is Dewey's slogan. It's time for a change.
Well, I'm not going to bother with you from now on.
Okay.
Tomorrow I'm going to the beach and relax and forget about you.
Well, I'll see you down there, Abbott, because I am the new lifeguard.
Oh, lifeguard.
Yeah.
Why, you can't even dive.
Oh, yes, I can. I practiced this morning. I got way up on top of the pier, and I put on my parachute, and then I jumped off. I counted to 10 and pulled the cord.
What happened?
My trunk fell off.
You mean you're in the water with no trunks on?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
I had to spend the whole day running in and out with the tide.
Before the boys get any further involved in nonsense, here's a thought that makes good sense.
Before Lou Costello became a lifeguard, he almost drowned in water that only came up to his knees. Of course, his head was stuck in the mud. Now, don't you be a stick in the mud, about entertainment, that is. On Wednesday night, just listen to the lively shows offered you on ABC from early to late. For example, look at the entertainment still on tap for your listening pleasure tonight. There are lots more laughs coming up with Bud and Lou. Then our fabulous new quiz show, Go for the House, follows over most of these ABC stations. After Go for the House, be sure to hear the great Bing Crosby Show. Bing's guest star will be vivacious musical comedy queen Ethel Merman. And together they'll bring you the latest edition of the Crosby Flop Parade. Following Bing, listen to the Star Theater. Yes, for wonderful entertainment, stay tuned to ABC tonight. And now, back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Costello, tell me the truth. Where did you get that horse?
Well, I bought him for $1.50 from a fellow wearing a white suit. This horse is a hero, Abbott. He won the Distinguished Service Cross. Look, it says right here on the blanket. DSC.
Distinguished Service Cross, you idiot. That means the Department of Street Cleaners.
You mean that fellow in the white suit was the street cleaner?
Certainly.
No wonder he gave me the brush.
Costello, you've got to cut out this nonsense. Last week you bought a dog. This week you buy a horse. The next thing I know, you'll be buying an elephant.
I did. I bought an elephant. Look, but I had to give him back. He's the sweetest horse I've ever met. Come here, peanut butter. That's a nice girl. Give Abbott a great big kiss. Sure cools you off, don't it?
Costello, take that horse outside and turn him loose.
Oh, yes, turn him loose. Look, Abbott, I can't do that. Peanut butter is hungry. I got to feed him. What does the horse eat, Abbott?
The horse eats his fodder.
Eats his fodder?
Certainly.
That's fine. What does the horse's fodder eat?
He eats his fodder.
He eats his fodder? Well, what do you know? And what does the horse's mother eat?
She eats her fodder.
What are they, a bunch of cannibals?
Certainly not. Every horse has to eat its fodder.
Oh, I see. He eats his fodder, then his father eats his fodder, and then his mother eats her fodder. And the next thing you know, there won't be no fathers left for Father's Day.
No, you dummy. To feed a horse, you take a bag and put his fodder in it.
You put his fodder in a bag?
That's right. Then you hang his fodder on his nose.
Now, ain't that a pretty picture? A horse walking around with his fodder hanging on his nose.
talk
I'd like to see you with your old man hanging on yours.
Will you talk sense?
And you got the nose to hang on.
All right. Never mind that. Look, let's talk sense. If you intend to keep that horse around here, you'll have to take care of him yourself. Now, you're going to be the horse's groom.
Okay. I'll be the horse's what?
His groom. You said you love the horse, didn't you?
Certainly I love him, but I don't want to marry him.
Now, look, Costello, when I say groom, I mean you have to curry the horse.
Why should I carry him? He's big enough to walk. Look, Abbott, I'm going to take Peanut Butter out to Hollywood Park, and I'm going to enter him in the races.
Well, the track is pretty muddy. Do you think he'll be able to race? What is he, a mutter?
A what?
I said, is he a mutter?
How can a he be a mutter? Ain't a she always a mutter?
Well, certainly not. Sometimes the he makes a better mutter than the she.
Look, Abbott, suppose a mama horse has little horses. Does that make her a mutter?
That depends on her feet.
We learn something new every day, don't we?
Costello, a mutter's a horse that likes to run in the mud on account of having sore feet.
Well, in that case, I guess Peanut Butter's a mutter because I saw him limping on his two front feet.
Oh, I see. He's having trouble with his forelegs.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
I said he's having trouble with his forelegs.
He's having trouble with his forelegs. I just told you, he only limps with his two front legs.
Costello, your horse's forelegs are in front.
His forelegs are in front?
Yes.
What are those things in the back, crutches?
Saying, your horse has four legs in front and hind legs in back.
Four legs in front and hind legs in back.
That's right.
What I got, a centipede?
Look, Costello, your horse has only four legs.
I know, but he only races on three of them.
What does he do with the other legs?
He trips the other horse.
Costello, that broken down horse doesn't belong on a racetrack. Who would ever bet on a nag like that?
I would. I'm going to take all the money out of my piggy bank. I'm even going to sell my erector set and my ping pong paddle. And I'm going to bet every cent of my money on my horse.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Costello. Putting all your money on a horse. Big gamblers don't do that.
Oh, no? Well, the biggest gambler that ever lived did it.
And just who was the biggest gambler that ever lived?
Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva was a gambler?
She put everything she had on a horse.
Enough of this nonsense, Costello. Now get this horse out of the studio at once.
Okay. Peanut Butter. We'll have to go home now. Well, he's gone.
How do you like that? He put on a blanket and he's back again.
Abbott, don't look now, but that's your wife.
Monty Abbott, how dare you call me a horse?
Yes, Abbott. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Your wife doesn't look like a horse.
Thank you, Costello.
Her ears are too long.
Quiet, Costello. Honey, I apologize. To me, you are the most beautiful woman in the world.
Well, thanks. That's more like my buddy. Remember you once said, I have a face that launched 1,000 ships.
How did they launch him? Slide him down that big nose?
Why, you walking windbag, I was...
Hold on, honey. Now, look, Costello doesn't mean what he says. He's been through a lot, and his brain is too tense.
What do you mean my brain is too tense?
It's 2/10 the size of a normal brain.
I wish I hadn't said that, Mrs. Abbott, because I was going out of my way to get you a beautiful present, and here it is.
Well, my, it looks like a pair of nylon stockings.
Well, I couldn't get nylon stockings in your size, but these are just as sheer and twice as strong. And they'll fit your legs perfect.
Well, what are they?
Salami cases.
Goodbye.
Costello, I can't understand you. You do everything wrong. You insulted my wife. You brought a racehorse into the studio. Tell me, do idiots run in your family?
Oh, no, they all drive their own cars. Well, I'm getting out of here, Abbott. I got to go over to the racetrack and end up Peanut Butter in a handicap.
You idiot. That horse hasn't got a chance.
Oh, no? I seen him run, and he runs rings around the other horses.
Where did you see him run rings around the other horses?
On a merry-go-round. I'm going to enter him in a big race next fall. It's a new kind of race, and there's a lot of money in it. All the money goes to the first horse.
What race is that?
The Frankfurter Handicap.
Frankfurt Handicap.
Yeah, winner take all.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller. Well, Susan, I've got news for you. Costello just bought a racehorse.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, just think of it. Soon you'll be seeing my name on the sporting page of the paper. Louis S. Costello, Turf King.
Louis S. Costello?
Mm-hmm.
What does the S stand for?
Nothing. My father dropped a piece of spaghetti on my birth certificate.
Well, Costello, now that you're a big racehorse owner, you should dress the part.
Yes, you should wear sport clothes.
Oh, I got plenty of sport clothes.
Do you have gabardines?
Oh, yes.
Do you have cashmere?
Uh-huh.
Do you have twills?
Do I have what?
Do you have twills?
You know I have twills. Every time you kiss me, I have twills.
I'm talking about clothes. If you want to know the proper kind of clothes to wear, you should look in Esquire and see what the men are wearing.
There's a sweet pastime. I should look in Esquire to see what the men are wearing. That's like going to a burlesque show and watching the Ushers.
You idiot. Susan's right. Esquire tells you what to wear. It gives you the proper color combination.
Oh, yes, I saw that. A guy with gray eyes is supposed to wear a gray hat. If he's got blue eyes, he's supposed to wear a blue hat. And if he has brown eyes, a brown hat. What are you laughing at?
Costello, you're going to look awfully funny walking down the street in a bloodshot derby. So long, Fatso.
Now, look at Abbott. These interruptions are getting me no place. Now, I've got to get over to the racetrack and get my horse Peanut Butter ready for the race.
Now, wait a minute. What's that you've got under your arm?
A special saddle I made for Peanut Butter out of one of my mother's old girdles.
Oh, now, what good is a saddle that's made out of a lady's girdle?
Well, with this on, if he gets in a tight spot, he can always come from behind and let himself out in the stretch.
And that's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come. But first, listen to this.
Here's the hot tip we got right from the horse's mouth, Lou Costello's horse. If you want a good entertainment set, stick to ABC Wednesday night. Now, there's the horse that makes sense. He knows you'll go for the fun on Go for the House, which follows Abbott and Costello over most of these ABC stations. Fun in hearing contestants try for a beautiful honeymoon house. And since he's a horse, he should know about Bing Crosby, whose great show is on the air tonight at 9. After you've listened to Bing and his special guest, Ethel Merman, stay tuned for the scintillating melody of the Star Theater, featuring singers Gordon McRae and lovely Evelyn Knight, and the sparkling music of Victor Young's orchestra. Remember, still to be heard tonight are Go for the House, Bing Crosby, and the Star Theater. Yes, even horses talk about the outstanding entertainment people enjoy every Wednesday night on ABC. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
I Get a Kick Out of You is the choice of our singing star, Susan Miller, as she joins Matty Melnick and his orchestra.
I get no kick from champagne. Mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me why should it be true that I get a kick out of you? Some like that perfume from Spain. I'm sure that if I took even one whiff, that would bore me terrifically. Yet I get a kick out of you. I get a kick every time I see you're standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to see you are the don't adore me. I get no kick in a plane, flying too high with some guy in the sky is my idea of nothing
Come on, Costello. Here we are at Hollywood Park Racetrack. Now, we've got to see one of the officials and register your horse.
Why should I register him? He's too young to vote.
No. You dummy. In order to enter your horse in the race, you've got to show his pedigree.
Well, what'd you say?
You've got to show his pedigree.
Can't have it.
Why not?
He's too bashful.
No, you dummy. I'm talking about his pedigree. Who was he fooled by?
He wasn't fooled by anybody. He's a very smart horse.
No, Costello. You got to tell him all about your horse, his age, his weight, and your horse's height. You know your horse's height?
Oh, I know him very well. He's a good friend of mine.
Who's a friend of yours?
Horse's height, the band leader.
I
run around with his brother, Gesundheit.
Is that... Cut out this nonsense. You've got to get a jockey, you know, to ride your horse.
Ah, but I'm going to ride peanut butter myself.
You dope. You never rode a horse in your life.
I just so. I rode a horse once when I was out west.
What kind of horse did you ride? Did you ride a Mustang?
Well, I used to have a Mustang, but I shaved it off. Made the girl jealous. It was bigger than hers.
I'm talking about a Mustang, not a mustache. You ride on a Mustang, but you can't ride on a mustache.
Well, you could ride on mine. It had handlebars.
Costello, I don't believe you can ride at all.
Oh, I can.
Can you make a horse do a canter?
Yes, I make him do a dolphin, too. He gets down on one knee and he sings many.
Costello, are you trying to tell me that your horse sang Mammy?
Oh, sure. Not all the way through. He whistled the last chorus.
Costello, that's impossible. How can a horse whistle?
I put my fingers in his mouth.
Look, never mind that. What about your horse's feet? Did you feed him today?
Well, this morning I gave him a bucket of whiskey.
You gave the horse a bucket of whiskey?
Yeah, because I felt sorry for him. The man that told me, he says that he's got to go back on the wagon tomorrow.
Costello, you better get over to the stable right away. The first race starts in 5 minutes.
Good evening, racing fans. The races will start in 5 minutes. We hope you have a wonderful time here at the cleaners of the racetrack. And now a friendly word of warning. Ladies and gentlemen, beware of pickpockets. Don't let them get your money. Save it for us.
Hey, Abbott. We're in came from the stable. They won't let my horse run. They say he's not in condition.
Who told you that?
The track vegetarian.
You dope. That's a veterinarian.
Veterinarian. That's what my brother is.
Your brother's a horse doctor?
He's a veterinarian of World War II.
What did the doctor say was wrong with your horse?
I think he's got bugs. The doctor said he had the cricket.
He didn't say cricket. He said your horse had rickets.
Rickets? That's what my Uncle Mike drinks every night.
Your uncle drinks rickets?
Slow gin rickets.
Right, Costello. Here comes the doctor now.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Dr. Melonhead, the racetrack veterinarian.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, doctor. Is it true that Costello's horse can't run this afternoon?
Yes, it is true. Costello's horse is the most peculiar horse I ever examined. Costello, it's obvious that your horse is suffering from double endocardium.
What'd you say?
I said double endocardium. Too hot. Too hot.
3 space.
I pass. Be sensible, Costello. You'll have to go to the drugstore. Get this prescription filled. Here, take out a pencil. Got it? Now write this down. Now, dear druggist.
Dear druggist.
Give Mr. Costello 40 milligrams of salinated sodium tartrate diluted in precipitated treated sulfonamide solution combined with superhydrogenated acetylsalicylic acid. Have you got that down?
All but one part.
What part is that?
The part that comes after dear druggist.
Well, I've got to be going, gentlemen. Well, gotta leave now.
What's the hurry, Doctor?
Well, don't tell anybody, but I'm running in the third race today. Don't forget to bet on me to win.
Costello, you're not going to be fool enough to bet on the doctor to win, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. I'll bet on the show. Abbott, was that guy real or am I dreaming? I know it seems silly, but I'm pinching myself.
Oh! Young man, you all are pinching me.
I'm not so silly after all. Abbott, this girl is beautiful.
Allow me to introduce myself to you all.
Me all?
Yes. Is that all you?
You have a quaint accent, miss. Are you from the South?
Yes, I'm from the solid South.
You didn't tell us your name, miss.
But I got a very odd name. I'm named after a bunch of southern flowers. It's magnolia, violet, jasmine, honeysuckle, swart.
That's a pretty flower. A Schwartz.
Are you out here to bet on the horses, miss? You know, my friend Costello here is quite a horseman.
Oh, would you all help little old me? You see, I bought this paper, but I don't know much about it. Here, look over my phone.
I'm looking.
Do you see anything that looks good to you?
Lady, it all looks good to me, but don't you think we ought to pick out a horse first?
Costello, she wants you to give her a winner.
Yes. If you give poor little...
I'm from Southern Patterson. We say yout.
Miss Costello, if you give poor little old me a winner, right after the races, you can say, poor little old me to my poor little old house. And poor little old you can sit with me on the poor little old couch. And poor little old me will put my poor little old arms around poor little old you. And what will poor little old you do?
Poor little old me will call up the poor little old electric company and tell them to turn off the poor little old lights.
You're so cute, but I really gotta go now. But before I go, I'm gonna give you a southern kiss that'll curl your hair.
Costello, what's the matter? Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, go home and tell my mother that Kinky won't be home for dinner tonight.
Attention, folks. The horses are at the post for the first race.
Come on, Costello. Your horse doesn't run until the last race. Let's make a few bets on the other race.
That's a good idea, Abbott. I'd like to bet $2 on the first race.
Okay, I'll take your bet. Give me the money. They're off. You lose.
Wait a minute. Whoa! What kind of race bet is that? They're off. The race is over. You lose. What kind of race was that? A one step? Come on, run that race over again.
Quiet down. Now in the next race, I want you to double up.
Double up. I ain't even straightened up from the last one.
I want you to bet $4.
$4 my eye.
My eye. That's a good horse. It's a bet. They're off. The race is over. You lose.
What is this?
Stop walking. Accidents will happen. Maybe the horse got dust in his eye. You know what dust is.
Dust is mud with the juice squeezed out.
Now in the next
There ain't
race.
going to be no next race.
But there's only 2 horses in the next race. Jelly Bean and Lollipop. You bet on each horse and you can't lose.
Hey, that's right. Right, 2 horses. I bet on each horse I can't lose. Okay, here's $20 on Jelly Bean, and here's $20 on Lollipop.
Good. The horses are at the post now. They're off. Lollipop is first. Jelly Bean is second.
Come on, Jelly Pop.
You mean Lollipop.
I mean Jelly Pop. I'm betting on the both of them.
They're on the return. Lollipop first. Jelly Bean second.
Come on, somebody.
They're in the stretch. Lollipop first. Jelly Bean second. They're under the wire and the winner. Hershey Bar.
Ain't that the nuts?
Now, just a minute. In the last race.
That was my last race.
But wait a minute, Costello. Now, don't bring this to a fall. There's only 1 horse in the last race.
One horse, huh?
Yes.
Abbott, you sound like one of them racetrack sprouts. But I wouldn't make another bet if there was no horses in the race.
But Costello, It's your own horse, peanut butter.
Peanut butter? Well, that's different. I'm going to bet everything I got on peanut butter. Here, Abbott, put $10 on the nose.
Okay, $10 on the nose.
Here's another $10. Put it on the tail.
$10 on the tail.
Here's another $10. Put it under the saddle.
What for?
In case he comes in sideways.
You can't lose. It's a one-horse race. They're off in a bunch.
Off in a bunch! How can one horse go off in a bunch?
At the half, it's peanut butter.
Come on, peanut butter.
At the three-quarters, it's peanut butter.
Come on, peanut butter. Spread out.
In the stretch, and the winner, peanut butter.
Hooray, I win. Give me the money.
Just a minute, folks. It's their photo finish.
The photo finish. One horse in the race.
Lollipop just came in from the last race.
Yeah, but that wasn't Lollipop. That horse was the ringer. That was Roy Rogers' horse.
Roy Rogers' horse? How could you tell?
The jockey was beating him with a guitar.
Now, before Abbott and Costello have their final swing, we bring you one more thought on this subject.
Next week, be sure to tune in early for our full Wednesday night lineup of shows. Don't miss The Lone Ranger, Lionel Barrymore on Mayor of the Town, and the newcomer to the lineup, Paul Whiteman's On Stage America. Whiteman, who in the past discovered such stars as Bing Crosby, Morton Downey, the Dorsey Brothers, and a host of other show world greats, will give you the opportunity of hearing his latest discoveries, performers who may be tomorrow's big names. Yes, next week, tune in early for The Lone Ranger, Mayor of the Town, On Stage America, and Abbott and Costello. Then tonight and next Wednesday night, stay tuned for the fascinating quiz program, which follows next over most of these ABC stations, Go for the House, which is followed by the wonderful Bing Crosby Show, guest starring Ethel Merman. Then after Bing, hear the sparkling Star Theater, featuring the voices of Gordon McRae and Evelyn Knight. And now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with a final word.
Folks, we want to remind you of the big contest on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kids Show.
You can win over $20,000 in prizes, including a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 automobile, a live baby elephant, a $3,000 house trailer, and thousands of dollars more in big prizes. You can win them all by entering this contest, folks, and at the same time, you'll be doing your part to fight juvenile delinquency.
It's really a worthwhile project, folks, so remember to tune in Saturday morning.
That's over ABC Saturday morning, the Abbott and Costello Kid Show. You can hear it over most of the same ABC stations.
See you Saturday.
See you next Wednesday night, too.
Good night, folks.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody in Patterson.
At this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Next, Go for the House, the exciting audience participation show that gives studio contestants and listeners, too, an opportunity to win a brand new honeymoon house and wonderful furnishings. So stay tuned. Go for the House follows in just one moment over most of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
was, and what a time it was, it was. A time of innocence, a time of confidences. Long ago it must be, I have a photograph. Preserve your memories, they're all that's left you.
She hurt when he hurt. She changed when he changed. She fell in love with him as he fell in love with her. But she was still another man's reason for coming home.
I do not belong in this house! And they're saying that I don't belong over there!
Dorothy, when you're shouting at me. It's very scary for me. Maybe it's not going to work out with him.
She's here because she loves you.
It's true what he's saying, Bob.
Don't tell me that, damn it!
Jane Fonda, John Voight, Bruce Dern. In a Jerome Hellman production. Coming Home.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, D. Kirby. Here we go.
Any special plans for beginning the week?
Well, I suppose we should begin with music of some sort.
Now, that's what I call a real bright idea for Monday.
Well, you know how Mondays are, Rosie. Who's going to grab the bull by the horn here?
Well, I'm all ready.
Grab it.
I wanna clap my hand for my good fortune. I wanna clap my hand for my good fortune. I wanna clap my hands for my good fortune. I wanna tap my feet for my good fortune. I wanna tap my feet for my good fortune. I wanna tap my feet and clap my hands for my good fortune. Oh, how I thank thee for saving me from sin. I can see without your hands just where I might have been. I'm gonna give a shout for my good fortune. Stand up and give a shout for my good fortune. I'm gonna give a shout and tap my feet for my good fortune. Shout for my good fortune. Stand up and give a shout for my good fortune. I'm gonna give a shout and tap my feet for my good fortune.
Well, I see we're going to have something new in the way of decorations for our highways and roads around the country here.
What do you mean? New decorations? New trees? Landscaping?
No, not trees or landscaping.
Oh, don't tell me someone's designed a billboard with a floor show.
Think of that. Vaudeville at 65 miles per hour.
Yep, that'll really finish it. That's all we need. Vaudeville on billboards.
Don't have no fear. I refer not to billboards with live acts. Perish the thought. The new highway decorations that I have in mind are little plastic pouches.
What do you mean, little plastic pouches?
Little plastic pouches, like I said.
Oh, that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. Plastic sacks, yeah.
Plastic sacks. Well, what sort of plastic sacks, and how could you possibly consider them as decor for highways?
I think my reasoning is very sound, Ken. A Canadian firm has a new way of packaging soft drinks. They're going to pack them in polyethylene bags, plastic pouches.
Oh, that's what you mean.
I swear it.
Like you said, plastic pouches.
So, I figured that before long we'll be deluged with soft drinks in polyethylene bags, and that these bags will be, people toss them out on automobiles along the highways, along with beer cans, soft drink bottles, wax paper cartons, and cups.
I see what you mean. In other words, more litter for the roadside.
Yes, you know the old slogan. What man will drink out of, man will toss out of an automobile. It's old Chinese saying, yeah.
Say, partner, there are laws against throwing trash out of automobiles. You know that, don't you?
I know it, and I'm for them. I am a flaming anti-litter bug. Gee, why should a bunch of careless clucks be allowed to desecrate the landscape the way they do?
Hey, Bing, while you're up there on that soapbox, would you care to sing a song?
I sure do. I'll sing a song, read a sonnet, I'll make a big speech, anything you want.
No, just a song will do.
I'll settle for a song, then. To glisten and we sit here and listen to the hoot owls cry. Ooh, are you feeling it too? Ooh, say you love me like I love you. While the clocks are forgotten and a cloud made of cotton drifts across the sky. Yellower. Meanwhile, the mood gets mellower. By now, I should be leaving you, but somehow there ain't no leaving you. Why? There's that look in your eye. So I sit here and sigh. My, how that time goes by. My, oh my, how the time moves by. Meanwhile, the moon gets yellower. Meanwhile, the mood gets mellower. By now, I should be leaving you. Somehow, there ain't no leaving you. Why? There's that look in your eye. So I sit here and sigh. My, how the time goes by. My, oh my, how the time goes by.
Bing, this new way of packaging drinks will usher in a whole new soft drink language. You know that?
Yeah?
Sure. Before long, a fella will say to his girl, "How about a bag of lemonade, sweetie?"
Yeah, a bag of lemonade or a sack of sarsaparilla.
Or a pouch of punch. New talk is right.
But aren't these bags going to be hard to drink out of?
Not at all. Why so? A straw comes with each bag, you see.
Oh, sure, a straw.
What'd you think?
But, as we were speaking of litter, what about the highway outside of Palm Springs?
Well, what about the highway outside of Palm Desert?
Oh, loaded with cans and bottles.
A mess. That highway has so many beer cans along it, you might call it the road that made Milwaukee famous.
That's mighty thirsty country down that way.
You know it, thirsty and tossy.
People get very carelessly relaxed there.
Well, it seems to me it'd be just as relaxing to throw a can on the floor of the car into a little sack as to throw it out the window, wouldn't you say?
Sure, It takes less effort, actually.
Of course.
What about some effortless music?
We have some handy here. Give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me, dear.
Some little something meaning love cannot die. No matter where you chance to be.
Though I'll pray for you, night and day for you,
It will see me through like a charm till you're returning. So give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me, night and day for you, it will see me through like a charm till you're returning. So give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me. Say, neighbors, how are you feeling today? Hope you're fine. But you know, lots of folks this time of year suffer from cold. So if you're feeling down in the dumps from those miseries and you want really fast relief, listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package. Only 39 cents.
My story is much too sad to be told, but practically everything leaves me totally cold. The only exception I know is the case when I'm out on a quiet spree, fighting vainly the old ennui, and I suddenly turn and see your fabulous face. I get no kick from champagne. Mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me, why should it be true that I get a kick out of you? Some like the perfume from Spain. I'm sure that if I took even one sniff, that would bore me terrifically too. Yet I get a kick out of you. I get a kick every time I see you're standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to see you obviously don't adore guy in the sky is my idea of nothing to do. Yet I get a kick out of you.
Give a look, Rosie.
What's up?
Well, I'm making a Ludox test with this Eastern Star Venetian blind.
A Ludox test?
First, I smear some dirt all over the slats, like so.
Oh, my goodness, no.
All done? Now watch.
Okay, I'm watching. Say, it comes right off. That's wonderful.
Yes, Eastern's Star blinds are wonderful because they're the only Venetians offering DuPont's Ludox anti-soil finish. They shed dirt so readily. They actually never need washing.
Right, Bing. An Eastern Star with wider-spaced interlocking S-shaped slats give up to 38% more light when open and complete darkness when closed. Eastern Star is custom-made in regular horizontal as well as stunning new vertical styles in 21 exquisite colors.
Folks, for smartest fashion, plus wonderful no-washing convenience, insist on Eastern's Star Venetian blinds. You'll find Eastern's Star, as well as famous roll-ahead Venetians, in department and drapery stores. Both are by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, world's first name in Venetian blinds.
For the name of your nearest dealer, call this station.
What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. There's a smile on my face for the whole human race. Why, it's almost like being in love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling. I could swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love. Of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling. I could swear I was falling. Like being in love. And so we take our leave, Rosie, Ken, and I. And let's give a little nod to Buddy Cole and his excellent little band here as we go. They're a good group, aren't they?
Rosemary Clooney again, welcoming WNEB, Worcester, Massachusetts, to the CBS Radio Network. Station WNEB became part of our network yesterday and will, I hope, be with us for years and years and years happily ever after. Bing, Ken, and I join the rest of the people at CBS Radio, urging you nice Worcester folks to have us in regularly. It'll be our pleasure, and we sincerely hope yours too.
In an age when only the strongest survived, and only the ruthless triumphed, only one name became a legend. Conan, the Destroyer. In his first adventure, he fought alone.
It is written that a woman child must make a perilous journey. I want you to take her on that journey.
Now, he joins a wizard.
What are they going to do?
Have lunch.
A warrior.
There are 6 of them against her.
1, 2, 3. A renegade.
I think you're right.
And a princess. Together, they are sent by a treacherous queen across the lands of hostile kingdoms to solve the mystery of an ancient race and seek the power of a phantom city.
You're afraid of magic.
When it comes from evil,
This will.
come anyway.
The Horn of Dagoth, destroyer of worlds.
The god will live again.
Enough talk. If they cannot seize the horn in time, the world will be plunged into eternal darkness. Grace Jones, Wilt Chamberlain, Mako, Sarah Douglas, and Arnold Schwarzenegger as Conan, the Destroyer. The all-new adventures of the most powerful legend of them all.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed from Camp Roberts, California, with Les Brown and his band of renown. Yours truly, Hi Averback. Our special guest, Jane Russell. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at Camp Roberts, California, for the men of the Army. And it's always a special personal thrill to play Camp Roberts. I've played a lot of Army camps, but this is the only one they named after me. This camp is located in the heart of the lettuce country. I haven't seen this much green since Crosby dropped his wallet. But while they're in basic training, these guys are supposed to forget completely about girls. These guys mustn't even think of girls. In fact, every night an MP goes through the barracks with a flashlight and wakes up anyone who's got a smile on his face. But today the Army offers wonderful educational opportunities to GIs. No kidding, you can learn almost any trade or profession right in the Army. One guy here took a lot of courses and it really helped him. Now he can write home for money in 7 different languages. Yes, sir, you can learn a lot of things in the Army, but where else can you use those words? But the most popular fellow in camp is a guy who's studying science, electronics, and anatomy. His ambition is to build his own whack. All engineers, huh? Yes, sir, the Army has improved in lots of ways. For example, they now have garbage disposals in every mess hall. They're known as KPs. But there's one Army course that's really popular. It's called How to Be a Civilian. General Eisenhower took it, and the Army also has... But the Army also has a wonderful athletic program. Only this morning, a guy here set a new world's record for the 100-yard dash. He backed into a bayonet. And they have a few baseball teams in the base here. They play quite a game. The officers played the enlisted men the other day, but it wasn't very fair. The pitcher was a captain, and every time he threw the ball, he'd salute the guy at bat. You either struck out or went to the guardhouse. And during the game, the pitcher yelled at the umpire, "You're blind as a bat." And the umpire yelled back, "Tell it to my draft board." They ran short of pitchers, but they never should have gotten that guy off KP. The count was 3-2, and he peeled the ball. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that made such an enjoyable experience for me was working with a lovely gal who supplied lots of talent and all the good looks. And here she is, Miss Jane Russell, right here.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Bob.
Isn't that a nice line, huh?
True.
Nice to see you, Jane.
Bob, it was nice of you to invite me here tonight, Bob, but I really don't know why.
What do you mean?
Well, we spent every day for 3 months together. How can you stand the sight of me?
Sit down. This may take a little time.
Oh, no, Bob, I don't trust you.
You don't, huh?
No. And furthermore, I want to move out of my dressing room at Paramount. It's too close to yours.
You mean?
Yes, I found out you were digging a tunnel.
I didn't think those gophers would snitch. But you know, Jane, since you made a second picture with me, I'm getting a reputation for being quite a screen lover, you know.
I'll bet you've got all the romantic leading men in Hollywood worried.
You said it. I keep getting letters from Gregory asking me how to peck.
You know, Bob, now that...
Wait till I finish selling this joke.
I'm sorry. You know, Bob, now that the picture's finished and doing so well, I feel kind of silly about not wanting to do it at first.
Well, everybody hesitates about starting a new picture.
I know, but I'll never forget that day in the producer's office at Paramount.
I know.
Ah, you're right on time, Jane. Have a seat, please.
Thank you, Mr. Welch.
Jane, as you know, we'd like you to make another picture with Bob Hope. How does that strike you?
Well, Bob's a very good actor, but those love scenes, well, he never seems to let go.
Well, I'm afraid that happens with all his leading ladies, Jane.
It does?
Yes. You see, when Hope kisses a girl, his nose gets stuck on their forehead and suction sets in. As a matter of fact, last time he kissed Virginia Mayo, we had to separate them with a razor blade. Now, look, Jane girl, I know it's an ordeal to make a picture with Hope, but please don't think of yourself. Think of me, your old producer. You see, I'm not a well man. I'm afraid in a little while I'll be producing pictures for that big Paramount studio in the sky.
Oh, Oh, Mr. Welch, you mean you're going to...
Yes, as an economy measure, the studio's asked me to kill myself. So, Jane, make a condemned man happy and do this picture.
Well,
Oh, that must be Hope. I sent for him. Now, I'll go get the script for the new picture, and you be nice to him.
All right. Come in.
Oh, hi, Jane. Haven't seen you in a long time.
Hello, Bob.
Gee, you look wonderful, Jane. So tan and healthy. How do I look to you?
Well, turn around and let me look at you.
Well?
How've things been otherwise?
Well, gee, I thought I looked pretty good. I've been taking care of myself lately.
Well, look, Bob, I'm not really sure we should do another picture together.
Jane, how can you say that?
Well, since we work together, I've sort of gone on to a different type of leading man. You know,
Huh?
So, Bob, I think we'd better forget the picture because, well, you're such a great actor. I might hold you back.
Oh, no, Jane, you're a fine actress. One of the most promising actresses on the screen.
Flattery won't help, Bob.
You've never really come through. But look, Jane, Always promises. Look, Jane. I mean it. If you, Gotta save this stuff for television, don't we? Look, Jane, I mean it. If you make this picture, I'll give you a great big kiss.
Threats won't help either.
Now, look, Janie,
Well, I've got the script for the new picture.
Ah, Zsa Zsa Welch. Now, look, Mr. Welch. Jane hasn't made up her mind yet.
She hasn't, eh? Jane, you don't know what a break this is.
Well, I don't like to be stubborn. Tell me, what's the picture about?
Well, this is about the new Rich West. As the first scene opens, you, Jane, are sitting in your 45-room ranch house talking to your butler.
I beg your pardon. There's an ornery critter here to see you, I reckon, madam. He says his name is Paleface Hope.
Oh, yes. Paleface Hope. That's the cowpoke that's made so much money raising cattle.
Well, I didn't think he made Chanel number 5.
Howdy, Mr. Jane, my little maverick, my sweet little heifer. I'm going to hog-tie you and put my brand on you. You know what you're going to become?
Ground round?
No, Missy, I'm aiming to make you Mrs. Paleface Hope.
Now, hold on there, varmint. I ain't hitching up with no varmint that ain't just as rich as I am.
But I'm rich. Just this morning I bought 500,000 beautiful head of milking cows.
And no bull?
Honey, you know I wouldn't lie to you. Well, gal, I'm loaded. On my ranch, I got 100,000 acres of wheat, 100 acres of alfalfa, and 100,000 acres of just money.
You plant money?
Yeah, I'm going to grow it myself and cut out the middleman. Yes, ma'am, I'm filthy rich. Got most of my money from my parents.
You did?
Yeah, my mother's rich and my father's filthy. So look here, Jane.
Well, beg your pardon, you varmints. Tea is served.
Thank you. Thank you, Harkins. Tea, Cactus Bob?
Thank you, ma'am.
A lemon?
I reckon.
Sugar?
All right.
Sow belly?
I ain't hankering for any chow, man. I want to answer to my proposal and make it fast. I got the super chief double parked outside.
All right, Paleface, I'll be your bride.
Yippee! Honey, you made me the happiest man in the West. For our honeymoon, we'll go to my big rambling ranch in Arizona. It's the biggest ranch you ever saw. During the day, we'll go horseback riding in the front yard. And at night, we'll sit on the backyard and watch the rain come down.
Rain in Arizona?
I told you, it was a big ranch. The backyard's in California. Robbins and Livingston wrote a little number for Jane and myself, a little number called Wing Ding. Les.
Howdy, stranger. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
Is that all?
No. One other thing. Let's get a little life in this joint, huh?
Okay, stranger, if that's the way you want it. Hold it, Jeff. Hey, Sam, send out the dancing girls. I'm shouting, I'm singing. Tonight I'll do some flinging. Time to start the show.
I'm laughing, I'm humming, because I know what's coming. Things have been too slow, and now we'll make them go.
What a night for a wing-ding. My baby's more than willing to make the evening thrilling.
Things are right for a wing-ding, and I can tell you can count on me. I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently.
And sprucing up to loosen up and have a spree.
I'm for her.
I figure he's for me.
Tonight'll be a beauty. Yip-tooty, what a time to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing-ding. There'll be real fine doings tonight. I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently.
And sprucing up to loosen up and have a spree. On for him.
I figure she's for me. Tonight'll be a beauty. Yip-tooty.
What a time
to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing-ding. There'll be real fine doings. We'll leave the town in ruins. Doing our doings tonight.
Well, the show's over, stranger. How'd you like it?
Oh, fine. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Jane Russell did finally agree with Bob Hope. They completed the picture, but now let's go back to the night of the preview of the picture here in Los Angeles. Bob was at home getting dressed for the big event. As we look in, we find him shaving.
Well, that side looks good. Now I'll run down the other side. There. Boy, what a job. Feels so good. Gee, this is the smoothest I ever got my legs. Now, let's see now. I brushed my teeth, combed my hair, put talc on my face. Now, what have I forgotten? Oh, yes. Eat. Ooh. Ow. My eyebrow's growing so fast. Let's see how I look now. I wonder if I should try it tonight. No, that's silly. Well, why not? What's to lose? I'll try it just once more. Here goes. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Stupid mirror. Well, I'm about ready. I wish Jane would get here. I should have really picked her up, but my kids won't let me have the car tonight. Say, that must be Jane now. Hello, Jane. Come on in.
Hi, Bob. You all ready for the preview?
Yeah, just preview. Yes, I do.
Hi, Bob.
Yeah, I haven't been to a preview this week. Let's go to the preview first, then we go to the preview.
Hi, Bob. You ready to leave for the preview?
Yeah, and then we'll go to the preview. Well, anyway, I'm just about, Jane.
Oh, we better get going. It's almost time.
Tickets, please.
Oh, here you are.
Wait a minute. These aren't tickets. They're studio passes. You'll have to pay a tax on them.
But this has never happened before. We always see the preview free.
I'm sorry, miss. Now, you better take your mother home. She'll catch cold in the night air. Got to pay the tax.
What tax?
The government tax. You've heard of the government?
Heard of it. I declare it as a dependent.
Oh, go on. Give him the money, Bob.
All right, here you are.
Hey, tell me, buddy, how long has it been since you spent $1?
Why?
Look at this picture of George Washington.
Every dollar bill has a picture of George Washington.
Not naked on a bearskin rug. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Come on, Bob. Let's go in and get a seat before we have any more trouble.
That's right, Jane.
Excuse me, Mr. Hope.
Oh, yes, madam.
I was hoping I'd catch you out here. Would you autograph my heating pad?
What?
I'm a member of the press. I'm the movie critic for the Death Valley Times.
Well, I never heard of that paper. Do you have any circulation?
Not too much. That's why I'm wearing a heating pad.
Well, if you're a critic, tell me, did you review my last performance?
Well, I tried.
What do you mean, you tried?
Well, it's been 10 years since I last wrote obituaries. I'm just a little rusty. If you want to play ball, Sonny, I can guarantee you a good review.
Well, how's that?
Just buy $500 worth of ads in the paper.
Well, that wouldn't be honest.
Oh, no, I'm disappointed. I went to a lot of trouble getting here. I had a very rough trip.
You did?
Yes, I blew a gasket on my motorcycle.
Well, tell me, isn't riding a motorcycle pretty strenuous for a woman your age?
Oh, no. Mother and I took turns driving.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to buy a good review with an ad in your paper.
Oh, gee, I got all dressed up special. I thought I could vamp you into it.
Well, that is a nice dress.
You don't think it's too daring?
Well, a little. I can see your lumberjacket right through it.
As long as the suspenders don't show.
Look, it's getting late.
Sure you don't want to buy some ads?
No, but I'll buy you a ticket, and I'm sure you'll give it a good review without a bribe.
Okay, but I doubt it.
Gosh, it's dark here in the theater. I'd better try and find Jane. Oh, that looks like her over there. Oh, excuse me, please. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Well, here I am. Gee, Jane, dark theaters always make me feel romantic. You mind if we hold hands? There. Do you like to hold hands in the dark?
I love it, Sonny, but it ain't going to get you a good review.
Side of our collector, Jane Russell, and yours truly, knocked out Am I in Love? Am I in love?
Am I in love?
Well, I really wish I knew. All I know is I want to sigh when you're standing near. I get a Humpty Dumpty feeling. All I know is I want to sigh like I've never sighed before. Now when you're in love, they say you can tell you're sick in the heart and you never get well. I may be there right. I wish that I knew why I feel the way I do.
Am I in love?
Am I in love?
Well, I'll leave it up to you. All I know is I want to dance when I look at you.
you. I get a tippy-tappy feeling. All I know is I wanna dance like I've never danced before. My head's in a whirl, my heart's in a spin, and if I'm in love, I love what I'm in. I don't know why I'm feeling this way, but the feeling feels okay. Am I in love? Am I in love? Well, I really couldn't say. All I know is I want to sing. You smile at me, I get a kind of ping-pong, ding-dong, a dizzy feeling. All I know is I want to sing like I've never sung before. My head's in a whirl, my heart's in a spin,
and if I'm in love, I love what I'm in. I don't know why I'm feeling this way, but the feeling feels okay. Now when you're in love, they say you can tell you're sick in the heart and you never get well. So maybe that's why I'm feeling this way, 'cause my heart does bumps and the temperature jumps.
Yes, my hair gets blue when I'm thinking of you.
But the feeling feels okay. Oh, there it goes again, but the feeling feels okay.
Bob Hope Show is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Where is the patient?
Coming right down, Dr. Collins.
You enter a major metropolitan hospital for routine surgery.
What's the matter?
I don't know. Something goes wrong.
She never woke up.
No. What if it wasn't an accident? Now, the #1 best-selling mystery becomes the most thrilling suspense film of the year. Geneviève Bujold is Dr. Susan Wheeler.
Been about a dozen of these coma cases here in the last year. They're always different. Hard to imagine it's murder.
Are you sure?
Susan, what do you think? There's a conspiracy at the Boston Memorial Hospital?
I'm fine. I don't need a shrink.
But I think it's important to have on the record. She's under stress, a little paranoid.
Well, she thinks there's a conspiracy.
Does she think you're involved?
Michael Douglas is Dr. Mark Bellows.
No, I don't think so. First rule of crime. Keep it simple.
Somebody is putting people into comas. They're murdering them.
It's a 4367. The bidding now stands at 42.5. A 31-year-old male.
At Boston Memorial Hospital, only one doctor can save your life. But first, she's got to save her own.
Susan!
We have to do something. This is real, Mark.
Somebody's seen too much.
What's the matter? I don't know what the matter is.
Somebody's gone too far. Somebody's getting away with murder.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. 2 hold-up men have been operating in your city. You've got descriptions of the men and of the car they're driving. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, April 14th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:46 a.m. when we got to the corner of Calhoun Street and Van Nuys Boulevard. The Universal Hobby Shop.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
We'd like to see Stanley McGowan, please.
Oh, Stan's not in right now. Anything I can do for you?
When do you expect him?
It shouldn't be long. He just went out for some coffee. Hey, sure there's nothing I can do?
No, sir. You know where he went?
No, I don't. Probably up the street. He'll be right back, though, if you want to wait.
All right, fine.
Pull up a couple of those stools. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
You mind if I go ahead with this? I'd get it finished this afternoon.
No, sir. You go right ahead.
Pretty jazzy deals. You seen them?
What's that?
These boat models. Put them in a bottle.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is a new one. Just came in. Take a look. Jean Lafitte's boat. Pretty, isn't it?
How's that?
Lafitte, the pirate, you know.
Oh, yeah. How do you get it inside the bottle?
Well, the bottle comes in 2 halves. It's cut apart lengthwise. Here you put the boat in and glue the halves together. There are a couple all finished over there. Look pretty good.
Mm-hmm. How long's McGowan been working here?
Oh, I guess it's been about 6 months, around in there. You guys friends of his?
We want to talk to him.
Oh. That's funny about him.
What's that?
Well, he doesn't seem to have any close friends. You know, like you could call up and ask a favor from. Never hear him talk about anybody like that.
You ever seen any of his associates?
Oh, a couple of times when we get ready to close up, there might be a guy waiting for Stan. Most of the time he plays a single, though. I've tried a couple of times to get him out, you know, stop at a bar on the way home, have a couple of drinks. Stan won't have any part of it, plays it single.
Does he have a car, would you know?
Not that I've ever seen. Say, will you hand me that gold paint over there?
Yeah, sure. This one?
No, the small one there. Yeah, that's right.
Here you are.
Ah, thanks. A little bit of this goes a long way. Touch up the tops of the mast here and she'll be ready to rig.
Well, these friends of his that pick him up, what kind of car do they drive?
Say, what are all these questions for? Who are you guys?
Police officers. It's Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Cops. Well, what do you want with Stan? He done something?
We just want to talk to him.
I sure hope it isn't anything serious. I'd sure hate to lose Stan.
Is that so?
Yeah, he's one of the best riggers we've ever had. There's a couple of his models over there. Take a look. That one in the case, $150, old Ironsides. One of the best boats we've turned out. Stan did that. Sure got a steady hand. That's what it takes when it comes to rigging, a steady hand.
Want to go out now, Rudy?
Yeah, in a minute. A couple of fellas here want to talk to you.
You want to see me? Your name's Stanley McGowan?
Yeah, that's right.
What's this about?
They're cops, Stan.
Yeah? This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday. I'd like to talk to you, McGowan.
Sure, what about?
Might be better if we went out to the car, huh?
Make no difference to me. You fellas stay here. I'll go out for some coffee.
All right, thank you.
Bring you back some?
No, thanks.
I won't be long.
Okay.
What are you going to talk to me about?
You seen Jim Boland lately?
No, I haven't.
When'd you see him last?
A couple months ago. Why?
Where'd you see him?
He come in here, wanted to know if I could help him out, give him a job, place to sleep.
Did you?
No, I told him he could bunk at my place for a couple of days till he got squared away. Nothing I could do about a job.
Why'd he come to you?
I don't know. I met him at Q. Didn't have much to do with him. Hey, why'd you guys come to me? What makes you think I might be running with him?
We didn't say you were.
Same thing. You figure I know where he is?
Well, the record says you knew him. We're just checking it out.
I got nothing to do with him. I'm reporting every month. You check with my parole officer. He'll tell you. I've been carrying the bucket since the day I got out of the joint. I'm going to keep on carrying it.
We got no beef with you, McGowan. We just want to get in touch with Boland.
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do to help you out. Anything comes up, I'll give you a call.
You mention any of his friends in town when you saw him?
Some guy named Phil, that's all.
You know who he is?
No, I never met him. Jim said they were cooking up some kind of deal.
You know what it was?
No. Look, I'd like to feed you guys, but there's nothing I can tell you. As far as I'm concerned, I want to stay away from Jim and the crowd he runs with. I want no part of him. I did my time. A couple more months, I'll finish up with the parole. I don't want to fall again.
Nothing you can tell us about this guy, Phil, huh?
Not a thing.
You know where he met Boland?
Seems like Jim mentioned it. I think it was some bar down on West 7th. Just a guess, though. I couldn't back it.
You know if Phil drove a car?
Yeah.
You know what kind?
It seems like it was a Lincoln, a late model sedan.
How about the color?
It was dark. I saw it once when he came by to pick up Jim. It was nighttime. I couldn't tell too good. It was just a dark color.
Where was this?
My place. I told you Jim bunked with me a couple of days right after he got in town.
He just said you offered to let him stay with you, is that right?
Well, same thing. Anyway, he was only there a couple of days.
You say where he was going?
No. I didn't see him. Him and me had a beef about how he wasn't looking for a job. He used to sit around all day reading magazines. We finally had a fight about it. I told him to get out. Wanted no part of him. I came home that night. He was gone. I haven't seen him since. I don't much want to either.
Mm-hmm.
Look, what are you after him for? What's he done?
Just want to talk to him.
He got a piece of these market jobs around town?
Why do you ask that?
Sounds like Jim, the way he works. I just figured maybe it was him. You checked the board. He violating parole?
They tell us he hasn't shown up for 3 weeks.
That's too bad. Kind of figured maybe he'd swing it this time.
How do you mean?
A couple of times up in the joint, we'd get to talking. He said he finally learned it. Figured out there was no way to beat it. Said if he got his parole, he's going to stick by it. Get a job, carry a bucket. Too bad.
Mm-hmm.
All that talk, I really believed he meant it.
So did the parole board. 6 weeks before, on March 3rd, the manager of a large supermarket had arrived at work. When he opened the front door, he found that a customer had followed him into the building. When the manager told the person that the store wasn't open for business yet, the man had drawn a gun and demanded that the safe be opened. The manager complied, and after taking $1,400 from the safe, the thief had fled. The manager was able to give us a good description of the hold-up man and an accurate description of his car. He was unable to give us the license number, and he could tell us little about the man who remained in the car. Immediate broadcasts were gotten out on the thieves, but they'd apparently made good their escape. On March 12th, the procedure was repeated. Again, we were able to get good descriptions, but we were unable to come up with the suspects. In the following 4 weeks, the thieves hit 5 more times. Each time, the M.O. employed was the same. The descriptions from each of the victims tallied with those that we'd already gotten. The description of the car was the same. This information was turned over to the stats office for compilation. Their findings listed 14 possible suspects. The packages of these men were pulled from R&I, and the mug shots were shown to the victims. In each instance, one picture was picked as bearing a close resemblance to the hold-up man. The prime suspect was identified as James Boland, WMA, 32 years old. He'd been arrested twice for violation of Section 211 of the Penal Code. He'd been convicted once and had been sentenced to San Quentin for a period of from 5 years to life. However, at the prison, his behavior and attitude had been good, and he'd been paroled on February 19th, 10 days before the first holdup. We'd found that Boland had violated his parole and was wanted by the State Adult Authority. A check of his friends netted us no new information. His relatives could tell us nothing about his whereabouts. The legwork continued. Informants were questioned, but were of no material aid. Saturday, April 18th, 8:46 p.m. I'd just gotten home from work, and I was unlocking my front door. Hello? Oh, yeah, Dave. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I just got it. When was that? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I'll have to call my partner. Right. Yeah, where? Yeah, I know where that is. Well, let's see. It's 8:47 now. It'll take us about, 15, 20 minutes. Right. Okay, we'll see you there. Yeah, sure. Bye. Hello, Faye? Yeah. Frank there yet? What if I could talk to him? Yeah. Hello, Frank? I just got a call from Dave Hyde. Yeah. Says he wants to see us right away. Bar down on 6th Street. Yeah. No, all the way downstairs. Okay. What? Yeah. No, he says he knows where we can find Jim Boland. 10 minutes later, Frank picked me up, and we drove down to the cocktail lounge that our informant, David Hyde, had picked as a meeting place. When we walked in, we couldn't see Hyde, but the bartender told us that he was in one of the rear booths. We walked back.
Hi, fellas. Come on.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
What do you got for us?
Lousy bum. All the things I did for him. All the things, and now he's got a chance to settle up, and he says he's having no part of me.
You talking about Boland?
Boland. What a bum. All I done for him, this is the way he pays me back. Boy, you just wait till I spread the word around. There won't be anybody in town who'll have anything to do with him. He's through in this town. THREW.
All right, Dave. Settle down. Give us the word. Where'd you see him?
Bar over on 7th. Big man now. Got a roll. Looks like a branch of Fort Knox. A lot of money. But he's too good for his old friends. Too good. Say, how about you fellas popping for a drink for a pal, huh? How about it?
You've had enough. Come on. Why'd you see Boland?
Just this morning, big man. Got good clothes, driving a big car. Asked him for a loan. Just to get squared away, pick up a couple of tabs I got around town. Just see me over the hump.
You know what kind of car he's driving?
Yeah, big Lincoln. Brand new. Got red leather trim on the seats. Even got one of those seats that goes up and down, but he can't give a pal a helping hand. I spread this word around town. He's really finished. Ain't a guy in town that'd touch him with a 12-foot pole. A real darb, a real darb.
You know where he's living?
Nah, I don't know. Probably got a house out in Bel Air. It looks like he can afford it.
Who's he running with, you know?
Yeah, some guys like cigarettes.
What's that?
Some guy who lights his cigarettes all the time. Supposed to be some gun from the East. Thinks he's such a big shot. The cheap kind, you know. Kind of guy who has his suits cut so as you can see they're carrying a gun. You know, cheap.
You know this fellow's name?
A couple of times I heard old Jim call him Phil. Phil something, I don't know. A real darb. Hey, fellas, how about a drink? I'm feeling real bad.
You still on H?
Oh, no, I swear to you. I haven't had a pop in a long time. I'm trying to get off the stuff. Figured if I could get drunk enough, it wouldn't be so bad. Rough go. Come on, how about a drink?
You've had enough, Dave. You know if Boland's carrying a gun?
I don't know for sure. I didn't see one. This darb Phil's got one. Got his coat cut so as you can see it. Real cheap, small time.
You want to show us where you saw Boland?
I'll take you there if I have to carry you on my back. What a way to treat a friend. All the times I've helped him when he's had a bad yen, and now he treats me this way. Real dog in a manger. I got a lot of friends in this town, a lot of buddies. Word gets out about Jim, he's finished. Miserable bum. I think about the rough times him and me had together. I get ill. I-L.
All right, let's go.
If you nail him, you going back to the joint?
Suppose so.
How long are they going to give him?
That's up to the court.
Ain't a court in the world that'll give that bum what he's got coming. All I want to see is that he gets it good. I want to see him turn the key and lose it after what he did to me. I'll tell you something else, too.
Yeah, what's that?
He's building a big habit.
Is he hooked?
He ain't chipping with it. I bet money he's shooting 4 or 5 caps a day. That much easy.
You sure about that?
Well, why'd I lie to you? What reason I got to lie?
All right, Hyde, let's go.
Hey, how about a quick belt before we go, huh? I'm feeling rocky. Just a quick one.
Let's pick up Boland first, then we'll see what we can do for you.
Yeah, and then you'll take care of it, huh?
We'll see.
Yeah, just so he gets his every pound. Can't wait to see the look on his face when he finds out the whistle's been blown. Oh, I can't wait.
Neither can we. Let's go. 9:13 p.m. Hyde, Frank, and I drove over to West 7th Street. Our informant pointed out the bar where he'd seen the suspect, Boland. He told us that when he'd seen him last, Boland said that he'd be in the bar that night. We called the office and told them where we were, and then we went into the place. Boland wasn't there, but the bartender said that he was expected. The three of us sat down in a booth at the rear of the place, and we ordered black coffee for our informant. We waited. 9:30 p.m. 10:30.
There he is, coming in now.
When you saw him this morning, did he say this guy Phil was going to be here?
No, not to me.
How about it, Joe? You better get out of here, Dave. Use the side door, will you?
Yeah.
We'll check with you later. All right, let's go. Boland?
What?
You Jim Boland?
What do you want?
Police officers, you're under arrest. All right, Boland, come on, get up. Come on your feet. Stand still. He's clean, Joe.
What's going on? What are you pulling a deal like this for? I didn't cause any trouble.
All right, come on, let's go.
Somebody blew the whistle on me. Somebody did. I'm going to find out, and I'm going to get to him. I swear I'll get to him.
Where's Phil?
Huh?
Phil, where is he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, Boland, let's go.
Listen, you tell whoever it was blew the whistle they better start looking for a place to hide, because I'm going to get to him if it's the last thing I do.
You called it.
What?
It might be. 10:14 p.m. We returned the suspect to the city hall and questioned him. He refused to admit any complicity in the holdups. He refused to tell us who Phil was. We talked to him for 5.5 hours, and we got nothing. At 3:30 a.m., he was taken over to the main jail and booked in on suspicion of robbery. We checked out the room that he told us he was living in, but we were unable to come up with anything that would tie him in with the holdups. 3 days passed. On Tuesday, April 21st at 8:30 p.m., a special show-up was arranged. Out of the 7 victims who were present, 5 said that the suspect looked very much like the man who had held them up, but none of them would give us a positive identification. Jim Boland was returned to the felony cell block, and we talked to the victims. All of them commented on the fact that the suspect we had in custody was the same height, the same weight, and had the same general coloring and appearance as the person who'd robbed them. However, none of them would swear positively that he was the person. At 10:15 p.m., Frank and I went up to the felony section and had Boland brought from his cell to the interview room. His previous sullen attitude had changed considerably.
How'd I make out? You get any identifications?
5 of them say you look like the man.
Well, they're wrong. They gotta be. I didn't have nothing to do with those holdups. If they say I'm the guy, then they're making a bad mistake.
They seem pretty sure about what they say.
They can't be. Look, they saw me behind the screen. You bring them up here. Let me talk to them face to face. I'll talk to them. I got nothing to hide. Just let me talk to them.
You know we can't do that.
I always thought it was up to you to prove a guy was innocent as well as trying to make him for a job.
That's right, it is.
Then why don't you give me a break? I got no part in these heists.
You look good for him.
Probably a lot of other guys who do, too, but that don't mean they are. Come on, what do I have to do to make you believe?
Why don't you come off of this, Boland? We got you going in. Why not play it smart and cop out?
How can I cop out when I got no part in it?
I'll lay it out for you. The M.O. used in the jobs matches yours.
big deal. A lot of guys work the way I used to.
Physical description we got matches you.
So I haven't got two heads. A lot of guys look like me.
The beef in the bar. If you didn't have anything to worry about, why'd you start the fight?
How'd I know who you guys were? Maybe you was out to pull a heist on me.
That's a nice try, Boland, but it won't work. You knew we were officers. Now, why don't you save us a lot of time and tell us the truth here?
You guys wouldn't know it if it bit you.
There's one way to find out.
Yeah?
Try it.
You got a cigarette?
Here.
You want one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll level with you. I figured you was after me for PV. I didn't have any idea about the 211 rap.
That why you started the fight?
I swear it is.
How about the money you got? Where'd it come from?
I got real lucky with a pair of dice.
You expect us to believe that?
That's the way things are.
Where'd you hit the luck?
I can't tell you that. It wouldn't help any.
Give you an alibi.
Either you believe it or you don't. That's the way it was. I'm trying to level with you.
We got a rumble that you're back on H. Now, how about that?
Where'd you hear that?
We heard it.
Yeah. Well, you tell him I haven't had a pop in over 4 years. Not since I went up the joint.
How about this Lincoln you're driving?
Don't belong to me.
Who owns it?
Phil.
Now we're back to that. You going to tell us who Phil is?
Listen, the guy's a friend of mine. I don't want to bring nothing down on him.
He's leaving you way out in the cold.
I suppose so. Well, if I tell you, he won't know, will he?
Not from us.
Okay. Name's Phil Spence.
How well do you know him?
Say hello to, buy him a drink, that's all.
That's not the way we get it.
I don't care how you get it. That's the way it is.
This Spence, he ever fallen?
I hear yes.
What for?
211, ADW.
Where?
Here, California.
He on parole?
No, he got out clean. At least that's the way I hear it.
You know where we can pick him up?
I told you I buy him a beer once in a while. I don't pay his rent.
You're the one who said you wanted to go down the middle.
All right, but I'm giving it to you that way. I don't know where his pad is.
Does he work for a living?
I don't know. I never heard him talk about a job.
You know who he runs with?
Some guy named Ed.
You ever see him?
No.
Know where he can be reached?
Sometimes they hang around the bar where you picked me up. How about it, fellas? You're going to buy this story?
Yeah, we'll check it out.
I swear it. I got no part in it. Sure, you got me cold for PV. I know I got to go back for that. But I want nothing to do with the rest.
We'll check it out.
You do that. You'll find out what I said's the truth.
You willing to identify these two other guys for us?
How do you mean?
Check over some mugs?
Sure. Just as long as you believe me.
We'll see.
You won't regret it. A lot of things I can tell you if you get me out of this. A lot of information I can give you.
Let's go.
You're going to give me a break, huh?
We'll check it.
Say, either one of you guys got some extra butts? I'm out.
Yeah. Here, take these.
Thanks.
Anything else you need?
Not unless you can fix it for me to shave.
We'll talk to the jailer about it.
Beard's starting to itch. I'd like to get it off.
We'll see what we can do.
You going to start checking my story now?
That's right.
You go to work on it. You'll find out.
Yeah, sure.
I'll pay you back. Just believe me, I'll pay you back.
Figure he's telling the truth? It's hard to say. The identifications weren't too sure. Everything else is. There's only one way. Yeah. Check him out. Tuesday, April 21st. After we left the suspect, Jim Boland, at the main jail, Frank and I went back to the city hall and checked the name Phil Spence through R&I. There were 9 packages carrying records for men with that name. 2 of them had served terms for robbery in the state penitentiary at Folsom, California. We got off communications to George Brereton up at Sacramento and to Washington, requesting information on known criminals having that name. 12:30 a.m. We went back to the jail and had Boland brought from his cell. We showed him the mug shots from the packages we had, but he failed to give us an identification. We talked to him about Phil Spence. He gave us all of the information he could about the missing suspect's habits. At this point, we were still not sure that Boland wasn't implicated in the holdups, but we had to check out what facts we had. The one point which seemed to verify Boland's story was that the victims were unable to give a positive identification of him. 1:30 a.m. We went back to the office and checked out for the night. The following morning, Wednesday, April 22nd, we started to recheck Boland's story of his movements during the times of the holdups. Upon re-questioning some of the witnesses, we found that they weren't as sure as they had been of the facts. That afternoon, we got a kickback from Sacramento. It contained 3 more possibles. CII said that they were sending us mugshots of the men by airmail special delivery. Boland gave us a list of places Spence was known to frequent. We came up with the name of a girl that the suspect was known to see from time to time. We got the address and we went out to talk to her. Doesn't look like she's home. We better check with the manager, huh? Yeah.
Yeah?
You Jane Schofield?
Why?
We'd like to see her.
Who are you?
Police officers.
Come in. I'm her. What do you want?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
No, I figured that.
Move some of those clothes and sit down. Can I get you anything? Drink, maybe?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
How long's it been since you seen Phil Spence?
Who says I know him?
We understand you know him pretty well.
I've gone out with him a couple of times. That's the end of it.
When'd you see him last?
A couple of days ago. Monday night, I think.
You know where he is now?
No.
You know where he lives?
Some hotel over on Flower.
You know the name of the place?
No.
You ever been there?
No.
You know what Spence does for a living?
I don't know. Got some kind of a job, I guess.
He ever talk to you about what he does?
I told you I just been out with him a couple of times. I didn't ask for his birth certificate. I just said I'd go out with him. What are all these questions about anyway? What do you want to talk to Phil about?
It's a personal matter.
What kind of trouble is he in now?
You been in trouble before?
I don't know. Just with you cops around, must be something he's done.
Spence got any close friends that you know of?
Couple.
You know who they are?
One of them is a guy named Jim something.
How about the rest?
Fellow he calls Ed.
What do you know about Ed?
Not much. Is he in it, too?
Ma'am?
He mixed up in this personal thing you want to talk to Phil about?
Maybe.
Never did like him. I always figured he'd end up getting Phil in trouble.
Phil see quite a bit of him?
Yeah. I think he's maybe in some kind of business deal with Ed.
You ever say what the deal was?
Well, not to me. One night a couple of weeks ago, he got real looped, and him and Phil were talking about it.
What'd they say?
I don't know. Phil told me to go powder my nose. I don't know what they said.
And how do you know what they talked about?
Because when I came back, I heard Phil say something about how the deal was going to work out all right. Then he saw me, and they shut up.
Phil owns a car, doesn't he?
Yeah, a new Lincoln.
You ever let anybody else drive it?
Ooh, once in a while, he lets Jim take it. Not often. Phil's kind of touchy about the car. Say, how'd you fellas know about me?
Routine. Checking Phil out. Your name came up.
Oh. That's all, huh?
Ma'am?
I'm not mixed up in it.
You can answer that better than we can.
Yeah. Well, I want you to know that I'm not. I got nothing to do with Phil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean it. I just met the guy. I had a couple of dates with him. He's hung up in something. I got nothing to do with it. You got to believe that.
When are you going to see Spence again?
Well, you believe what I tell you, don't you? If he's in trouble, I got no part of it.
When are you going to see him again, lady?
You mean whenever I got a date?
Yes, ma'am.
Tomorrow night. He's going to pick me up when I get through work.
Where's that?
Bar down in Olympic. I'm a hostess there.
Is that where you met him?
Yeah, he came in one night. We got to talk. He asked me for a date. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about it, though.
Ma'am?
Well, about how I met him. I don't usually go out with the customers. Boss doesn't like it. It's just that Phil seemed kind of different. That's the reason I went out with him. I want you to get that straight.
Mm-hmm.
Just a minute.
Expecting anybody?
No, I don't know who it is. Want me to open it?
Yeah, go ahead.
What took you so long, honey?
I got company, Phil.
I know him?
I don't think so.
Fine.
You Phil Spence?
Yeah, who are you?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
What about?
Might be better if we went downtown.
Or who?
What?
I don't want to go downtown.
You don't have much to say about it, mister.
It's a pinch.
If it makes you happy, mark it down that way. You want to shake him, Frank?
Yeah. You know, wait for me, cop.
What are you doing, breaking up my place? Get out of here! Get out of here and take that cheap bum with you!
All right, come on, get out. Come on, get out.
You get out of here.
Lousy deal.
Get out of here, my deal, coming in and breaking up a girl's apartment. Who's going to pay for all this? Who's going to make it right? Just look at the place.
Oh, shut up. Why don't you tell me they were here? Why didn't you say something?
All right, Spence, let's go.
I'm coming. All I want to know is who told you. Who yapped? That lousy Eddie, I bet. He's the one. Never should have picked him up.
He with you on the jobs?
He told you, didn't he?
How about Jim Boland? He in with you, too?
Oh, that guy hasn't got enough sense to come in out of the rain. He's worse than Ed. Should have known not to get mixed up with that dumb Eddie. I should have known. Always happens.
Yeah?
You're on with a jerk, you're going to get tripped up. Lousy Eddie shooting off his mouth. Hadn't been for him, you'd never got us. I'm going to tell him off.
What's the difference? You told them everything they wanted to know. You're all going to jail.
Why don't you shut up? You're always wrong, sister.
Not this time. Let's go.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 13th, trial was held in Department 92 of Superior Court of the State of California in and for the County of Los Angeles. Philip Donald Spence and Edwin Floyd Morse were tried and convicted on 4 counts of robbery in the first degree and were sentenced as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years. Jim Nathan Boland was released to the State Adult Authority for action on violation of his parole. He was returned to San Quentin for the balance of his original term. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Herb Vigran, Vic Perrin, Michael Ann Barrett. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
The following program is being specially recorded to be sent to American servicemen in German prison camps and will be distributed by the War Prisoners' Aid of the YMCA.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Minute Rub modern chest rub, take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Sonny Tufts. You remember the guy, Duffy. The one that when you once said to your wife, tell me what has he got that I ain't got, she talked for 2 days. Yeah, big tall guy, Duffy, you know, broad shoulders, big chest, slim waist, big blue eyes, wavy blonde hair. Boy, if he was only a dame. Yep. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy. The band just started to play that new Western song I wrote, Leave Me Hot Ride Tonight on the Prairie. And I want to listen to it. I guess it's just modesty, Duffy, but I really love that song.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Reed Pete Reeves and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Sonny Tufts, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner, brought to you by 2 products which we pay you to remember. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Minute Rub modern chest rub. Ipana Minute Rub.
Tonight on the prairie, way out west, where the sun sets all day, where the bloom is a purple on the sagebrush, and the deer and the cantaloupe play. I'm a saying, who threw that? Who threw that?
A music lover, no doubt.
Tell them crumbs if they don't like my song, they can lump it. The back of my throat. I'm a saying bonus noches to the city. It's no place for a lonesome cow's hand. Leave me right. Wait a minute. Now listen, you guys, be careful how you throw them dishes around. Remember, China is our ally. Well, Eddie, I I guess all great composers have to suffer like this.
That's right, Mr. Archer. And these people is just trying to help you.
Well, I guess it's our lot in life, Eddie. Look at Tchaikovsky. All they paid him was $18.12 for a whole overture. And look at Schubert and his symphony. They wouldn't even let him finish it. So I say, leave him mock me. After this song of mine gets published, the world will be singing a different tune.
Now, that I believe. Yes. Anyway, who's going to publish that song?
My publishers, the $1 Million Publishing Company.
Who's that?
They're the people that discovered me.
How did they discover you?
I answered their ad in a magazine. Here, look at it.
Let's see now. It says here. Attention, songwriters. Have you got a lot of talent and a little money? We will bring it out of you. If your song is a hit, we'll know it. Remember Jada, Always, Swanee, Magee, all big hits, and we knew it. So don't delay. Send your song to the $1 Million Publishing Company and make $1 million tomorrow. Please enclose 15 cents to cover costs. Yeah, so sounds like a very reliable firm, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You sent them your song, of course.
Well, naturally, I wouldn't want to pass up an offer like that. What do you think I am, a sucker?
There will be a 3-minute pause while I wrestle with temptation. Well, good luck, Queen.
Thanks, Eddie. Boy, I hope I hear from him soon.
Good heart.
Oh. Hiya, Finnegan.
That new song of yours, great song.
Thanks.
Keeps running through my head.
Well, what's going to stop it?
Nothing. Boy, what a beautiful song. Leave my heart right tonight on the prairie. Oh, the words got so much meaning.
Thanks, Finnegan.
Say, yours.
Yeah?
What's a prairie?
Prairie? It's a thing out west, sort of a flat hill.
You know, Arch, every day you learn me something new. I always tell everybody that you make me what I am today.
Finnegan, if you don't mind, I would rather not be connected with it.
Well, take the credit, Arch. You deserve it.
Good evening, Archie.
Well, Officer Clancy, glad to see you. Come in and take a load off your beat.
Hello, Clancy.
Well, it's Clifton Finnegan. Been behaving yourself, Clifton?
Oh, yeah, Clancy.
Are you sure?
Look, if it's about writing Clancy's a stinker on that bench, I got an alibi.
What's your alibi?
I can't write.
Finnegan, I get a kick out of you. Bless your little brain. You know, I was with your father the night you came into this world.
You what?
Yes, sir. And 5 years later, he called me up and he said, Clancy, it's a boy.
A shot in the dark, if I ever heard one. Say, by the way, what do you have, Clancy?
Oh, the usual chartreuse clip.
Uh-huh.
Incidentally, Archie, they tell me you've written a song.
A song? Yeah, that's right, Clancy.
An Irish song, I hope?
Well,
what do you call it?
Leave My Heart Ride Tonight on the Prairie.
Oh, it's a beautiful title. Leave me heart ride tonight on Tipperary.
No, Clancy, Prairie.
Wait a minute. Not a Western song.
Yeah.
Shades of Chauncey Alcott. Don't you know that the only good songs is Irish songs?
Now, just a second.
Don't
Clancy.
take my word for it. Ask any Irishman.
Clancy, I ain't saying there's nothing wrong with Irish songs. Mine just happens to be a Western.
Well, then the least you can do is to give it a little Irish flavor.
All right, I'll call it Take Me Back to My Boots and My Kushla. I'll write another one called The Bright Boy of the Irish World. That'll make you happy.
Archie?
Yeah?
Archie, I've been listening, and I have to agree with Officer Clancy here. Irish songs are very beautiful.
Oh, ain't they, though, Mr. Bailey? Do you know Killarney?
Sure. Mother McCree.
Oh, Mother McCree. That is a beautiful song.
That song has a message for everyone.
And so has Bailey.
Quiet, Archie. You have no soul. Come on, Mr. Bailey. Let's sing Mother McCree. Sure, I love the dear silver that shines in your hair.
Officer Clancy. Officer Clancy, if you don't mind, I'd rather just talk about Mother. You see, Mother is the one person we can always depend on.
Well, Aaron, go Bristol Myers.
And mothers deserve even more credit than they get. For on them rests the responsibility for the happiness and well-being of every member of the family. Then, too, next to the family physician, Mother is the most important person in guarding her family's health. So, naturally, it's to every mother's interest to know about the best things for the health of her family. For instance, how to take intelligent care of the teeth and gums of her children. A good way to do that, mothers, is to see that every member of your family visits the dentist faithfully, and between visits uses Ipana toothpaste and gum massage regularly. For Ipana is not only unsurpassed in cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, is especially designed to help keep gums firm and healthy. That's why so many dentists recommend this daily routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
And that's a good idea for every member of the family to follow. So help yourself, help your family to healthier teeth, firmer gums, more sparkling smiles. Use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Hello, Archie. Tell me, is he here yet?
Who, Miss Duffy?
Who? Sonny Tuck. For who else would I spend a whole day in a beauty shop?
A whole day in a beauty. What's the matter? Were they out of it?
Very funny. Now, please, I got no patience to stand here being stupid. Where's Sonny Tuck?
What do you want with Sonny Tucks?
I'm going to ask him to the dance.
What dance?
The 10 Jolly Girls AC St. Valentine's Day track meet and dance.
Track meet?
Well, you know some of the girls when they see a man.
Yes, I do.
So, we thought it would look more dignified if we called it a track meet.
Hey, but Sonny Tucks, look, why don't you ask your boyfriend, Breckenbridge Hartzenfelder, to take you to the dance?
Oh, him and me had a fight, so I'm not going with him.
Oh, what was the fight about?
He wouldn't take me to the dance. But who cares? Oh, if I could walk into that dance with Sonny Tuck, would those girls drop dead?
Sonny Tuck take you to the dance, Miss Duffy. You're flying around the helium copper. He wouldn't take you.
Oh, no? Just because he's a movie star? Listen, Archie, many a big movie star goes out with civilian girls. Oh, what a sensation we created the dance. Oh, I can see it now. Mr. Sonny Tuck, this is Miss Katrinka Yarbut. Mr. Tuck, this is Cheryl Ratino. Sonny Tuck, meet Henrietta Nickelducker.
I noticed poor Tufts is so shocked he ain't saying a word. Henrietta Nickelducker.
Say, Mr. Archie, special delivery letter for you.
Oh, boy, let's see, Eddie. Yep, from that publishing firm. Let's see. Dear friend and honored artist, we have received your great song and believe it will join the ranks of the immortals. That means it won't die.
8 to 5.
Quiet, Eddie. Can't wait till we publish this great song of the West. Naturally, it should have an attractive, appropriate cover. So please send $25, which covers cost of printing, plus hiring of cowboy, horse, and sunset. Please rush money. Yours in haste, $1 Million Publishing Company. Where am I going to get $25?
You ain't actually going to send it.
I got it, Eddie. The letter says rush.
Yeah, but this is a phony.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. I can recognize phonies. You're talking to a man who has been gypped plenty. Now, let's see. Where can I get that 25?
Don't look at me.
Hey, here's the cash register. There's money in there.
Do tell. Now, look, you ain't going to do nothing jaily, is it?
Look, Eddie, what would be wrong if I just took a loan of the dough?
That would be like Jesse James taking the loan of a train.
But who's going to know about it?
15, 20, 25.
Oh, if I had the wings of an angel.
Now, listen, Eddie, this ain't stealing. This is just redistribution. Now, take this dough, go down to the post office, and send a money order to the address on this letter.
Okay, Mr. Archie.
And make it pronto. Adios.
San Quentin.
Now, go on, get going. Oh, boy, it won't be long now.
I should say you won't, Mr. Dirty Crook Archie.
Miss Duffy, was you standing there all the time?
I certainly was. And you know what'll happen if I tell Papa. He'll put you in jail.
Miss Duffy, please don't tell your father. Just give me a little time.
Well, Archie, I might forget if
If what?
if a certain party could persuade a certain party to take a certain party to a certain party.
You mean if I don't get Sonny Tough? Miss Duffy, that's blackball. You can't do that.
Take your choice, Archie.
Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Bob.
What seems to be wrong here?
Well, nothing that a few years...
Please, Miss Duffy, leave us not discuss my delinquency in front of a juvenile. Leave us talk it over in private. Bob, sing something, will you?
Boy, you sure seem worried.
Oh, no, it's nothing. Just a little trouble with my song. Go ahead and sing. Now, come here, Miss Duffy. Let's talk this over.
A lonely night, dream of a song. The melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you. When our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. Oh, but that was long ago. Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall. When stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses bloom. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain my stardust melody, the memory of love's
Now, look, Miss Duffy, be reasonable. I can't make Sonny Tough take you to the dance.
Archie, all I know is that if you don't, I'll have Papa put you in jail for 20 years, and when you get out, he'll fire you.
Well, look, the guy's a society guy in a movie.
Oh, Archie, here he comes.
Sonny Tough. Well, welcome to Duffy's, Sonny.
Thanks. Say, I always kind of thought that Duffy's was just a little hole in the wall.
Yeah, kind of surprised you, huh?
Yeah, it's a big hole in the wall. Say, who are you?
Me? Permit me. I am Archie, mine host. I manage the place, take care of the customers.
Sort of a major domo.
Naturally, we don't serve minors. Say, what a big guy you are. How's the air up there?
See, that's very clever.
I take them up all the time. But I'm really serious. That's quite a tall height you got. Come here, let's put our heads back to back. Let's see. You're about 3 inches taller than I am.
Well, that's just because you're 3 inches shorter.
Hey, you're clever, too. We're alike in a lot of ways, Sonny.
Oh, well, nobody's perfect.
No, I mean it, really. We're like two peas on an egg. You got a strapping physique, I got a strapping physique.
What would you do if the strap broke?
Now, Sonny, please, don't judge me physique by the way that I'm built. I'm deceitful.
How much do you weigh?
110 pounds, and not an ounce of it fat.
All bone, eh?
Yeah. Just take a look at his chest.
Where? Oh, there, behind the belt buckle.
Very droll. Mr. Tuft, in these quips of yours, do I detect a slight tincture of jealousy?
No, it's not that. It's just that to me you seem more like the frail type.
Frail type is right. The frails love me. Yeah, you know that Betty Hutton you work with? She's coming all the way down here to see me next Friday.
Really? You gotta get some rest.
Don't be silly. A dame like that'll be meat for me.
Well, that'll make it even. You'll be mutton for Hutton.
Oh, boy, Betty Hutton. Boy, I can't wait for next week to get here. Come on, Sonny, let's talk faster.
Hey, Arch, Miss Duffy just sent this note over to you.
Let's see. Dear Archie. Well, sign Miss Duffy. Oh, by the way, Finnegan, do you know Sonny Tuft?
He does?
Finnegan, this is Sonny Tuft, the movie actor.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Tuft? Say, you look much taller standing up than you do on the screen.
Well, you see, they photographed me shorter so my head won't hit the soundtrack.
Oh, that's, how do they make you shorter?
They put me on a diet, shortening bread.
It's a coincidence. Finnegan eats cracked wheat.
You know, Mr. Tuft, I'd like to try acting sometime. When I was at college, they told me...
Finnegan, you was at college?
Well, certainly I was at college, Art. You remember last year?
Huh?
What'd you study at college?
I didn't study anything. They studied me. Anyways, Mr. Tuft, Mr. Tuft, I really think that you're very...
Look, just call me Sonny.
Eh? What was that?
Just call me Sonny.
Yeah, that's very nice of you, Sonny. You can call me Daddy.
What a charming family. Lovely people. Oh, say, incidentally, Sonny, speaking of beautiful dames, get a load of that beaut over there.
Where?
Right over there, next to the cash register.
Oh, yeah. She's the one without the keys.
Yeah. A wonderful dame. Would you like to meet her?
Not at all.
Good. I'll arrange it. In the meantime, talk to Mr. Bailey here. Mr. Bailey, Mr. Tuft. Mr. Tuft, Mr. Bailey. Sunny, cloudy. Shake hands.
Hello, Mr. Tuft.
Hello.
Enjoying yourself?
Well,
You
sure,
like it?
but why kick?
Oh, relax, Mr. Tuft. Maybe you're feeling irritable because of your cold.
I haven't got a cold.
You may have a cold and not know it yet.
I haven't got a cold.
But you might have.
What are we playing, drop the handkerchief?
No, it's just that a cold can make a person very irritable. That's why I tell people to help themselves to fast relief from those annoying cold symptoms with Minute Rub, modern chest rub. Minute Rub can help you feel better quickly. In fact, it takes no longer than a minute to begin to feel Minute Rub's relief. All you have to do is rub a little Minute Rub on your throat, chest, and back. Why, even before you finish, you'll feel a welcome sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold. Meanwhile, Minute Rub's menthol vapors aid in relieving that congested feeling in your nose and throat. So get yourself a jar of Minute Rub and get yourself fast, welcome relief from annoying cold symptoms. And listen, Minute Rub won't harm clothing or linens. It's greaseless, stainless, disappears like vanishing cream. Be sure to ask for Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub. Modern chest rub.
Archie, why do I have to myself.
Why do it the hard way? You see, I just happened to remember that Sonny was once a society guy, strictly a big Boston socialist. So, ergo, you've got to act like a society dame.
Well, all right. But if it don't work...
If it don't work. All the time. Talk.
Talk is better than sing.
Well, here goes. Hey, Sonny.
Yeah?
Sonny, old Tad, I would like to present you with Miss Duffy. She just came out this year.
Brave girl.
Yeah.
Miss Duffy, you don't happen to be related to the Duffy owns this Tavern, do you?
Oh, yes. Papa is my caterer. But you see this Tavern is just one of his hobbies. He keeps it for laughs.
What a morbid sense of humor.
Look, I know what you're thinking, Sonny, but this dame has ancestors from some of our best families. But I'm telling you, you can see for yourself that she's real society.
Of course. She has such a prominent background.
Well, that she gets from her old age. By the by, darling, how is your mate of these days? Dowager than ever, I suppose.
Oh, you know, Nata. Here, there, everywhere in the social world. She's all over New York.
Yeah, and part of her hangs over into New Jersey.
Archie, stop insulting Mama and get to the point.
Oh, yeah. Say, incidentally, Sonny, Miss Duffy's sorority is giving a dance on St. Valentine's Day, and you may not believe it, but she hasn't got a date for it yet.
I believe it.
Say, why couldn't Sonny here take you to the dance?
Well, yes, why not?
Yeah. How about it, Sonny?
When is it?
St. Valentine's.
By George, I can't make it.
Why not?
On account of a previous engagement, which I'm sure I can arrange.
Wait a minute, Sonny. You've got to take the dame. There's a thing I can't tell you about, but if you don't take her, it means that I go to jail.
Well, why don't you take herself, then? Take her yourself, then.
She wants you.
You take her. Just like you said, you look so much alike, you'll never know the difference, kid. Good night.
Hoisted by me own petard.
Well, Archie, somebody's going to take me to the dance.
I see what you mean. Okay, Miss Duffy, I guess you got me with me.
Miss Archie?
What?
Reprieve from the governor.
You mean you didn't send the dough?
No, on account of a picture I saw hanging in the post office.
Whose picture?
The president of the $1 Million Publishing Company marked down to $1,000 reward.
The guy was a crook?
Yep, and here's your 25.
Oh, boy, I'm a free man again. Now I can put the dough back into the register.
Just a second, Archie. You don't have to put it back in the register if you take me to the dance.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. But let's meet here again at the same time next week when our guest will be Betty Hutton. Sonny Tufts is currently being seen in the Paramount production Here Come the Waves. Don't forget to join us next week. In the meantime, for the smile of beauty...
Remember Ipana toothpaste.
And if you have a cold...
Remember Minute Rub.
And if you have a half hour next Friday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy Tavern. Hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Betty Hutton. Duffy, tonight, Sonny Tuft said that I'd be mutton for Hutton, but who cares? I'm a glutton for mutton. See you next Friday, Duffy.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yes?
Mind if I take a look at that package in your hand?
No, it's just a bottle of Vitalis.
Just Vitalis? Why, Sarge, most of us civilians haven't seen a bottle of Vitalis for months.
How come?
You fellas in the service are getting the entire supply of this famous hair grooming preparation. You see, because of wartime shortages, there isn't enough Vitalis to meet the wants of civilians plus soldiers and sailors. So naturally, servicemen are getting first call on the limited supply.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Los Angeles, 1937. There are lots of guys like J.J. Gittes. They're easy to find, if you want to find them.
Mr. Gittes, have we ever met?
Well, no.
Never?
Never.
Since you agree with me that we've never met before, you must also agree with me that I've never hired you to do anything, certainly not spy on my husband. I don't get tough with anyone, Mr. Gittes. My lawyer does.
You do your job. And sometimes you find the answers to questions that should never be asked. Or you find out what happens to people who ask them.
Hold it there, kitty cat.
You're a very nosy fellow, kitty cat, huh? You know what happens to nosy fellows?
I dislike the word cheat.
Did you have affairs?
Mr. Gittes.
Did he know about it? Where were you when your husband died? You were seeing someone, too. For very long?
I don't see anyone for very long, Mr. Gittes. It's difficult for me.
Mr. Gittes, you're dealing with a disturbed woman who's just lost her husband. I don't want her taken advantage of.
The truth. I said I want the truth.
Jake. I'm doing you a favor. Come on, Jake.
Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown.
You get tough. You get tender. You get close to each other. Maybe you even get close to the truth. Jack Nicholson and Faye Dunaway in a Robert Evans production of a Roman Polanski film, Chinatown.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, coming up next.
From Hollywood, it's the Dennis Day Show. Yes, it's Dennis Day with Robert Armbruster in the orchestra and Dennis' special guest, Patty Andrews and Belle Blanc. And here he is, the star of our show, Dennis Day.
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the moon. Maybe it's more than the earth. Maybe it's more than the sight of the night in a light too lovely for words. Maybe it's more than the moon shining in silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in
Why, it's Woody Woodpecker!
No, I'm Mel Blanc.
Well, Mel, your voice is known to millions of radio, television, and motion picture fans. In addition to being Woody Woodpecker, aren't you also Professor LeBlanc, Jack Benny's violin teacher?
Oui, monsieur. I've been teaching Monsieur Benny how to play the violin for nearly 20 years.
Well, tell me, Monsieur LeBlanc, after listening to Mr. Benny's violin for 20 years, what message do you have for music lovers?
I wish I was deaf. If America could do to the Russians what Monsieur Benny does to the violin, poof, there goes the Iron Curtain.
Well, Professor LeBlanc, perhaps it's because Mr. Benny's violin is of an inferior grade.
Oh, no. Monsieur Benny's violin is precious and rare. I saw the name inside of it.
Oh, what did it say? Stradivarius?
No, the Pep Boys, Manny Moore and Jack.
Oh, that was wonderful, Mel. But I wonder if the folks know that you also play that strong, silent Mexican fellow on the Benny Show. Isn't that right, senor?
Si.
I saw your girlfriend, Senorita Estrelita, and she's very cute.
Beep.
But you're always fighting with her. What's the trouble?
Pop.
Why? What does he do when you're making love to her?
Beep.
Well, what has Estrelita's father got that bothers you?
Pep.
Look, why don't you fight back? What's the matter with you?
Pooped.
Mel, you do such a variety of voices. I wonder how it would sound if your characters met up with my characters.
Hey, why don't we try it?
Let's now introduce Bugs Bunny to his German girlfriend, Hassenpfeffer Bunny.
Meep. What's up, Doc?
Meep. Wir stürzen einen holen wir das. Wir steigen einen nach oben.
What's up, Doc? Hey, you're a pretty bunny. Hey, you're a honey bunny.
Yeah, down, Doc, there, Dorton.
Oh, you're cute. And, hey, you smell good, too. Hey, what are you wearing, honey?
20 carats. I like you, Bugs.
Hey, and I could go for you, sweetie. Say, how would you like me to give you a fur coat?
Oh, that's good. Where did you get the fur coat?
My uncle was run over this morning. Hey, wait a minute, Doc. The more I look at you, the more I'm sure you're not a genuine rabbit.
Oh, how's that?
Well, your ears are short, and your eyes aren't pink, and your teeth aren't sharp, and your cottontail is silk.
Von das Reichron von Gesellschaft als Geschwindere noch besteht sie gar nicht noch oben.
Hey, what does that mean?
I was made in Japan.
Oh, Dennis, could you imagine what would happen if Woody Woodpecker met up with Jimmy Durante?
No, Mel, I have no idea. So let's show the folks and find out, huh?
All right.
Hiya, Woody.
Oh, hello, Jimmy. Say, let's rub noses, huh?
All right, pal.
Jimmy, I give up. You win.
Naturally, Woody. You just got a peck, but I got a bushel.
Among Mel's other accomplishments are some fine kiddie records made for Capitol. One of the best sellers of all time is his recording of Warner Brothers cartoons, I Taught a Putty Tat. Mel, I'm sure the folks would love to hear you sing it now. How about it, huh?
Well, fine. Here it is for all the kids and putty tats listening in.
am a little tiny bird. My name is Tweety Pie. I live inside my bird cage, hanging way up high. I like to swing upon my perch and sing my little song. But there's a cat who's after me and won't let me alone. I thought I saw a putty tat sweeping upon me. I saw a putty tat as plain as he could be.
I am that great big battle cat, Sylvester is my name. I only have one aim in life, and that is very plain. I want to catch that little bird and eat him right away. But just as I get close to him, this is what he'll say. I thought I saw a putty tat creeping up on me. You bet he saw a putty tat. That putty tat is me.
I thought I saw a putty tat sweeping up on me. I saw a putty tat as plain as he could be.
Don't put your hands back in your pockets yet, ladies and gentlemen, because here comes Patty Andrews.
I can see, no matter how near you'll be, you'll never belong to me. But I can dream, can't I? Can I pretend that I'm locked in the bend of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I am drunk with mine. I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can I? Can I adore you? Of the way our oceans apart, I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't I?
Ah, Patricia, me darling, when you sang that song, your voice was as clear as the lakes of Killarney, as beautiful as sunrise in Dublin, and as shimmering as the moonlight on Galway Bay.
So tell me, how are things in Glacamora?
Well, if you really want to know, Patty, I've got a shortwave radio right here. Let's tune in Balachaderi in County Mayo and find out right now.
Good.
The top of the morning to you all. This is Mac NBC, the McNamara Broadcasting Company, bringing you such outstanding programs as One Man Shillelagh, Life Can Be Jabers, Just Plain Pat O'Brien,
The Green Button Show,
The Green Skeleton Show, Green for a Day, and the most popular soap opera in Ireland, How White Was My Valley? How white was my valley? What are you saying, you spalpeen? This is Ireland.
Oh, I thought you said Iceland. We start our broadcasting day with that great crime program, O Dragnet. O Dragnet is brought to you by McNamara's Nightsticks. The nightstick with more bounce to the ounce. And now, O Dragnet.
My name is Sergeant O'Friday. My partner is O Smith. We're O Cops. This is the O City.
Oh, Sergeant O'Friday, oh, what shall I do? Me husband was just shot with a revolver, stabbed with a dagger, and poisoned with arsenic. Oh, what shall I do?
Bury him.
And now the McNamara Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting Old Dr. Malone. Brought to you by McNamara's Toothpaste. Now here is a testimonial from McNamara's Toothpaste by a satisfied user.
Me name is Patrick Liberace. I've been using McNamara's toothpaste exclusively for 10 years, and I can honestly say that thanks to McNamara's toothpaste, my piano has the whitest ivories in County Cork.
And now for another lovable episode in the life of lovable old Dr. Malone.
Hello, old Dr. Malone.
Hello, Nurse Patricia.
And how do you feel today, old Dr. Malone?
Old.
Oh, those poor old hands of yours look so tired.
Oh, they are tired. I can hardly lift them anymore. This morning I had to perform a tonsillectomy with me feet.
Oh, I noticed when you took your shoes off, you were wearing rubber gloves instead of socks.
Calling old Dr. Malone. Go to surgery and remove patient's appendix, liver, stomach, kidneys, lungs, and ribs. That is all.
Poor old Dr. Malone. An operation like that will be very exhausting for you.
Yes, but will take a lot more out of the patient. Well, I must be going to surgery. Miss Patricia, please help me to stand up.
Yes, Doctor. Oh, there you are, old Dr. Malone. You're standing up now.
Yes, he does it. Now face me toward surgery and push me a little.
Take it slowly, old Dr. Malone. Remember, you're not as young as you were when you were young Dr. Malone, old Dr. Malone.
Calling old Dr. Malone. Never mind going to surgery. The patient couldn't wait. That is all.
And now it's time to play You Bet Your Shillelagh. And it stars your favorite quizmaster, Grouch O'Marks. You Bet Your Shillelagh is sponsored by the McNamara Hat Company. Now remember, every McNamara hat comes equipped with McNamara's band. And now here he is, Grouch O'Marks.
That's me, folks. Before we start the program, I want to tell you, the home audience, the secret word for tonight. The secret word is oy vey. Be jabers, aren't we, devils? Oh.
Mr. O'Marks, our first contestant is Mr. Melvin Blank. He's a cab driver from Brooklyn.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Blank. From Brooklyn, are you now? Well, tell me, what made you leave Brooklyn to visit the old sod?
Well, this may sound funny, but I wanted to see Ireland before I die.
Well, that's a good time to see it. It's nothing afterwards. So you drive a cab, Mr. Blank. I understand American cab drivers do pretty well.
Oh, I knock down about 80 a week.
Boy, that's a handsome salary.
Salary nothing. I'm talking about pedestrians.
Are you married, Mr. Blank?
Oh, yeah. Me and Myrtle have been married for 18 years. Yeah, she's my wife.
Well, congratulations. 18 years is a long time. Are you still romantic now?
Yeah. And if Myrtle ever finds out, she'll break my neck. Yeah, she will, too.
Well, all right, Mr. Blank. Here's your first question. Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
Well, if it ain't Leo DeRocha, they got the wrong guy.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I'll give you one more chance. What is the richest country in the world?
Gee, I don't know.
The answer is Ireland, because its capital is always Dublin. Oh, Grouch, you're still the great Irish wit.
Here comes the next contestant, Mr. O'Mark.
While she's on the way to the mic, I want to remind the audience at home that the secret word is still oy vey.
Good evening, Mr. O'Marks. My name is Rafferty, Lafferty, Houlihan, Doulahan, Guppy, O'Duffy, O'Kelly, O'Toole, Smith.
You're a pretty, Colleen. Tell me, are you married?
No, I'm afraid I'm going to wind up an old maid.
Sounds like fun. Why don't we go out and wind one up together? Oh, Marks, your Irish wit is second only to that of Pinky Lee. Now, here is your first question, Miss Rafferty, Lafferty, Houlihan, Doulahan, Guppy, O'Duffy, O'Kelly, O'Toole. Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
The great Irish tenor John McCormack.
Right! You're a daughter after me own heart. You have won 10 silver shillelaghs, and now for the jackpot question. What is the color of orange juice?
Green.
Absolutely correct. You're a smart one there, me pretty Colleen. You have won $10,000 or 2 tickets to a Barry Fitzgerald movie.
And now for the number 1 song in the McNamara hit parade. Patty McNamara and Denis McNamara singing It's the Irish in Me.
When I sing, when I dance, I can charm every heart.
That you can.
With a wink or a glance, they're bewitched from the start.
Oh, you're a devil.
And it isn't for nothing they say.
What did they say?
The boys call me Kathleen Mavourney, no shame.
When I please, I can tease like an imp or an elf, and me eyes are as blue as Killarney itself. 'Twas me forefathers' gift, don't you see, when they planted the Irish in me. Oh, Kathleen Mavourney O'Shea, what a name.
Oh, Denis.
When I walk, when I talk, it's the Irish in me. Makes me walk, makes me talk with a difference, you see. And it's surely old Erin to blame. For Michael O'Malley, McNulty, O'Leary, Fitzpatrick, O'Reilly's me name. When I smile, I beguile, though I don't mean to do. I can take, even break, any poor heart in two. And I don't know what else it could be. Sure, it must be the Irish.
Golly, Denis, you're a boy after me own heart. It must be the Irish.
You're a girl after me heart.
It must be the Irish in me.
And now, before the McNamara Broadcasting Company signs off, we would like you to meet the man who has been responsible for bringing all these wonderful programs right into your very home, Mr. McNamara himself. Mr. McNamara, you've heard the programs, listened to the music. Tell us, what do you think?
Aye vey.
Mr. McNamara, you've just said the secret word in your prizes.
A ride through Brooklyn in my taxi cab.
Brooklyn, I've always wanted to see Brooklyn before I died.
Well, if you ride in my cab, that's just about when you'll see it.
And so we come to the close of another day of broadcasting. Before the McNamara Broadcasting Company signs off, our national anthem. Oh, my name is McNamara, I'm the leader of the band. Although we're few in numbers, we're the finest in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play at funerals, oh, we play the march from Saul. Oh, the drums go banging, the cymbals clang, and the horns they blaze away. The clarty pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. Tennessee, Tennessee toodles the flute and the music's something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band. Right Right now we are rehearsing for a very swell affair. The annual celebration, all the gentry will be there. Oh, and Lee Mightinger to Ireland came, he took me by the hand.
I say, I never saw the likes of McNamara's band.
Oh, the drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. The clashing pumps they all bassoon while I the pipes to play. Tennessee, toodles the flute and the music's something grand. A credit to all Ireland is McNamara's band. Oh, me name is Uncle Julius, and from Sweden I have come to play but McNamara's band and beat the big bass drum. And when they march along the street, the ladies thank 'em grand. They shout, there's Uncle Julius playing with an Irish band. Oh, the drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. The car she pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes to play. Tennessee, toodles the flute and the music's something grand. A credit to all Ireland is McNamara's band.
Sure, it's the grandest, most wonderful obligation in life, and if anyone here doesn't agree with me, just to be sociable, I'll fight the best man in the house. I'm not long for this world.
Oh, a credit to all Ireland, McNamara's band.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for tonight. Don't forget to tune in next week when our guest will be Anna Maria Alberghetti and the one and only Phil Harris. Join us then, won't you?
This is Patty Dublinite Andrews.
And Mel Brooklynite Blank.
And Dennis Day saying, every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two. So long, everyone, and God bless you.
The Dennis Day Show is written by Irving Taylor and Alan Wood, produced and directed by Fred Leving. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, inviting you to join us next week for The Dennis Day Show. Good night. Remember, a country is known by its people. What people think of your country depends on you. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
She is seductive. She is passionate. She is possessive. She is pure, evil. She is Christine, a 1958 Plymouth Fury, possessed by hell. Her previous owner is not alive to warn her present one. Once she lures you behind the wheel, you will be hers, body and soul. There is no place you can hide, no place you can run, and nothing you can do can stop her. Because how do you kill something that can't possibly be alive? Christine, body by Plymouth, soul by Satan.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
A three-dimensional war machine has swept onto the continent of Europe. With NBC, Invasion News takes precedence over all regular programs. In addition to special news broadcasts, bulletins will be brought to you as received. WEAF.
Ladies and gentlemen, Molly and I and our sponsor would like to say that we're mighty proud to be associated with the radio industry, which at this moment is fulfilling its promise of instant communication in time of world crisis.
The next half hour will be devoted to bringing you information immediately as received by NBC's news bureaus.
Between times, we will present songs of the services played and sung by Billy Mills Orchestra, the King's Men, and dedicated to our fighting forces on all fronts.
And now for music and the news as it arrives, as Billy Mills gives us a George M. Cohan medley.
We'll hear more from Fibber, Magee, and Molly later. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking. And now to the men who deliver our fighters to their posts, to those men who man the long sea lanes to victory, the King's Men dedicate this stirring tribute, the Song of the Merchant Marine.
It's a long, long way to go. It's a long, long pull with our hatches full, braving the wind, braving the sea, fighting a dangerous. Oh, heave-ho, my lads, heave-ho. Let the sea roll high or low. We can cross any ocean, sail any river, give us the goods and we'll deliver down the submarine. We're the men of the merchant marine. I've carried guns to the Solomons and bombs to Tripoli. I've carried wheat for the boys to eat from Nome to the Coral Sea. I've sailed with planes to Liverpool and Leningrad with tanks. I made it through to Iceland, too, with a regiment of Yanks. I've burned my feet with the deck plate's heat and froze them with the cold, while dodging subs in rusty tubs with nitro in the hold. Heave-ho, my lads, heave-ho, let the sea roll high or low. We can cross any ocean, sail any river, give us the goods and we'll deliver anywhere. You will find the merchant marine will be there.
Billy Mills and the orchestra bring us now one of the most familiar of all marching songs, the United States Field Artillery March. In the vanguard of any invasion fleet are the boats and the men of the United States Coast Guard. To these men, Billy Mills and the orchestra dedicate the Coast Guard song, Semper Paratus.
here's a song that's one of my favorites. The name of it is The Time Is Now. And it's particularly appropriate because if there ever was a time that was now, it is now. Here it is, as arranged and sung by the King's Men.
Are you ready for the start? Is your heart in the fight for the right to defend to the end all we love? Will you meet the final test with the best at your hand for the land we adore and oh glory above? The time is now, the time is now. It's time to heed the writing on the wall. For the world won't wait, since fate set the date and the time is now. Oh, that Yankee do or die is on the go again, and they'll see a mighty show again. The curtain's going up, can't you hear that call to give your all, and the time is now. Welder with your flame, are you ready? Artist with your brush, what do you see? Gunner, is your eye true and steady? Civilian, do you really want to be free? Carpenter, miner, pilot, trainer, riveter, driver, entertainer, Army, Navy, and Marines, ready now to change the scene. The time is now, the time is now. It's time to heed the writing on the wall. For the world won't wait, since fate set the date and the time is now. That old Yankee do or die is on the go again, and they'll see a mighty show again. Bugle boy, blow again. Can't you hear that call to give your all, and the time is now. The time is now. The time is now. The time is now.
Now that favorite song of the GIs, this is The Army, from the show of the same name, played by Billy Mills and the orchestra.
Ken Darby and the King's Men put into words the feeling in the hearts of all of us as they sing, "This is worth fighting for."
Through the mist of a dream cabin? Didn't I plant that corn? Didn't my folks before me fight for this country before I was born? I gathered my loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adore, and I heard a voice within me singing, "This is worth fighting for." Didn't I plow that valley? Didn't I reap that corn? Didn't my father's father battle for freedom when freedom was born? I gathered my loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adored, and I heard a voice within me thunder, "This is worth fighting for."
The familiar National Emblem March really needs no introduction as Billy Mills and the orchestra swing into its stirring martial strains.
And now Billy Mills Orchestra and the King's Men give us the Song of the Bombardier, a song dedicated to those men who look through their bomb sights for a glimpse of the victory to come. The Song of the Bombardier.
Said the bombardier to the pilot, "Give us a little ride." The pilot said to the navigator, "Won't you slide inside?" The navigator, he looked around and said to the engineer, "Your hands are dirty, your pants are dirty, you're dirty behind the ears." Said the bombardier to the gunner, "How are we fixed for lead?" The pilot said to the radio man, "How's the weather ahead?" The weather's fine for flying, the fog has gone. ability, you can see victory ahead. Let's fill the air with eagles. Let's fill the clouds with men. And we will see a world that's free when we fly home again. Set the bombardier to the pilot. Let me have the crate. And 5 degrees to the right will make it just as sure as fate. The ship belonged to the bombardier who opened the bomber's bay. He saw the target, the enemy target, and suddenly bombed away. The weather's fine for flying. The fog has gone to bed. There's such good visibility. You can see victory ahead. Let's fill the air with eagles. Let's fill the clouds with men. And we will see a world that's free when we fly home again.
One of the greatest of American tunes is the ever-familiar American Patrol. Billy Mills and the orchestra.
The orchestra brings us a stirring tribute to the courage of the men and women of our armed services everywhere as they play Salute to the Armed Forces.
From the NBC newsroom in Hollywood, here's the latest version of the invasion battle coming from the enemy. Swedish correspondents in Berlin said the German High Command expects new and larger landings before Wednesday dawn and declared that several divisions now are fighting in the big beachhead, in some places hand to hand. These correspondents quoted Hitler's command as saying the invasion front stretches 240 miles from Calais to the Cherbourg Peninsula and to the Channel Islands. In a broadcast statement, the German High Command described the fighting in the Cherbourg-Le Havre area as being in full swing and declared that everywhere along the invasion front, British and American troops are putting up a most tenacious resistance.
As they fight, and give them strength to gain, we pray, the triumphs of the right. Bring them the comforts of thy love, the guidance of thy hand, that they may serve as from above, thine own divine command. Almighty Father, thou whose love doth heed the sparrow's fall, guide thou, we pray, our men who fly where dark and danger call. Sustain and bless their shining wings through storm and battle thrust, and keep them safe as they fulfill thy children's sacred trust. On far-off plain or lonely isle, through storm and danger, Lord, be with our soldiers every mile, and bless our righteous sword. Though battle rage from sea to sea, on foreign land they roam. Protect thy sons where'er they be, and bring them safely
Ladies and gentlemen, in closing with the Army hymn, we know we are expressing the prayers of all of you for our men and women in the service. It's comforting to know that they have the finest equipment and the best leadership of any army in the world, and that no military operation in history has had the careful planning and preparation which preceded this invasion.
In addition, our men have a weapon which our enemies cannot have, the knowledge that God is on our side. To us, D-Day means divine help, and each hour the hopes of all of us for a speedy victory.
In a few seconds, we will hear from the President of the United States in Washington. So until next week, good night.
Good night, all.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
But if you're bad boys and girls, your name goes in the bad boys and girls book. And I'll bring you something horrible.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
$8 p.m., BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC, New York.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Jack Haley, Man About Hollywood, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Josh Wheeler from Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, in clothing stores today, men can't get cuffs on their trousers or lapels on their coats. We now bring you a man who, everyone agrees, should be given a belt in the back. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I heard that belt in the back innuendo you just foaled there a second ago. Now, do you by any chance know of anyone who is equipped to do this belting?
Well, Jack Benny has been threatening for a long time.
You mean the Mickey Rooney of the gay 90s? Old Grunion Grover is going to do it. Look, let me tell you, Jimmy, he can't lick the point on a nice cream cone, that man. Did you have the ill luck to hear his program tonight?
No, Fred. How was it?
Well, it was, confidentially, it was aspirin bait with music tonight. The program opened. Benny was broadcasting from Camp Callan in California. Mm-hmm. You know, they have a new thing in the Army out on the coast now. Before, years ago, up till this present time, when a soldier broke a rule, he had to do KP duty. You know, peel potatoes, do dirty work. But since Benny started playing Army camps, KP duty has been done away with, Jimmy. If a soldier does something for punishment, he has to attend the Benny broadcast on the camp. They get even with them that way. Well, the program opened tonight. Don Wilson introduced the greatest comedian in the world. Oh. And then Mr. Benny came on and didn't deny it. I mean, he just let it. The greatest comedian in the world. It shows what a sad and sorry shape the world is in. No, honestly, I don't know about that guy lately. Benny is getting so hammy, his eyes are beginning to look like two cloves, you know? Well, the show got going. After that, the show got going. I use the word loosely in this instance. And they had some gags about Benny going in swimming and getting his bathing suit full of grunion. His bathing suit, his old suit that he wears. And no one on the program could figure out why the grunion should flock around Benny. You see, a grunion is a little fish they have out there in California. Without enough strength to come east, it stays out on the And the people on the program couldn't tell whether the grunion went after Benny because Benny has that wormy appearance, And I figured the whole thing out, Jimmy. The real reason that grunion, these little fish like Benny, is because the grunion belongs to the smelt family, you see. And if a smelt is lonesome, naturally it will go to a man who, as an actor, has smelt for many years. The little fish and the fish. Well, I guess that's about. There were some other things, Jimmy, but we'll skip over them. We're a little late already, I see.
Well, you know, there's certainly more than that to this program.
Yes, there is, Jimmy. You bet there is, Jimmy. And to prove it, I'll turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. New dim-out order to curtail the haze of light thrown on the water by city's illumination vitally affects metropolitan apartment dwellers and store owners. All New York mobilizes to help perfect the dim-out. The Bronx Aquarium announces...
The electric eel will be dimmed until further notice.
Waitress... How did he get out of the tank from the aquarium? Waitress in a 6th Avenue delicatessen reports...
During the dim-out, we are serving in chicken sandwiches no light meat.
No light meat. A prominent news commentator says...
I used to say I'll be back in a flash with a flash. From now on, both flashes are out.
Well, what will you say?
I'll be back in the dark with a remark.
March of Trivia interviews several specimens of riffraff to learn their strange experiences since the new dim-out rule went into effect. Now, first, a real Broadway character. What is your name again, brother?
The Hepset calls me Sharp Sherman.
Sharp Sherman, eh? Well, what is your work?
Work is a sucker's pastime, chum. I live by my wits.
You do, really?
Yeah. There's one born every minute. Somebody's got to take 'em. That's where I come in. Sharp Sherman.
Well, how sharp are you, Sherman?
Well, who is the first one on Broadway to sell them gold watches for $50?
A solid gold watch for 50 cents?
Yeah, the case was a Woolworth Compact.
Well, what about the works? What made them tick?
Inside, I had a cricket.
I'd like to hear a cricket at the moment. I mean... You are a sharp... That joke writer is through. Is that man on the premises? The last joke I'll take from an usher in here. They come But, Sherman, you are sharp.
Who started painting Brussels sprouts with white enamel and selling them for gardenias?
You?
Sharp Sherman, chum. I don't miss a trick.
Well, what about this dim-out, Sherman? Have you worked out a racket?
Oh, yeah, I'm light-legging.
Light-legging? What is light-legging?
Well, it's like bootlegging, only with a light.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, during a dim-out, you can't see nothing. You're afraid to strike a match. A cop might be around.
That's right.
I nudge you and I say, can you use a little light, chum?
What would I need a light for?
Well, supposing you're going in the automat. I follow you in, whip out a flashlight, and light up the sluts for you.
Well, that's good. That's
yeah, you're getting out of a taxi. You can't see to pay the driver. You might give him too much. I light up your bankroll for you.
Well, tell me, my bankroll is light as it is already. But tell me, Sharp Sherman, what do you charge for this service?
I don't charge you nothing.
Where does your profit come in?
After I put out my light and it's dark again,
yeah,
I pick your pocket.
Well, give me back my fountain pen and get out of here with that cricket. A chap, pick up the cricket gag as you leave, Sherman. A chap who is unhappy about the dim-out is Fonseca Fradkin. Now, what is your... You are the original Fonseca. We've had imposters coming. You're in Fonseca. Just checking up. Well, what is your squawk, Fonseca?
Thanks to the dim-out, I am momentarily a bum.
Momentarily, huh? Well, what happened?
Well, I was formerly a barker at a certain movie theater.
I see.
All day long, I stood outside, and with a straight face, I'd say, "It's a great show, folks. Step right in. Step right in."
With a straight face, you'd say that.
Yeah.
Well, were you a good barker, Fonseca?
Oh, the best. You could be going home, running for a train.
Yeah.
If you passed by me, I'd bark you into the theater.
Well, how did you do it, Fonseca?
It was a trick I learned from Dale Carnegie.
Oh, I see.
I only took half his course.
You only took half of Dale Carnegie's course?
Yeah, I couldn't win friends.
Uh-huh.
But oh, how I could influence people.
Well, what about this Broadway dim out?
Well, the first night it was so dark in front of the theater, I couldn't see nothing.
I see.
I kept walking up and down, barking.
Yeah?
I could hear people passing me. I kept barking.
Uh-huh.
About 10 o'clock that night, the manager comes out with a lit punk looking for me.
Comes out with a lit punk,
He says, "What's going on, Fonseca? The theater's empty."
Yeah?
I says, "I'm barking, ain't I?" He says, "Yeah, but you ain't in front of the theater."
You mean it was so dark you went straight away from the front of the picture theater?
I barked 2,000 people up an alley.
Well, what did the manager do?
He blew out his punk and says, "Fonseca, you're through."
He put out two punks simultaneously, and thank you, Fonseca Fradkin. Well, a young lady who was happy about the lack of Broadway lighting is Miss Vicky Welk. You look pleased tonight, Vicky.
Yeah, the dim out done me a favor.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for 2 years I've been going out with a certain boyfriend, Chester.
He's been taking you dancing and to pictures, you mean?
Not Chester. He's as tight as the back of a sailor's pants.
Well, what do you do for excitement?
Every night with Chester, it's the same routine. He walks me up and down Broadway.
Walks you up and down. Well, tell me, Vicky, has the dim out affected your walking?
Yeah, lately it's so dark, me and Chester has been wearing squeaky shoes.
Squeaky shoes for what?
So we don't lose each other.
Oh, in the dark, I see.
Yeah, if Chester and me get separated, we listen for each other's squeaks.
And when one of you hears the other squeak?
We follow the squeaks till we get together.
Well, how has this game of hide-and-go-squeak been working out?
Oh, we was doing okay till last night.
And something happened?
Chester and me got split up in the dark.
Uh-huh.
I stop till I hear a squeak.
Yeah?
I can't see nothing. I go to the squeak and grab an arm.
I see.
We walk around for an hour, maybe. We're both squeaking, saying nothing.
Just squeaking, uh-huh.
Yeah. Finally, we start for home. I'm listening to Chester squeak, and he seems to be squeaking in a higher key.
Yeah?
Well, we get home, and I bend up to kiss Chester. I get a pucker full of mustache.
It wasn't Chester?
Later, it comes out the guy's name is Salvador something.
But that high squeak.
Salvador was wearing elevator shoes. He was squeaking 4 inches higher.
Oh. Well, with new shoes, we the people squeak, and thank you, Vicky Wells. Well, I imagine that about...
Pay your exit, Salty Sam. Falstaff's here with epigram.
Openshaw, you're not back again with more broken-down poems.
Have you heard, said the wren to the hen, never again?
No, I haven't heard that one.
Or, I was lying on the village green, and she was thumbing her tambourine.
No, I don't recall that.
My mother's not doing the conga bouncer. A bee got into her bustle.
Now, enough is enough. Too much in this particular instance. That's done it. Tonight you are my boy, but not tonight. Tonight we have been discussing the dim out on Broadway.
Precisely why I am here.
Don't tell me that you have written a poem.
No, tonight I have written a song.
A song?
Yes. I have brought the Snug Harbor Serenaders, you see.
These are the Snug Harbor Serenaders?
The little man is a rigger.
Oh, I suspected that.
He was formerly with Lynn Murray.
Oh, he left Lynn Murray, did he?
Yes. One day there were 2 harp strings missing. The little man was seen flossing his teeth. There were words. The little man started freelancing.
Well, never mind all that. What about your dim out song?
Gentlemen,
if you will.
The lights at night don't shine as bright. Up and down dear old Broadway, the Wrigley ad has dimmed each ad that used to light dear old Broadway. And Sloppy Joe's cut down his blow. Joe's blow don't blow on Broadway. The streets as black as hack and sack since the dim ad has come to Broadway.
Staff and the Snug Harbor Serenaders. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us now to Kenny Baker. And for his first song tonight, Kenny has selected Estrellita. Al Goodman raises his baton, and Kenny sings.
Estrellita, oh my Estrellita, you are my guiding star, there in your home afar, through the night silvery and gazing into mine. Estrellita, oh my Estrellita, each night I watch for you, and you are watching too, and I know where I may go if wandering stray. You will ever be my beacon light to lead me on my way. Oh, shine on tonight in your palace above. Your silvery light leads me on to love. At your call, as like a if your love should stray, then I would pray to
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington, who looks as though he had a slogan in mind.
You're right, Fred. I have a slogan, and a good slogan.
What is it, Jimmy?
Care for your car, for your country.
Say, that is an important slogan today, isn't it?
Yes? Care for your car, for if you're careless today, you may be carless tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, make the care of your car systematic with your Texaco dealer's war conditioning service. Don't rely on occasional attention. Keep your car in fighting trim by seeing that it gets Texaco war conditioning regularly. Your Texaco dealer's war conditioning includes Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication, regular care of tires, air cleaner, batteries, spark plugs, radiator, front wheel bearings, crankcase, transmission, differential, and body finish, and a systematic reminder service to tell you when your car should be attended to again. Enlist a Texaco dealer as your personal car warden. Start tomorrow with his war conditioning service and ask for your copy of his booklet, Care for Your Car, for Your Country, 16 pages of car-saving facts, free at your Texaco dealers.
Well, that was very good, Jimmy, but I think you got that same message over much better about 2 weeks ago with that song, remember?
Oh, you mean Care for Your Car, for Your Country?
That's right. How did that song go again?
Show 'em, boys.
Care for your car, for your country. It's your duty to beware of every squeak. Let your nearest filling station make frequent lubrication so your moving parts are always at a peak. Drive in often for car-saving service. Let them keep your belts and carburetor clean. They'll advise elimination of undue acceleration as the way to get more mileage from your gasoline. So your tires are now on ration if you use them in rotation. And check on their inflation, they'll go twice as far. You have an asset for old Uncle Sammy. Make it last for the duration of the war. Almost every occupation needs this vital transportation. Keep it up to par. Care for your car, for your country.
That's what I meant, Jimmy. Care for your car, for your country. Now, that should be the theme song of every motorist in the country today. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Alice!
Well, of course. Say, you look as happy as a man with 4 new tires and 2 X cards tonight. Are you ready for some fun?
No, I had too much fun yesterday.
Too much fun? You took a good look at your mother, did you?
No.
Enjoyed it?
Mama took me on a picnic. We went to a park.
Oh, you went to a park? What park?
Belmont.
Belmont? Why, Belmont Park is a racetrack.
We found that out.
Well, how?
Well, Mama and I went out to Belmont early to start the picnic.
I see.
All morning we played tag and leapfrog.
Tag and leapfrog. Good. Fine. Good.
About
good.
2 o'clock, Mama spread the lunch out on the grass.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, Mama heard a bugle blow. Then she jumped up and yelled, "Runaway horse, stop him!"
Runaway horse. I'm wrong.
One horse was running around in a circle, and 6 other horses were chasing it.
Runaway horse. Look, that was the first race.
Then every few minutes, the bugle would blow, and the horses would run away again.
No, wait a minute. I'll explain this to you. The horses at Belmont Park meet by appointment, you see. They hire a man to blow a bugle, and the horses run every day on purpose, mind you, not accidentally.
Oh, it's silly, isn't it?
You mean horse racing is silly?
Yes. 40,000 men will go out to see... Excuse me.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're talking about horses. You keep that frog out of this. Well, you want to start again? You say horse racing is silly, you say?
Yes. 40,000 men will go out to see horses racing, and when men are racing, not even one horse will show up.
Well, I know, but what the men have when they get through at the track is not hay, and what the horses had if they would come would be hay. You see, that's what confusing. Yes, horses are pretty selfish that way, Portland. Tell me, what else happened at the racetrack?
Well, some man gave Mama a horse to bet on.
What horse?
Grandma's girdle. It was in... It was in the last race. Mama bet $2.
Well, how did Grandma's girdle do?
It weakened in the stretch.
Weakened? Must have been disappointing to the old lady, but your mother is very silly to bet. Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Hi, F.A. Hello, Porty.
Hello, Kenny.
Say, F.A.,
Yeah?
have you noticed any improvement in me during the last month?
Improvement, Kenny?
Yes. Our Boy Scout troop has been having self-improvement drives.
What's that Kenny?
Well, each week, it's some great man's birthday, see? And that week, we try to live like that great man.
Well, how's it been working out?
Swell. On Thomas Edison's birthday, I only slept 4 hours at night, and all week I was inventing.
Well, what did you invent, Kenny?
It's a combination eye cup and percolator top.
Well, that sounds handy.
If you've got something in your eye, it's an eye cup, see?
I see.
And if you want to make coffee, it's a percolator top.
Uh-huh.
That's...
Well, what else, whom else have you been impersonating?
When it was Benjamin Franklin's birthday, I flew a kite all week.
Well, whose birthday is it this week?
Rocky, fellers, and I want a raise.
Why, every Sunday it's some new trick to get more money.
Oh, loosen up, Bob, just this week.
Well, why this week?
I want to show the scoutmaster my paycheck and say, something new has been added.
Well, if you keep up, something new will be subtracted, Kenny, and I don't mean Latakia. Well, I've got to see if our guest showed up. Well, we were supposed to have Thorndike McKees to Portland. He played a wolf howl in the new Marlene Dietrich picture. He's hot right now. We were going to have him, but just before the program started, I got this wire here from Jack Haley.
What does it say?
Have got to see you tonight. Very important. We'll be there any minute.
The door is opening now.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Meet our unexpected guest, Jack Haley. Say, you look excited, Jack.
I am, Fred. Did you get my wire?
Yeah, now calm down, Jack. You're all out of breath.
I couldn't wait for a taxi. I ran all the way over from the Grand Central. I had to tell you.
You tell me what?
After 15 years, what we've both been waiting for, it's back.
Well, what is back?
Vaudeville.
You're crazy, Jack. Vaudeville is dead. You remember the funeral at the Palace some years ago? Why, you and I were two of the pallbearers, as I remember.
Somebody opened the grave, Fred.
You mean vaudeville is haunting theaters again?
Willie Howard, Lou Holtz, Phil Baker have the biggest hit in New York. It's a vaudeville show.
Well, I know, but that's only New York.
Believe me, Fred, I've been making personal appearances. I just played Waterbury. Vaudeville is a sensation up there.
Not in Waterbury.
Yes, Waterbury. And you know if vaudeville can come back in Waterbury, it can come back any place.
Why, I died in Waterbury before vaudeville died.
Fred, radio and pictures aren't enough today. Audiences all over are clamoring for vaudeville. What are we waiting for?
We? What have I got to do with it, Jack?
You and I can team up and go back into vaudeville. We'll make a fortune.
Oh, look, Jack, vaudeville's all right for you. You're not working.
Not working? I just finished working in a picture at Paramount, Beyond the Blue Horizon, with Dorothy Lamour.
Well, so what?
I'm giving up all that, Hollywood and everything, to go back in vaudeville. Fred, you've got to go.
Look, I have got 5 more weeks in radio.
Radio? What do you want with radio? This drudgery? This sham? This gold mine?
Well, Jack, I am happy here in my little gold mine. I am just digging and digging away and sending it to Washington on the hour.
You're killing yourself. Look at those bags under your eyes. Your eyes look as though you're hiding behind 2 kumquats.
I know how I look.
Do you ever have any fun in radio?
Well, no.
Remember all the good times we used to have in vaudeville? A new town every week, girl acts on the bill.
Ah, girl acts on the bill.
Oh, and all those friends you used to have, Miller and Mack, Lane and Freeman, the LaToy sisters, Jack Norworth, Lucille and her cockatoo.
I've had plenty of birds, but none like that. Yes, I sure had plenty of friends in vaudeville.
What friends have you got in radio?
Well,
Do you know young Dr. Malone?
No,
No. Have you ever met John's other wife?
No.
No. I'll bet you don't even know John's first wife.
I don't even know John.
That's what I mean. Has one man's family ever had you over for dinner?
No.
You've been in radio 10 years, and who do you know? Jack Benny. He's your friend?
Well, hardly. No, I wouldn't.
Fred, come on back in the vaudeville where your real friends are.
Well, what makes you think vaudeville will last, Jack?
You remember Mother Sparrow's boarding house in Baltimore?
Oh, boy, Mother Sparrow. Mother Sparrow used to serve the biggest steak in town. It had horns on it. Why, you could hang your hat on a steak while you were eating it. And Mother Sparrow's rates. Remember, room and board $1 a day?
If you had ulcers, it was 75 cents a day.
You got a rate. Does Mother Sparrow think vaudeville's coming back?
Does she? She's putting out defense workers to make room for actors.
No kidding.
Yes. Do you remember that guy in Philadelphia who used to sell the fake jewelry to the vaudeville actors?
Yeah.
Well, last week he ordered 10,000 rhinestones and 2 coils of chicken wire to make up the rings.
Oh. Vaudeville must be back, Jack.
It is, Fred. All the old acts are getting ready.
What act?
Do you remember Splain's Cats and Rats?
Splain's Cats and Rats. Why, they laid off so long, the cats ate the rats, as I remember.
I met Splain this morning. He's still got the cat.
What about rats?
Splain is casting.
He's casting, huh?
I saw him going down a rat hole this morning with 2 pounds of cheese.
He's casting. Well, Splain will have his act together in no time.
Say, do you remember Amazo, the mind reader?
Amazo? What's he been doing?
Amazo's been a bartender in a deaf and dumb tavern.
He's ready, too?
Yes, Amazo's opening at Stanford tomorrow.
A mind reader in Stanford. What'll he do up there?
Remember Murphy's midgets?
Oh, sure. When vaudeville died, Murphy shaved his midgets and put them in an orphan asylum.
Good now. Murphy got his midgets out today. He's signing the adoption papers.
Say, just talking about vaudeville makes me homesick, Jack. The straw suitcase, the spotlight, the grease paint on my collar, and St. Joe. They loved me in St. Joe. They were fickle there.
Here's what we'll do, Fred. You and I'll get our own vaudeville show out.
But we'll need 8 other acts, Jack. What comedians aren't working?
With us, who needs comedians? I'll grab 8 animal acts.
Well, who's around?
How about Hagemeyer's talking dogs? They're a panic. You know, one sheepdog pulls his hair down over one eye and makes like Veronica Lake.
The dogs talk, you say?
Talk. At the finish of the act, the big St. Bernard steps down to the footlights and sells war bonds.
Great. We'll open with Hagemeyer's dogs. Now, what's next?
Fifi and her 8 dancing bears.
Fifi?
It's an adagio act. Fifi's dressed like Goldilocks, and the 8 bears throw her around while the band plays Embraceable You.
It'll stop this show.
Then Captain Hoff and his human seal.
Captain Hoff.
Flo McFadden's kangaroos.
Yeah.
And just before when you and I come on, we give them Golden Paul's mathematical hen.
Golden Paul's mathematical hen?
Oh, that hen is dynamite. Golden Paul lets the audience call out numbers. The hen adds them up and then clucks out the answers.
Jack, frankly, do you think we can follow a hen?
Oh, that's right, too. 15 minutes of clucks and then we walk on.
Tell me, how does the hen act finish?
Well, the hen answers 2 questions in trigonometry and then lays an egg in Golden Paul's hand.
No, the hen is out. The hen is out, Jack.
Well, anything you say, Fred.
We can't follow a sensation.
Oh, but wait till we hit vaudeville with this show.
Well, say, what about our act, the act we'll do, Jack?
It's in the bag, Fred. We've got personality.
Well, I know that, but what'll we use for jokes?
Oh, we've got some old wheezes like, steamroller ran over my girl's cat. Has she got a long puss?
Good.
You remember that?
I've got that one about the cross-eyed man playing tiddlywinks. He always winks when he should tiddly. Yeah.
Well, that'll be optional.
Yes.
And the one about the little kid who was playing with the hose. His mother said, "Who put the dew on the grass?" And the kid said, "I doed it."
Good. Say, what an act. How do we finish, Jack?
With a wow song and dance.
I remember that old song and dance you used to do.
Sure. What are we waiting for, Fred? I've got 2 straw hats right here. Let's run through the finish.
All right, wait till we get our hats. Would you give us the hats there, Maestro?
There you are.
All set? All set. Give them the music cue, Jack.
If you please, Professor.
It's moonlight all the time on Broadway. Every night the sky is clear. And can always see a lot of stars on Broadway. Every evening they appear. There is no boating down on Broadway, but taxi cabs are just as fine. On moonlight all the time on Hero Broadway, and every night is summertime. Every night is summer, every night is summer, every night is summertime. We don't mean winter. Every night is summer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while Jack Haley changes his makeup to appear with the Texaco Workshop Players later, we return you to Kenny Baker, and Kenny sings for you now, Skylark.
My love can be. Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring where my heart can go a journey over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy, serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there?
Thank you, Kenny. That was very nice. So now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington.
Congratulate me, Fred. I just passed my driving test.
Your driving test? Well, don't tell me you've been working on the Texaco show all these years, Jimmy, without knowing how to drive.
Oh, no, Fred. But I'm learning to drive a new way. You see, millions of American motorists are taking a test every time they drive these days, testing their ability to get every possible mile from their gasoline. For now, every mile counts. And that's why it's wise to use a high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. The Texaco dealer, as your personal car warden, suggests you take this 10-second driving test. If you answer these questions yes, you're wasting gasoline. When you start, do you race the motor? Do you use low and second gear more than absolutely necessary? Do you use the choke when the motor is warm? Do you drive faster than 40? Your car warden, the Texaco dealer, also recommends these mechanical tests. Have your carburetor and spark plugs tested, cleaned, and adjusted. Have your motor tuned to top performance. And make sure your car is thoroughly and regularly lubricated. Yes, motorists, pass that driving test. Get full mileage from every gallon of gasoline you use. Now, when every mile counts, use a high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present the most talented undergraduate of Louisiana State University and the Texaco Workshop Players, starring Jack Haley. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute the Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Fred, are you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Louisiana State University's most talented undergraduate, Josh Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Well, congratulations, Josh, and welcome to Texaco's clowning campus. Have you ever been to New York before?
No, sir, Mr. Allen, this is my first trip.
Well, now that you're here, Josh, I suppose you want to see the sights.
Well, not particularly. I had one thing in my mind, Mr. Allen.
One? You mean you'd like to have the 6th Avenue L put back up so that you can see it?
No. While I'm here in New York, I'd like to hear John Charles Thomas in concert.
Well, I'm afraid, unfortunately, that you're out of luck, Josh. I believe Mr. Thomas is away on the road at the present time. But gosh, Josh, if you're going to be disappointed, you know, I can sing off a few loaves of shortening bread for you.
No, thanks, if you don't mind. I've heard you sing with Mr. Haley earlier in the program.
Mr. Haley, I get it. Well, there isn't much difference between John Charles Thomas's and my shortening bread, Josh. My shortening bread sounds a little crummier, but outside tell a difference. But this has nothing to do with LSU. Josh, tell us something about your school.
Well, Louisiana State University is situated at Baton Rouge. The school is called the West Point of the Deep South.
Why, Josh?
The first president of LSU was General William T. Sherman, and ever since General Sherman's time, the military has been stressed. The cadet is the symbol of LSU.
In these times, I imagine many LSU graduates are active in our armed forces.
Yes, the president of our university, General Campbell B. Hodges, was a classmate of General MacArthur's at West Point.
Fine.
And Brigadier General Claire L. Chennault, an LSU graduate, is in charge of the Chinese Air Force combat units today.
You mean the Flying Tiger?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Allen. General Chennault named his unit after the LSU football team. Our mascot, you see, is a great big tiger.
I know, Mike the Tiger. Well, after the fine work General Chennault has been doing with his Flying Tigers, I guess the #1 song in Tokyo today is Hold That Tiger, Josh. But Louisiana State University has a lot to be proud of.
Yes, sir, it's a mighty fine school. And we're proud of our good neighbor policy as well.
Well, LSU isn't operating a branch in South America, is it?
No, but we've had the largest enrollment of Latin American students of any university in the country for some time.
Well, tell me, Josh, what are you studying down there at school?
Well, I'm majoring in music. We have a fine music department, and our opera director, Pasquale Amato, and our symphony conductor, Louis Hasselmans, were formerly of the Metropolitan Opera Company.
Would you like to make music your career?
Yes, later on I hope to sing in opera or do concert work.
Well, tell me, do you belong to a fraternity?
Yes, I'm a Theta Xi and proud of it.
Well, fine. I am an old fraternity man, Josh. I am an Uncappa Pepsi-Cola. That reminds me, Josh, I have been sort of looking forward to your visit tonight.
Why, Mr. Allen?
Well, last November, Spenny Spencer, a very charming young lady, came up from Tulane University at New Orleans, and as a gift from Governor Sam Jones in the good old state of Louisiana, Spenny brought me a 100-pound sack of sugar. Of course, that was last November, Josh.
Yes.
Well, the sugar is getting pretty low, Josh. And I know you folks down there in Louisiana kick sugar around. You call it sweet gravel, I believe, if you're using it around. And I thought...
Well, Mr. Allen, I have brought you a gift.
Granulated or lump, Josh?
But it isn't sugar.
It isn't sugar, Josh?
Seriously, no. The Louisiana State University has appointed you an honorary cadet.
Well, thank you, Josh. That is quite an honor. Thank you very much.
And the students at LSU asked and are now presenting to you Cadet Fibber.
Well, they say this is beautiful, Josh. What is this writing on the scabbard here?
Well, it's an inscription. It reads, to Fred Allen from the students of LSU, the Old War School, May 1942.
Well, thank you, Josh. Now I am all set. Let them ration their razor blades. I will put an edge on this saber here, Josh, and I will have the biggest schick injector in town. But I'm not joking, Josh. I want to thank the boys and girls at Louisiana State University, and you too, Josh, for your kindness tonight. Now, what about your number?
I'd like to sing the Song of the Vagabonds from Rudolph Brimmer's The Vagabond King.
Well, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Louisiana State University's most talented undergraduate, Josh Wheeler, sings for us the Song of the Vagabonds.
Beggars of Paris town, you lousy rabble of low degree. You rabble of low degree. King Louis to keep his crown and save our city from Burgundy. Our city from Burgundy. You and I are good for nothing but to die. We can die for liberty. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, forward against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us break the chain that bound us, and it's down to Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, forward against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us break the chain that bound us, and it's down with the Burgundy.
Thank you, Josh. I know your fellow students, the faculty, and the LSU alumni will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your musical career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we shall present the most talented undergraduate of Southern Methodist University, at Dallas, Texas. After hearing the three finalists over station KRLD in Dallas, the student body voted. The ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Miss Fayreen Smith. Congratulations, Fayreen. We'll be looking for you here next Sunday night. And now, here comes Larry Elliott, apparently. Well, you look a little tired, Larry.
Yes, I've been up all night working on my new book.
Oh, new book?
Yes, I'm writing a sequel to Gone with the Wind. It's called Stay with the Air.
What is it, a novel?
No, Fred, it's some figures on how much longer your tires can stay in service if you keep the air up to the correct pressure. Would you believe it, Fred? The average tire will wear out 600 miles before it should if the air pressure is kept only 1 pound below the correct point.
In other words, if you don't give your tires air, they give you the air, huh?
Yes, and here's another thing that ruins tires quickly, speed. America could save 7 million tire miles every year if every driver would reduce his average speed 10 miles per hour. So make your tires last, ladies and gentlemen. Drive slowly, never over 40, and drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. He'll check them over for cuts and other damage that can be repaired before they're ruined, too. For it's your Texaco dealer's job to keep that car of yours in good running condition, not only with care for your tires, but with thorough, skilled lubrication and maintenance that may add many thousands of miles to the service you expect from the car itself. Use your Texaco dealer's training and experience. As your car warden, he's ready to help you to care for your car for your country.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Workshop Players have no sketch prepared, unfortunately, and so then there will be a short intermission at this time. You're welcome to go.
Hey, say, what is this here, Fred?
Nothing, Jimmy, except that we just haven't any sketch tonight.
No sketch? What happened?
Oh, what happened? Everything, Jimmy. You know I always write the sketch on Friday nights. Last Friday night, I had a great idea. I sat down at the typewriter at home and started to work. Suddenly, I heard 2 automobiles approaching. Then there was a crash. After the crash, I threw on my coat and ran out of the house. I heard a man and woman arguing.
Why don't you look where you're going?
You were driving over the white line.
Women drivers ought to be kept off the road, especially at night.
I smell liquor.
Well, if you smell liquor, sister, it's on you.
Now, wait. Can I help? What happened here, folks?
He drove right into me.
Is anyone hurt?
Well, I'm okay.
My knee hurts a little, but thank heavens my tires are all right.
Now, let me see your license, sister.
Here's mine. Where's yours?
Right here. The name's Homer Magee.
My name's Natalie Funston.
Well, as long as...
Wait a minute, Bud. Before you go, what's your name?
Fred Allen.
I'll put that down.
Me too.
Well, good night, folks.
Good night.
Well, I went back into the house, Jimmy, and sat down at the typewriter again and started to work. A minute later, there was a knock on the door. Come in.
Is your name Allen? Fred Allen?
Yes.
My name is Schuster. Shyster Schuster, attorney at law.
You're a lawyer?
Yes. Now about this accident outside.
A lawyer? It didn't take you long to get here.
I came with the ambulance.
Oh.
My office is in a trailer. It hooks onto the ambulance.
Hooks on? Oh, I see.
My client, Homer Magee, is pretty badly banged up.
Well, I just saw Mr. Magee. He was all right when I left.
I carry a hammer in my coat.
Oh, I see.
You are my client's only witness, Mr. Allen. My whole case depends on your story.
But I didn't even see the accident. What story can I tell?
Oh, you're a writer. You'll think of something. I'll see you in court tomorrow morning. Good night.
Well, after Schuster left, Jimmy, I started typing again. Now, let me see. The sketch ought to start with the... Oh, what's this? Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I just saw that Shyster Schuster coming out. I hope I'm not too late.
Well, who are you?
I'm Harvey Haley of Haley, Shapiro, Haley Attorneys.
Haley, Shapiro, and Haley?
Shapiro's the treasurer.
Oh. Well, look. Mr. Haley, I am trying to write a radio script here.
I'll be brief, Mr. Allen. My client, Miss Funston, was badly injured in this accident outside.
Badly injured? She was all right a minute ago.
Fortunately, I found a rock in the gutter.
You mean?
A concussion is so helpful in accident cases.
Look, Mr. Haley, I'm writing...
With your testimony, Miss Funston and I will win this case, Mr. Allen.
But I didn't see the accident.
You heard the crash?
Yes.
You just heard I had a rock. Miss Funston has a concussion.
Yes.
Surely, Mr. Allen, you can put 2 and 2 together.
Now, listen, Mr.
I'll
Haley.
see you in court tomorrow morning. Good night.
See me in court. Well, I'll get busy on this sketch. Now, let me see. Sketch should open and... Come in.
Oh,
Fred Allen?
I am.
My name's O'Houlihan. I'm the cop on this beat.
Oh, you're officer? You're the cop, yes?
Sir. What about this accident?
Well, you're a policeman. Didn't you hear the crash?
I'm a sound sleeper.
You just found out about the accident?
Yeah, I pulled in my box. The sergeant was at the emergency ward with the victims.
The emergency ward?
Yeah, the sergeant was with 2 lawyers.
Schuster and Haley?
That's them. They told me to get the story from you.
But I didn't see the accident.
That's perjury, Allen. You're talking to the law.
Now listen, law or no law, I have been sitting here 5 hours trying to write a sketch. 2 cars crashed outside. I went out. A man and woman were standing there arguing.
Well, who bumped into who?
Well, how do I know? Nobody was hurt. I came back in here to try and write my sketch.
Oh, you left the scene of an accident, eh?
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no, I'll see you in court tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes? Well, I won't be in court tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes, you will.
What makes you think I will?
Here's a summons. Good night.
Well, after that, Jimmy, I gave up the sketch. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to be in court at 9. I slept 2 hours, and yesterday morning at 9 o'clock, I appeared in court. Well, as I walked in the courtroom, the judge was just calling the case.
Next case, Homer Magee versus Natalie Funston, and Natalie Funston versus Homer... Who's suing who?
Your Honor, my client, Homer Magee, is suing Natalie Funston.
Your Honor, my client, Natalie Funston, is suing Homer Magee.
Your client caused the accident.
Your client ran my client down.
That is a lie, you shite.
How have you this far?
I'll get you put out of law school. Why?
Order in the court. Order. Who's first?
I am, Your Honor.
Put your client on the stand.
Your Honor, Mr. Magee is here in this wheelchair. He is swathed in bandages. His arm is in a cast. You hear, Your Honor? Mr. Magee is suffering intense physical pain. He is in no condition to take the stand.
Very well, proceed.
Your Honor and members of the jury, Mr. Homer Magee sits before you a mental and physical wreck. On the night of May 22nd, Natalie Funston crashed into Mr. Magee. Miss Funston is a lady driver. Need I say more?
What damages are you asking?
Homer Magee is suffering multiple contusions and compound fractures. The index finger on his right hand is broken. He is deprived of making a living.
Mr. Magee made a living with his finger?
Mr. Magee is a radio producer, Your Honor.
And what does he do with his finger?
Formerly, he pointed his finger rigid at the actors to give them their cues.
I see.
Radio actors won't talk unless somebody points a finger at them.
And you say Mr. Magee's finger is useless?
As a result of this accident, the cord in Mr. Magee's finger has been severed. His finger hangs down. A director with a limp finger in radio is through. Mr. Magee's career is ruined, Your Honor. We are asking $50,000 damages from Miss Natalie Funston.
Is Miss Natalie Funston in court?
I am her attorney, Your Honor. Harvey Haley of Haley, Haley, Shapiro, and Haley.
Never mind your commercial. Put Miss Funston on the stand.
Miss Funston is here in an oxygen tent, Your Honor. Miss Funston is in great pain as a result of Homer Magee's drunken driving. Miss Funston will never work again. Both of her kneecaps are fractured.
She made a living with her kneecaps?
Miss Funston is first cellist with the Staten Island Philharmonic, Your Honor.
I see.
To play the cello, she has to hold it between her kneecaps. Today, both of Miss Funston's legs are stiff. Have you ever seen a cello player hold a cello with 2 stiff legs? No. Miss Funston has lost to music, Your Honor. We are asking $50,000 damage from Mr. Homer Magee.
What caused the accident?
It was Homer Magee's fault, Your Honor.
It was Natalie Funston's fault, Your Honor.
Quiet. Quiet. Did anyone see the accident?
There was only one witness, a man named Fred Allen.
Where is this Fred Allen?
Right here, Your Honor.
Who was responsible for this accident, Allen?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You're the witness, aren't you?
I didn't see anything. I was in my house trying to write a sketch for my radio program. I heard 2 cars crash. I went outside to see what the trouble was.
A busybody, eh?
An apprentice busybody, Judge. I had beginner's luck. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Now can I get out of here?
Not till this case is settled. Something caused this accident. The court's going to find out what it was. Homer Magee.
My client is in a wheelchair, Judge.
Wheel him up here.
Okay. Wheel up, Homer.
What happened, Magee?
Well, it was her fault, Judge.
Miss Funston ran into you?
Yeah, I came around the corner. Her lights blinded me. The next thing I knew, she smacked me.
Natalie Funston.
My client is in this oxygen tent, Judge.
Tell her to peek out.
Miss Funston, peek out, please.
Yeah.
What happened, Miss Funston?
I came around the corner. His lights blinded me. The next thing I knew, he smacked me.
It's a lie, Judge. It was her lights. My lights were off.
My lights were off, too, Judge.
Now we're getting someplace. You say both your car lights were off.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then where did that light come from?
Nobody was there.
Until that Mr. Allen came running out.
Fred Allen.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said you were sitting up?
I was trying to write my radio script.
I thought so.
But I didn't...
Without regard for the welfare of others, you sat writing a radio script.
Well,
Your curtain was up, light streamed into the street.
But
the glare blinded these motorists, causing this unfortunate accident.
But I was...
The city is trying to perfect its dim out. You sit at home, flooding the entire street with light.
Well, Your
The
Honor...
court charges you with criminal negligence and sabotage. $10,000 bail. Lock him up, officer.
Come on, saboteur.
Court's adjourned.
Well, Jimmy, the Morris plan went my bail, and I just got out this morning. That's why I haven't any sketch tonight.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Yeah, it is a shame, Jimmy. I had a swell idea all worked up. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder from Larry Elliott.
May we remind you that the annual National Poppy Drive is now on. Display your patriotism and buy a poppy.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Now, next week, our guest will be Ben Burney, the old maestro in person, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Southern Methodist University, Miss Fayreen Smith. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for the Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you not to speed in your car. Speed ruins tires. Stay under 40 and save rubber. Have a Texaco dealer check your tires regularly. Drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
12 years ago, master filmmaker Giuseppe Tonatore won the Academy Award for Cinema Paradiso. Now Miramax Home Entertainment is proud to present Cinema Paradiso, the new version. This Miramax Collector's Series DVD is digitally remastered, fully restored, and includes more than 51 minutes of never-before-seen footage. For those who've never seen it. For those who've never forgotten it. Discover what really happened to the love of a lifetime.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Jackson. Dry as a bone. Our last hope of water for the herd.
Not quite, Pecos. Cottonwood Pond is just over the rise ahead of us.
Here, it may be dry, too.
Bet they haven't had a rain on the prairie for 6 months.
It won't be dry. I've been bringing cattle up here to Dodge City for 12 years. Drought or no drought, the pond's always had water.
It better have. We're losing 15 head an hour now. We can't push them much further.
There'll be water. With luck, if the railroad's got the cars for us, we can start loading this afternoon. By this time...
Hey, sounds like the boys up ahead run into something.
Yeah, come on.
Real home, family. She sat there, tight-lipped.
Up. They ought to be stampeding for that pond. You think you have to... Hold up, Hagen.
A barbed wire fence. Somebody's fenced off the pond. Mr. Jackson, it looks like we've got a fight on our hands.
I don't like it, Doc. It's too quiet. When things get too quiet in Dodge, it always means a blow-up's coming.
Yeah, just sit down, Matt. You're just getting yourself a case of nerves. You've been a law officer too long. Shot at too many times. You're getting so you just act like a spooky old horse. You're jumpy and you're gun-shy. Hand me those forceps for you.
Oh, yeah. You mean this?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, you take me, Matt. I don't rant and rail against fate. I just sit back and take what comes.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Mm-hmm. If I get a patient, fine. I steal him blind. And if I don't, well, I keep my hand in setting a broken leg on a dog. There. That splint ought to hold him. Matter of fact, I could use a fee or two. Not planning to shoot anybody, are you, Matt?
Yeah, if this drought doesn't break, I'm in the mood to shoot myself.
That's a bad one, all right. I don't think I've ever seen the prairie as dry as it is this year.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Dillon.
Well, come on in, Chester.
I've been looking all over for you. We've got trouble, Mr. Dillon.
Huh? Trouble?
Old man Howard just sent a rider in. A trail drive's pulled in from the Big Bend. They're threatening to cut his fences so they can water the cattle at Cottonwood Pond.
Well, there's your blow-up, Matt. A real head-on smash. A thirsty herd against that skinflint Howard. Bet I could get myself a few fees out of this before it's over.
Good old Doc, always hoping for the best, huh? Now, come on, Chester, let's ride out to Cottonwood.
Howard had no call to fence that pond, Mr. Dillon. There's enough water there for all the trail herds in the next 10 years.
That's on his ranch, Chester. He's got a right to fence his own range.
Got a right, maybe, but no decent rancher would take advantage of it. Howard's mean. Just downright mean.
I think it's more than that, Chester. It's the old business of making $2 grow where $1 grew before. I think Howard figured on something like this when he strung that fence last month, but the trouble is...
Look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Must be 50 or 60 riders facing each other across that fence.
Yeah.
Looks like a couple of armies.
Well, that wouldn't be the first range war that started over water rights. Come on. Over.
Who says so, mister?
I do.
Who are you?
Dillon, U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Marshal, that man and his gang are threatening to break through my fences and trespass on my property. I demand the protection of the law.
You'll get it, Howard. You the owner of this herd?
That's right, Marshal. Jack Jackson from the Circle Z spread down in the Big Bend. Maybe you can make this fella see reason. I got a herd of cattle here that's dying like flies for lack of water. Over there, 100 yards, is plenty of water. Only a sneaking crook has fenced it in. How about it, Marshal?
Well, it's his land, Jackson. The law gives him the right to fence it.
Law? Right. Everything I got in the world's tied up in that herd. There's 25 trail riders there in the saddle I can't even pay wages to if I lose these cattle. Does the law uphold pushing a man against the wall and wiping him out?
It wasn't intended to. Howard, why don't you ride up here to the fence and talk, huh?
Sure, Marshal. No objections at all. It's my fence, ain't it?
Well, nobody's doubting it. Now, look, is there any reason why you can't get together with this man and let him take that herd in and water it?
I made him an offer. He turned it
An
down.
offer, $1 a head a day for water, or buy the herd himself for $3 a head.
Those are pretty stiff terms, Howard.
Better than losing everything like he's gonna do.
Why, you dirty
All right,
loser.
hold it, both of you. Now, look, if there's any gunslinging starts, I'm going to be in on it, too, you understand? Howard, I just don't understand you. Most people out here on the frontier stick together when trouble starts. They don't kick a man when he's down. And they don't look on a drought or a blizzard as a chance to make a personal cleaning.
Now, just a minute, Dillon. You call yourself the law and dodge. All right. Does the law say I can fence in my own land?
It does.
And never mind your opinions, Marshal. All I want out of you is enforcement of the law.
All right, Howard, you'll get it. And that's all you'll get. Jackson, you better have your boys start the herd circling.
This mean you're backing him up, Marshal?
I'm backing up the law, that's all, Jackson.
Then I don't think much of your laws up here.
I only enforce them, I don't make them. Now, you better circle that herd.
I say you better. I'm ordering my boys to shoot the first man or steer that comes through that fence.
Chester, you cover Howard.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And if he orders any of his men to fire a shot, kill him.
Be a pleasure, Mr. Dillon.
What's the idea, Marshal?
You wanted the law enforced. All right, you're getting it. But I'm going to do the enforcing, Howard, not you. So if you're smart, you won't give any orders about shooting.
All right, Mr. Dillon, you got a tough job. I guess you're trying to do it fair and square.
Man does what he has to do, Jackson.
I know. It's like with me. That herd of mine beds down without water. Most...
Dyke Howard had no call to fence that pond, Mr. Dillon. There's enough water there for all.
Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello,
What's the
Kitty.
matter? Bad liquor or a busted straight?
Neither. How are you?
Eager. But you probably noticed that before. Seriously, though, what's wrong?
Plenty. One of the bloodiest little range wars you ever saw is just about to break.
Out of Cottonwood Pond, I heard about it.
Did you hear, too, that I'm back on the wrong side?
Here, pull a stool up to the bar. Harry, a drink for Mr. Dillon.
No, thanks. I can't stay, Kitty. I gotta try to round up some deputies, and try is probably about as far as I'm gonna get. Old town will be siding with the Texas boys against Howard and against me.
Maybe you ought to switch sides, Matt.
Oh, sure, I oughta. I know, but I can't. If I started making my own rules, it'd mean the end of law and order in Dodge City. Yeah, I just can't do it, Kitty. Much as I'd like to.
Well, not for me to say. You're the one who has to decide.
Yeah, Chester. What'd you find out?
Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot checked clear through to Topeka. They can't get enough cattle cars here to load that herd out before day after tomorrow.
Well, that's that. It's an outside chance anyway. Yeah, I just can't do it, Kitty. Much as I'd like to.
Well, not for me to say. You're the one who has to decide.
Yeah, Chester. What'd you find out?
Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot checked clear through to Topeka. They can't get enough cattle cars here to load that herd out before day after tomorrow.
Well, that's that. It's an outside chance anyway. I thought we might load them up fast, Kitty, and run them up to Walnut Creek. It's still got a little water in it. But
Matt, there's something wrong with the law that upholds a low-down scheme like this.
Well, what Howard's doing is wrong morally, but it's right legally. I gotta find a legal way to stop him.
I bet a lawyer could find a way of some kind. Too bad this town doesn't have one.
Heaven forbid.
Just the same, Matt.
Yeah, what is it?
My name's Fenton. I'm range boss.
Yeah, I know. You work for Dyke Howard. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Howard figures you ought to be arranging to protect his property.
Jackson gave me his word he'd lay off until 9 tonight.
His word, sure. But Mr. Howard figures it'd be a good idea if you deputize his riders.
Fenton, get out.
Oh, wait a second, Marshal.
Go on, get out. When I want Howard's advice, I'll ask for it. Now go tell him that.
Well, yeah, but...
Go on. Get out. Move. Deputize his riders. Sure, he'd like it.
Well, it just may come to that, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't get anybody else.
Fellow. You know, I ought to throw this badge away and go out there and help Jackson cut that fence.
Matt, I still think what you ought to do...
I know. I ought to get a lawyer.
Well,
Kitty, the only lawyer Dodge City ever saw was that young fellow from Boston who died here last year on his way... Hey.
What is it, Matt?
Chester, what happened to those books of his?
Well, nobody never claimed them. They're still in the back of the jail there somewhere.
That's a long shot, but... Kitty, I love you.
Matt.
Come on, Chester, let's find those books. I don't know, Chester. Take a man a year just to learn what these words mean.
Well, I sure can't help you, Mr. Dillon. Looky there. Tort. Replevin. Statutory malfeasance. Why don't they write the laws out in English?
There'd be no work for lawyers then. The only thing that might do it is this one. I'm not too sure what it means.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, Doc, come on in here, will you?
I figured I'd bring you a little courage for the battle.
What?
Might be snakes out at Cottonwood Pond.
It's very thoughtful.
Yes, sir. Calomel and Irish whiskey. No doctor west of the Mississippi ought to be without him. The calomel's for the women, you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Of course, a bottle of Jameson might not cure a patient, but it sure makes him enjoy his illness.
Yeah. Look, Doc, you've been to school. At least I guess you have.
Oh, well, I browsed through a couple.
Well, listen to this now, and tell me what you think about this paragraph right here.
This? Well, let me see. A schedule of territorial ordinances and judicial precedents. Handbook for local administrators. Well, I didn't go to law school, man.
No, but you've read books and you know big words. Now listen to this. The local administrator or other duly constituted authority in a territorial division is hereby empowered to declare a state of acute emergency in case of riot, rebellion, or any natural catastrophe which threatens the general welfare. Now, Doc, would you say I'm a duly constituted authority, huh?
Well, Dodge City, I guess you're about the only authority.
Yeah, now, would you say this drought we're having is a threat to the general welfare?
Well, I've never seen a worse one, but...
All right, now listen to this.
Yeah?
During the period of such emergency, the officer in charge is authorized to seize, confiscate, allocate, or otherwise administer critical materials and facilities in accordance with the common need and his own discretion.
All right, Matt. Water is a material.
Yeah?
And as far as keeping cattle alive is concerned, Cottonwood Pond is a facility.
That's all I wanted to know.
I don't see how it'll help you, though, Matt. Howard will never stand for it. You're still going to have a pitched battle on your hands.
Maybe so, Doc. But at least I'll be fighting in the way I want to fight. Well, come on, Chester, let's go. It's 8 o'clock. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Howard figures you ought to be arranging to...
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, you personally can help to make sure America has an impregnable fence against invaders along all its borders by volunteering as a ground observer to watch the skies for unidentified planes. Men and women from teenage up, write or phone your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Yeah, it's dark now. Must be pushing 9 o'clock. Hope they don't jump the gun on us, Chester.
I figure Jackson will stick by his word, Mr. Dillon.
If Howard lets him.
You know, we might get a break in this drought if that storm comes this way.
No, I'd say it's only heat lightning. All thunder and no rain.
Well, if it goes on a few more weeks, this prairie will be dried right down to the nubbin.
All right. Hold it. Pull up them horses.
He's right there by the fence, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see him.
Who's there? Well, speak up.
I usually answer bushwhackers with a 6-gun. This is your lucky night, Fenton.
Oh, Marshal, I didn't know.
Where's your boss?
All right here, Dillon. About time you got here. That mob may try to rush the fence any minute now.
Not yet, Howard. I said 9 o'clock. You got 5 minutes yet.
Come on over here, Jackson. I want you to hear this, too.
I kind of wish you'd stayed out of it, Marshal. I'd rather not have fought against you.
Never mind. Mr. Howard, by the authority vested in me as a U.S. Marshal, and under the territorial laws and ordinances of the United States, I'm hereby declaring a state of acute emergency due to the drought.
What are you talking about, Dillon?
The U.S. Territorial Ordinance Schedule of 1858, Section 721C.
What are you trying to say?
Just this. For the duration of the emergency, I am taking charge of Cottonwood Pond in the name of the United States government. And I'm allocating use of it to Mr. Jackson here to water his herd. Now, if you want to try to make a deal with him, you got 5 minutes before I cut the wire and open the fence.
I've never bought water before, but I'll give you 10 cents a head, Howard. How about it?
I'll see you dead first. And I'll be struck dead myself before I see one head of your stock onto my property. Dillon, I don't know what's behind this move. Maybe you've sold out, made a deal of your own.
Easy, Howard.
If not dead, then you've lost your mind.
Your 5 minutes are running out now. What are you going to do?
Fight! What do you think I'm going to do?
Going to resist the law?
You call it the law, I don't. Dillon, I'm giving my boys orders to shoot any man who lays a hand on this fence. And that goes for you.
Listen to me, Howard. You got a chance to do something that costs you nothing and means life or death to somebody else. And you're refusing to do it. Well, I'm sorry to see it that way. But in any case, this herd gets water.
Maybe they will. All right, boys, you heard it. Keep that fence covered. If they want to fight, they'll get one.
Jackson, I guess I'm going to need some deputies.
Well, I got 25 men here, Marshal. They're yours if you want them.
All right, boys. Will you all raise your right hands? Do you swear to uphold the Constitution, ordinances, and bylaws of the United States to the best of your ability, so help you?
I do.
All right, you're all temporary deputy marshals acting under my orders. Now bunch the cattle in this way and start them through the fence as soon as I open the wire.
They won't need much starting, Marshal. They've been smelling that water for hours.
Now don't shoot unless you're fired on. If you are, protect yourselves and your herd. All right, let's go.
Along all its borders by volunteering as a ground observer to watch the skies for unidentified planes.
The opening here. They crowd on that fence, they'll cut themselves to ribbons.
Right, boss. Over this way.
Chester, come here, man.
Yes?
You got the wire cutters?
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. You know, I think we got a fight on our hands.
Yeah, I guess. All right, keep me covered.
I'll watch the left over here.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Well, there's one strand left.
They're cutting the fence, Mr. Howard.
All right, fire at the flash, Chester.
Yes, sir. Oh, my gracious, I wish there was a moon.
There's one more strand.
I spotted him.
And here's the last one.
All right, boys, the fence is open. Bring them through.
Come on, through, boys.
Heads up, Chester. They won't give in this easy.
Yeah, you can hear them out there, but you can't see for the dust.
Yeah. Wind's coming up off that cloud. Oh, come on. Let's try to find Howard. I'm going to take him in for attempted murder.
Last time I heard him, he was down along the fence here, Summers.
All right, boys. Fire the flash.
What the...
Look at them torches, Mr. Dillon. They're setting fire in the grass.
Yeah. As dry as it is, they'll start the whole prairie blazing. Jackson! Get your herd through the fence. They're trying to stampede it.
It'll take more than fire to turn those cattle away from water.
I guess you're right. Look, send as many as your boys as you can to help me. We got to get that fire stopped and fast.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I don't know if we're winning or losing.
Well, if that backfire holds it, we're winning, Chester. Otherwise...
Couldn't have been a worse time. The prairie's dry as gunpowder.
Well, at least the herd's safe. They wouldn't leave that pond if the whole world caught fire.
Any orders for the boys, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, just have them keep working along the edge of the backfire, Pecos. Beat out any sparks that get across. Huh?
Right, Marshal, I got you.
Have you seen anything of the Howard gang?
Oh, not a sign. I guess they figured they'd done all they could.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Dillon, I'd swear a storm's going to break. I can halfway smell the rain.
I don't know about that, Chester. But it's doing one thing it won't help us.
What do you mean?
Look, the wind's shifting. Starting to drive those flames across the backfire.
Well, if it catches there again, it'll get clear away from
Yeah,
us.
it sure will. Now, come on. Let's grab some of the boys and start working behind it.
Yes,
Let's go, Dillon. Well, Fenton, I figured you'd be halfway to the Mexican border by now.
Well, you figured wrong. You keep your hands still, both of you. One move and it's your last move.
That's about the way you planned it anyway, isn't it?
You wiped us out, Dillon. That backfire of yours took the ranch house and the barns. There's nothing for us to do now but trip. Only first I'm going to kill you.
Hit the dirt, Chester. Fenton, drop the gun. You're under arrest.
I'll drop it, you dirt. Dillon. Dillon,
Well, you warned him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it doesn't matter much now. Look, Chester.
Yes, sir. It's jumped the backfire. With that wind driving it, it'll burn the whole prairie from here clear to the river.
And Dodge City along with it. Not a way in the world of stopping it either.
There's the shot, Marshal. You all right?
I'm sick at my stomach, that's all. Dodge City's gonna burn, Jackson, and there's nothing we can do.
I sure didn't figure on this. I let him have the herd, gladly.
No, it's my fault. I should have jumped him first.
A man does what he has to, Marshal. I don't think that's your way.
Well, maybe my way's the wrong way. When it leads to burning 10,000 acres of prairie in a whole town, there must be something wrong.
Wait, Mr. Dillon.
What is it, Chester?
I told you I could smell it.
Smell what? What the devil? Rain!
Yes, sir.
By heavens, it's starting to rain!
By heaven may be the right expression. It's a leftover here.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Well, there's one strand left.
Faster! Cut loose and rain, will you?
You're doing it, Mr. Dillon. Look at it. Beat down on that fire.
Rain.
Chester, you know, out here on the frontier sometimes, when a thing like this happens, it makes you wonder if maybe... Well, I don't know. Come on, Chester, let's find our horses.
It's sure not letting up any, Mr. Dillon.
No. We're still quite a ways from town. Let's swing over along the bluff, Chester, and find a place to wait it out for a while, huh?
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
Come on.
Well, it took a long time to break loose, but it's sure making up for lost. Wow! I never saw lightning this big before.
Usually lets up once the rain starts. I guess it's just a freak storm anyway. What? Off your horse, Chester. Flat on the ground.
I saw it flash, Mr. Dillon. It come from that lone cottonwood tree.
Yeah. It's a bad spot. He's got cover and we haven't. Well, I guess we found out what happened to Mr. Howard. All right, Howard. Come out with your hands up. You're under arrest.
Why don't you come and get it, Dillon?
I'm going to flip a shot at the tree, Chester. Roll away as soon as I fire. Yes. All right. Now.
Smart, Dillon. You're not smart enough.
That was close. There's enough light for him to see. He's got all the odds. If he keeps it up, he'll get us sure.
Maybe we might just well rush him, Mr. Dillon. We haven't got much to lose.
There's an outside chance, Chester. And he's bound to get one of us.
Yeah, but this way it's both.
Yeah, I know. All right. We'll go in on the count of 3. Fan out and move fast.
Yes, sir.
And, good luck, Chester.
Same to you, Mr. Dillon.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Dillon, what happened?
It was lightning. It struck the tree. I think Howard's lying over there on the ground. Come on. Yeah. He's down, all right.
He said he'd be struck dead before he'd ever give in. Well, he was.
By heaven, I don't know. The second time tonight. You know, Chester, I think I'm going to change my ways.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and Lou Krugman, with Joe Duvall, Barney Phillips, and Georgia Ellis. Parley Bear as Chester and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Where there's crime afoot, look for gangbusters. Tonight, listen for CBS Radio's Gangbusters.
Provide him with suitable weapons. Weapons of divine temper. A helmet, a shield, a sword.
Find and fulfill your destiny.
The myth. The magic. The mystery. The majesty.
Destroy Argos! Let loose the last of the Titans.
Metro Goldwyn Mayer presents Clash of the Titans. The good, the evil, the danger, the daring.
How may a mortal man face and defeat the Kraken?
Clash of the Titans. The combat, the courage, the splendor, the spectacle. Clash of the Titans. Starring Harry Hamlin as Perseus, Judy Bowker as Andromeda, Burgess Meredith, Maggie Smith, Ursula Andress, Claire Bloom, Sean Phillips, Flora Robeson, and Laurence Olivier as Zeus. Before history, beyond imagination. Clash of the Titans.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Jello. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Playmates. What is the best way, ladies and gentlemen, to serve Jello? The answer is often. Because just one taste of this swell, colorful dessert, and folks are sure to want it again real soon. Yes, Jello is a grand, exciting treat, a perfect joy to look at, and when it comes to taste, well, there's simply nothing finer. Jello adds a glamorous touch to any meal, gay, sprightly colors, rich, tantalizing flavor, all blended together in a bright, tangy dessert of enticing goodness. So tomorrow night, lend new delight to dinner with a clear, radiant mold of shimmering Jello in any one of Jello's 6 delicious flavors. The name Jello is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And when you buy, look for those big red letters on the box. That way, you can always be sure of getting the flavor that made Jello famous. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 weeks, a new star has loomed over the dramatic horizon. A young man who is destined to become one of the first names in the American theater. So without further ado, we bring you the man who startled the world last Sunday with his amazing performance in June Moon, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, thanks very much for that fascinating introduction. When you use words like that, you charm me. I mean, I feel that I'm a cobra and you're a flute.
A flute?
Yes, Don, a big, fat flute. But, Don, you'll do me a great favor if you'll forget about the broadcast I did with Orson Welles last Sunday.
Forget about it? Why, Jack, I thought you gave a splendid performance in June Moon.
It isn't that, Don, but the trouble I had with Orson before we got into it. I wouldn't go through that again for $1 million.
Oh, Jack, I never saw a guy like you. You have trouble with everybody.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I never had a fight with anybody in my life.
Not with your fists, no.
I'm not talking about that. But you know very well that Orson promised me a serious dramatic play when I went over on his show last week, and instead of that, he gave me June Moon. What does he think I am, a comedian? My goodness.
But, Jack, I heard the broadcast, and I thought you did an excellent job. Why, you were really superb. Marvelous.
I was?
There goes the flute again.
Don, I'm not arguing about my performance, but I was supposed to be a young songwriter from Schenectady. See, it's hard to say. A young songwriter from Schenectady. But that's not me.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, Jack, but I thought June Moon was right up your alley. And the girl that played opposite you was grand.
Yeah, she was a cute kid. Not bad looking either.
You know, Jack, this may be just a silly notion, but listening to it over the air, I got the feeling that she wasn't acting at all. She really sounded like she was in love with you.
Well, let's not go into that, Don. But it's amazing how you sensed what actually happened. Yes, sir.
I'm going to take that flute and hit you right over the head with it.
Oh, stop. Mary, Don isn't flattering me at all. As a matter of fact, I've been taking that young lady out all week. We've been making the late spots every night.
Well, Jack, what happened to your old girl, the one that worked in the restaurant?
Oh, you mean Gladys Sabisco? Oh, we split up. It was one of those lovers' quarrels.
Yeah, she charged Dash for a second cup of coffee, and he took his ring back.
Wasn't that at all? She charged me a nickel for a hunk of cheese on my apple pie. You'd think your wife-to-be could give it to you. But I'm just as happy. Oh, hello, Denis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you get the telegram I sent you about your swell performance last week?
Yes, I did, Denis. It was very thoughtful of you, but we were discussing that a little while ago, and I don't think that June Moon was heavy enough for me.
Gee, it sounded very heavy to me.
What I mean, Dennis, is that I'm trying to get into the dramatic branch of show business. I want to become a real actor.
Well, if you ask me, Jackson, I think you're a little bit off the beam. You're going completely haywire.
Hart, can that be the voice of the no-cover charge philosopher? What's that, Phil?
Well, I'd like to know why you want to be a dramatic actor, that's all.
Because I want to return to the theater. I'm going back on the stage.
Back on the stage? What for?
Because radio can't last. Haven't you read in the papers about those sunspots? I'm getting out before it's too late. You know, it may even be the end of the world.
Why, Jack, that's ridiculous. You can't believe that the world is coming to an end.
He can't, eh? He's been building an ark all week.
You guys can laugh, but don't say I didn't warn you.
What's this all about, Mr. Benny?
Well, Dennis, those sunspots started last Sunday. You see, all over the world, radio, telegraph, and telephone communications were suddenly and without warning paralyzed. It was a terrible thing.
I'll bet Orson Welles had something to do with that.
Well, say, maybe he... Oh, it couldn't have been Orson. I was with him all day. Although, come to think of it, it was just about a year ago that he pulled that other stunt. No, it couldn't have been Orson. No, he wouldn't dare monkey around with the sun. No, not him.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, please? I mean, what is it? What is it?
Speaking of Mr. Wells, I saw him last Sunday around 12:30, and he had the funniest look in his eyes.
He did? Say, I wonder if he could have... Mary, get me Orson Welles on the phone. I want to have a little talk with him.
Okay.
You know, fellas, you can never tell about a guy like that.
Hello? Will you get Orson Welles, please? Mr. Benny wants to speak to him.
I'll get the lowdown on this, all right. You know, I had a hunch that he might
Hello? Mr. Wells? Now, listen, buddy, come clean. We got the goods on you, and you might as well confess.
Mary, give me the phone. You got to be subtle about this. Hello, Orson. This is Jack Benny. Oh, nothing. Just thought I'd call you. By the way, Orson, what do you hear from the sun? You devil. He's making off. He doesn't know what I'm talking about, fellas. Now, look, Orson, where were you between the hours of 12 and 1 last Sunday? What am I driving at? Look, Orson, cut out that baloney. You started those sunspots last week, and you know it. Yes, sunspots. But... Now, wait a minute, Orson. Oh, I am, eh? Oh, I am, eh? Oh, I am, eh?
When he gets to Laos, hang up.
He passed that. Now, Orson, I just thought that maybe you... Now, hold on, Orson. Hold on. Wait a minute, Orson. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will not... Now, hold on! Well, if that's the way you feel about it, it's all right with me. Goodbye. I still think he had something to do with it. He can't fool me with all that yelling and calling names. But I can't understand Orson not letting me in on it.
Play, Phil.
Yeah. Gee, you'd think that being together like we were, he'd have said something to me. I can't... Relax, played by Phil Harris and his musical Troubadours. Troubadours meaning musicians that travel from place to place. So what are they waiting for? And now, ladies and gentlemen...
All right, Jackson, you just keep that up, and one of these days we will pack up and leave.
Phil, even with my rheumatism, I'll be glad to wave goodbye to you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny, How Did They Ever Think of All Those Jokes players, will present their version of Walt Disney's full-length Technicolor production, that favorite of young and old, that immortal fairy tale, Pinocchio. Thank you, Fudge Cake. Now, in our version of this fairy tale, I will play that lovable little wooden doll, Pinocchio. At the beginning, I am nothing but a marionette. But as the story progresses, I become a real live boy with red blood in my veins.
Well, send out for some and let's get going.
Never mind. Now, Mary Livingston, that funny girl, will play the part of little Mary Cricket, who lives next door to Pinocchio. You see, folks, I'm changing the story here and there.
Hey, Jackson, why don't you leave the play the way it was? Walt Disney did a marvelous job.
Because I'm trying to improve it, Phil. You know, fix it up.
You're the kind of a guy that would draw a mustache on the Mona Lisa.
I would not.
Anybody that would put a mustache on him ought to be shot.
That's not a him, it's a lady. Now, Phil, getting back to our play, you're going to be a vaudeville agent. You're the villain who tries to lead me astray. And, Denis, you're going to be Phil's partner in business and crime.
Oh, boy, at last I'm a heel.
That's right. And, Don.
Yes, Jack?
There's a very important part left for you, Monstro the whale.
Whale? That doesn't seem to be so important.
Oh, but it is, Don. You see, the whole third act takes place in your tummy. Well, so much for our casting. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. Who's going to play the part of the old toy maker? You know, the man that builds you.
Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. The toy maker, ladies and gentlemen, will be played by Mr. Spencer Tracy.
Spencer Tracy?
Are you here, Spencer?
Right here, my boy. I'm all ready.
I thought it wasn't the movie star.
What'd you say, Mary?
I thought it wasn't the movie star.
Well, Mary, of course not. You don't think I could get the real Spencer Tracy to come up here for $8?
You could try.
Don't think I didn't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will take you away to the land of make-believe and give you our interpretation of that delightful fantasy, Pinocchio. Denis, set the scene, please.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. If your heart is in your dream, no request is too extreme. When you wish upon a star, as dreamers do. Fate is kind, she brings to those who love the sweet fulfillment of their secret longing. Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the toy shop of Old Man Benny, located in a tiny little town in a land far, far away. A bright fire is burning on the hearth, and in one corner of the room, the old toy maker is busy putting the finishing touches on a beautiful new doll.
That's me, folks.
It is evening, And the silence is broken only by the tick-tock of many musical clocks. Listen.
Now let me see. Oh, by golly, this leg still ain't right. Yeah, that's better. Oh, my, his ears are too big. I wonder if I should saw them off.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello, Mary Cricket. What are you doing out so late?
I just thought I'd drop in and see you. How are you coming along with the new doll?
Oh, just fine. He's almost finished. What do you think of him?
He's got a lot of wrinkles for a doll.
A little crack in the wood, and she calls it a wrinkle. I think I look swell.
Now, let's see. I got his cheeks painted and his eyebrows fixed. One more thing and I'm through.
What are you doing now, Mr. Benny?
I'm gluing his hair on.
Gee, just like they do at Paramount.
That's so.
Yeah, he's all finished, Mary. My little wooden head. What should I name him?
How about Fifi?
That's a girl's name.
I know what I'll call him, Mary. Pinocchio.
Pinocchio?
My own little Pinocchio.
Oh, boy. Pinocchio Benny.
Look, Mary, isn't he a beautiful doll? And he looks so real.
He sure does.
My, I wish he was alive and could walk and talk. I wish he was my son, my own little boy. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I heard what you just said, and you've given so much happiness to others. I'm going to make your wish come true. I will give life to Pinocchio.
But how can you do this? Who are you?
I am the Blue Fairy.
The Blue Fairy?
She's the fattest fairy I ever saw.
I wish Mary'd keep still. She'll gum up the words.
Pinocchio, I am going to touch you with my magic wand. Little puppet made of pine, awake, the gift of life is thine.
Ouch. Jello again. This is Pinocchio speaking.
Mary, did you hear that? My little Pinocchio talks.
He's alive.
I'll say I am. And Miss Fairy, I sure want to thank you for doing this.
That's all right, kid.
Gee, I'm alive. I'm a human being.
Well, I gotta run along now. I must fly back to the stars.
Fly?
She better have the wind with her.
Gosh, isn't this wonderful? I can breathe, and I can walk, and I can talk.
You can whistle, too.
Whistle? What do I want to whistle for?
Because when you get in trouble and you don't know right from wrong, give a little whistle.
Who, me?
Give a little whistle. When you meet temptation and the urge is very strong,
Give a little whistle.
Toot, toot.
Give a little whistle. Not just a little squeak, pucker up and blow.
But if my whistle's weak,
Yell, bodeo, do-do.
take the straight and narrow path, and if you start to slide,
Give a little whistle.
yes, kid.
Give a little whistle.
Try, kid.
And always let your conscience be your guide.
I'm shouting to ya.
And always let your conscience be your guide.
Scene 2 the following morning. Pinocchio Benny is on his way to school, accompanied by little Mary Cricket.
Gee, Mary Cricket. I'm so thrilled going to school and meeting all the little boys and girls. Tell me, what other children go to school besides us?
Well, there's Betty Davis, Robert Donat, Barbara Stanwyck, Clark Gable, Greta Garbo, and Paul Muni.
Oh, boy. Am I going to be in their class?
Never.
You don't have to be so positive about it.
But, Pinocchio, there's one little boy you want to stay away from. Freddie Allen, the school bully.
Freddie Allen?
Yes, he was so bad that one day the Blue Fairy changed him into a jackass.
A jackass? Gee, could you notice any difference? Anyway, I won't be scared of him. Oh, look, Mary Cricket. Who are those two men coming towards us?
That's Harris and Day, a couple of vaudeville agents. You stay away from them, Pinocchio.
Why?
They're always trying to take little boys away from school and put them on the stage so they can make money out of them.
Oh, well, I can take care of myself.
Well. Look here, Day, a new little boy in town.
Well.
Where you going, Fifi?
We picked a different name. It's Pinocchio. I'm on my way to school.
School? Now, look here, Bob. You're a chump to go to school. Come along with me, and I'll put you in vaudeville.
Vaudeville? What's that?
He asked what it is, and he helped kill it.
I did not. What's vaudeville, mister?
The theater, the stage. Be a comedian and make easy money.
No fool.
Why, sure. Let's give him a sample of it, partner.
Okay.
Now get this gag, Bob. You know, Day, my girl walked 35 miles last night.
For goodness sake.
I'll say it was. Ha, ha, ha! Wow, another Lulu.
Gee, mister, if I went on the stage, could I tell funny jokes like that?
Just about.
Oh, boy. I don't want to go to school. I want to go into vaudeville.
But, Pinocchio, remember what the Blue Fairy told you. Take the straight and narrow path.
I don't care, Mary Cricket. I want to go on the stage. I want to be an actor. Hi, diddly-dee, an actor's life for me. I'll promenade with a big cigar and drive around in my Maxwell car.
Hi, diddly-doo, an actor's life for you. You'll tell those jokes and you'll surely flop. You'll lay those eggs and you'll sweep them up. You'll have the audience yelling, stop!
An actor's life for you. Hi, diddly-dim, an actor's life for him. He'll get the job and he'll be a hit, but don't quote me, I'm an idiot.
Hi, diddly-do, good old Pinocchio. He'll tell those gags and he'll make 'em roll. And if he flops, then upon my soul, I'll get him a job at the Wilshire Bowl.
An actor's life for me.
Hi, diddly-do, why don't you buy Jell-O? It is so tempting and so delish, and how it quivers upon the dish.
Hi, diddly-do, Jell-O, Jell-O, Jell-O. It's economic, so easy to make. With sliced bananas it takes to cake. Believe us, folks, that it's not a fake. Jell-O, 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 Jell-O.
Scene 3. So Pinocchio Benny went into vaudeville under the management of Harris and Day. And after flopping in Philadelphia, laying an egg in Evansville, and being tomatoed in Toledo...
I was not.
Pinocchio decided there was no place like home. As we pick him up now, he is back in the toy shop where he discovers that his father is missing and the place is completely deserted.
Hoo. Where can my father be? There's dust and cobwebs everywhere, way up on the ceiling and under the chair. Boo-hoo. I wish the Blue Fairy was here.
Hello, kid.
Why, it's the Blue Fairy.
What are you crying for, Pinocchio?
Because I ran away and went into vaudeville.
I know I caught you in Kenosha.
And when I came back just now, I found that my father has disappeared. I wish I knew where he was.
Pinocchio, I have sad news. Your father went looking all over the world for you, and his boat was swallowed by Donstro the whale.
Donstro the whale? Good heavens. Is my father still alive?
Yes. So go, Pinocchio. Find him, and I will watch over you.
Gee, thanks. Goodbye, Blue Fairy.
So long, kid. Here I go.
Why, Blue Fairy, what happened?
I couldn't make it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Scene 4. Pinocchio, Benny, and little Mary Cricket have left home in search of his father. They are now at the bottom of the ocean trying to find Donstro the whale. That's me, folks. So we now take you to the depths of the sea.
Gosh, it's wet down here.
Imagine 3 days underwater.
Yeah, I wish I had some soap. I'd take a bath. Look, Mary Cricket. Look at that school of fish there.
Gee, and they're all the colors of the rainbow.
Yeah. Now follow me, Mary. We must find Donstro the whale. Gee, I hope we meet him soon.
Sweet Adeline.
Whoopee! What's that, Pinocchio?
A pickled herring. And oh boy, is he marinated. Let's go this way, Mary. Oh, Mary, look! Look! Look at that big black shark coming towards us.
That's not a shark, that's a whale.
You're right! It's Donstro! He's got his mouth open. He's going to swallow us.
I'm scared.
Here he comes. Hold my hand, Mary. We're going in. Gee, Mary, we're inside the whale.
Yeah, isn't it dark in here?
Turn on the switch. There it is by his third rib.
Okay.
Now stick close to me. Gee, what a big place.
Gee, what a big place.
Listen, Mary, there's an echo in here. Hello, Echo.
Hello, Echo.
I'm looking for my father.
I'm looking for my father.
Is he in here?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, is he in here? I don't know. Hey, Bill, is he in here?
I don't know. Hey, Sam! Oh, never mind. I'll find out myself. Come. Come on, Mary. Follow me.
Oh, Pinocchio, look at that sign there.
Where?
Right there. It says, don't be a slave, use Burma shave.
My goodness, they've even got those signs in here. Gee, I wish I could find my father.
Wait a minute, Pinocchio, look. There's a man coming towards us.
Oh, yeah. And it looks like
Pinocchio, my boy, Pinocchio.
Father! Mary, it's my father.
Oh, Pinocchio, at last I found you, my own little boy.
Yes, Father. And I will never run away again.
I forgive you, my boy. Come, we will go home.
But, Father, we're inside of a whale. How can we get out?
I'll help you, kid.
Why, it's the Blue Fairy. But I'm afraid, Miss Fairy. How will we ever escape?
If she can get in, we can get out.
Oh, that's right. Gee, Father, isn't the Blue Fairy wonderful to us?
Yes, my son. All you have to do is wish upon a star. But remember, you must always be a good little boy and never run away from home again.
Oh, I won't, Father. I won't.
Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come
Now, here's a new Jell-O recipe that really deserves to be framed and hung in the kitchen. It's cherry banana foam. Yes, sir, if you want something mighty good, try this distinctive Jell-O treat. A marvelous mingling of delicious bananas and rich crimson cherry Jell-O. It's as simple as can be to make. First, dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and then mold in sherbet glasses. Next, blend 1 crushed banana, 2 teaspoons of sugar, and 1 stiffly beaten egg white, and beat them to a thick, creamy froth. Then heap it on top of the firm Jell-O and serve at once. That, friends, is cherry banana foam, a striking red and white combination of swell ripe bananas and ruby red cherry Jell-O. So try it tomorrow night for dinner. You'll say this novel, tempting Jell-O dessert simply can't be beat for keen, delightful enjoyment.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
K-E-L-L-O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Area 71, the traffic is jammed. Get away from my
This is the motion picture that astounded us, that challenged us, that dazzled us. The motion picture that reminded us we are not alone. This is the road that took us to the outer limits of a brilliant filmmaker's imagination. The road over 100 million people have taken and will want to take again. The road millions of others will take for the first time. But now the road will take us all even farther. The special edition of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Director Steven Spielberg has filmed additional scenes designed to expand the total experience of the original motion picture. Now Richard Dreyfuss as Roy Neary will share with audiences all over the world the experience of being inside. When we saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we wanted more. Now, there is more.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis in the Universal screenplay, The Phantom Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We must thank Edgar Allan Poe for the modern mystery story. But I'm sure this genius of a century ago never dreamed that his brainchild would turn into big business. That authors, publishers, magazine editors, and producers of plays and motion pictures by the hundreds would labor into the wee small hours for the avowed purpose of scaring the daylights out of customers. Today, the mystery is a favorite form of American entertainment, and we have a classic of the art tonight. It's the universal screen hit, The Phantom Lady. And starring in this play, we have Brian Ahern and two of Universal's most promising players, the brand new discovery, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis. An odd thing about The Phantom Lady is that we let you know who the murderer is rather early in the proceedings. But that very thing makes this manhunt, or rather lady hunt, even more exciting. The young lady in the play turns out to be a very competent detective. Up to now, our hard-working writers have given us some immortal names, like Sherlock Holmes, Philo Vance, and Bulldog Drummond, but very few feminine sleuths. Naturally, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap are only too happy to help supply this lack, because our sponsors have known right along that the ladies of America were sleuths of the first order. All of them, at one time or another, have tried to solve a very elusive mystery, the mystery of a lovely complexion. And one of the things that helped thousands of these beauty detectives arrive at the solution was Lux Toilet Soap. And now you can start guessing on the secret of the Phantom Lady, because here's the first act, starring Brian Ahern as Jack, Ella Raines as Carol, and Alan Curtis as Scott Henderson. The engineering firm of Scott Henderson Incorporated is never rushed with business. But on this stifling afternoon in mid-August, it's much too hot to work anyway. Ruthie, the receptionist, is lazily manicuring her nails. Carol Richmond, secretary, absently thumbs through a file of blueprints. And in his office, Scott Henderson, the other member of the firm, is saying goodbye to an old friend.
What a lucky guy. A second-rate sculptor like you gets an assignment in Brazil, and I, New York's best engineer, has to sit in his bake-up.
Well, you're doing all right, aren't you, Scott?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I sure wish I was going to be with you on that boat tonight.
Well, I'll drink up one extra ocean breeze and a planter's punch, just for you.
A boat to Brazil. Well, you've certainly earned it, Jack. Say, just what will you work on down there?
Well, oddly enough, I don't quite know. I don't know if they want to buy what I've got or if they have a commission in mind for something new.
No way of telling, then, when you'll be back.
No, it's all pretty indefinite.
Gonna miss you, Jack.
Thanks. I'm sorry you can't come down to the boat tonight.
Yeah, I feel like a heel.
Oh, cut it out. You promised to take Marcella to the show, didn't you?
Just as it's been so hard to get tickets, and now that I've got them, I hate to disappoint her.
You're a bit crazy, too.
Come in.
These are the blueprints you wanted, Mr. Henderson.
Thanks, Carol. Say goodbye to a very lucky fellow.
Yes. Congratulations, Mr. Marlowe. Have a good trip.
Thanks, Miss Richmond. Take care of the great engineer while I'm gone.
Well, I'll try. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
You called me lucky, eh? That's a very pretty girl.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, not bad.
Well, Scott, I've got to close up the apartment, so I guess I better get going.
Goodbye, old man. Write to us now.
Oh, of course. Give my best to Marcella. So long, Scott.
Say, Mac.
Yeah?
Another scotch and soda.
You sure, buddy? You ain't looking so good.
I've had exactly one drink. Do I look drunk?
All I said was you ain't looking so good. Maybe it's the heat.
It's not the heat. I had a little battle with my wife.
And maybe you need another drink.
I slammed the door and walked out. I told her, well, whatever I told her, it's none of your business, is it?
That's right. Yeah.
Say, where's all the trade tonight?
You got me. Too hard to think about it.
Yeah. What time do you knock off?
Huh? 1 a.m.
Oh, too bad. I've got a couple of tickets. I was going to make you a present.
Thanks.
Hey, the only other customer looks as if she wants some service.
Yeah. Yes, miss?
Pack of cigarettes. Any brand.
Okay.
Will you look at the hat she's wearing? What a hat.
Yeah. Here you are, miss.
Miss, I don't mean to annoy you, but are you doing anything tonight?
Now, look, buddy.
These tickets, I thought maybe you could use them. They're no good to me.
No. No, thank you.
Thought maybe you could call up a friend.
I'm afraid not.
Oh. Well, I don't suppose you'd go with me.
Please.
Really, I didn't mean anything wrong. I just thought...
All right, I'll surprise you. I will go with you.
Swell. Oh, what time is it?
5 minutes after 8.
Oh, there's plenty of time. Say, Mac, what do we owe you? By the way, my name is...
Please. No names. If you want me to go, that's the way it has to be.
Okay, it suits me.
$1.60, buddy.
There you are. Keep it. There's a taxi outside. Let's take it. You live in New York?
Yes.
Well, then you're used to this heat. You know, it's something that gets me on this town on a Saturday night. Did you ever watch the people's faces? It's fun. There's a typical New York character for you, Mike Furlano, the taxi driver. There's his picture and his hack license.
Look, I'm afraid I'm not going to be very good company.
You should relax. You know, you shouldn't be alone any more than I should.
You're right.
You're smiling. Oh, that's more like it. Let's have fun, and maybe the show is as good as they say.
I hope so. I'd like to laugh. It'd be wonderful to laugh again.
There's a 10-minute intermission. 10 minutes.
No smoking in the theater. Please step out into the lobby. No smoking in the theater.
Ice cold, folks. Plenty of time during intermission.
Cigarette?
Thank you.
You like the show?
It's wonderful. Apparently
Say,
my
that hat
hat
of
is...
yours. Well, we agree. It's quite a hat.
The star of the show didn't think so.
What do you mean?
The singer, Montero. I understand she's so terribly proud of her exotic hat.
Well?
Didn't you notice? The hat she was wearing is exactly like mine.
I'll be darned. No, I was talking about the drummer in the orchestra. He was giving me the eye at every opportunity.
Yes. Yes, he made me feel a little uncomfortable.
But not half as uncomfortable, I'll bet, as you've made the great Lady Montero.
I'll bet she's burning up, and not from the temperature.
On stage, everybody. Curtain, Miss Montero. Oh, your hat, Miss Montero.
Oh, you noticed it too, huh?
What? All I meant is...
I throw it away. I will never wear it again. Who is she? Who is that woman? No one dare copy my hat. I will not have it.
Well, here we are. This is the bar, isn't it?
Yes. I met you here, and here I'll say goodbye.
Why can't I buy you a nightcap?
Please. You've been very kind. Thank you.
I must confess, I'd like to know who you are.
No. It's better this way.
Well, I guess I'll go on home then. Good night.
Good night.
Marcella? Listen, Marcella, I know you're awake. I saw your bedroom light from downstairs. Now, come on, I want to talk to you.
You, Scott Henderson?
Who the devil are you? Say, what is this? What's up? Let me go in there.
My name's Inspector Burgess. The man at the bedroom door is Detective Kill.
Where's my wife?
In there. Let him go in, Dave.
Oh, no.
I'll have to ask you some questions, Henderson.
Go ahead.
When was the last time you saw Mrs. Henderson?
Oh, around 7.
Have dinner at home?
No.
You ate out with your wife?
I intended taking her to dinner in the theater, but, well, she changed her mind.
A little squabble, maybe?
For a long time, things hadn't been right between us. I came home from the office early and got dressed. And then she told me she had no intention of going out with me. She kept laughing at me. We had an argument, and I asked her for a divorce.
Oh?
She said I could do what I pleased, but she wouldn't even consider a divorce.
Making a patsy of you, huh?
Don't say that. It was just that she was too spoiled and too beautiful.
Henderson, where were you tonight, say about 8 o'clock?
Oh, in a bar.
Alone?
No, I met a woman there. I asked her to go to the show with me.
Who was she?
I don't know. She didn't tell me her name. Well, she didn't. What's that got to do with it?
You're a very neat dresser, Mr. Henderson. Nice tie you're wearing.
Tie? Look, what are you trying to do to me?
I never saw a man so nervous.
Give me a break. Marcella's dead. What's the difference what my tie looks like?
Your wife was strangled with one of your ties.
Knotted so tight I had to cut it loose with a knife.
Know what bar you were in?
Yes, I could find it.
Well, it's kind of late. We'll have to lock you up, Mr. Henderson. In the morning, we'll let you find that bar for us. Let's go, Dave.
This is the place.
Anselmo's Bar and Grill, huh?
Where's the bartender?
Should be here any minute. Dave?
Yeah?
Tell the janitor to leave the keys.
Okay.
Funny you can remember the bar, but you can't recall what the woman was like.
We've been over that all night long. Now leave me alone. I'm tired.
Yeah. It's remarkable, though. You're with a woman for hours, and you don't know who she is or what she looks like.
I told you. She was about 30. She wore a funny hat. That's all I remember. If you'd asked me about her earlier last night, I might have been able to tell you more, but now she's a complete blank.
What's the idea of getting me up at this hour?
He's here, boss. The barman.
I only work the evening.
Come here. I'm Inspector Burgess. You ever see this man before?
Huh? To me, a face is a face.
Take a good look. It's important.
I don't know.
Don't look at me. Look at him. Come on. Think hard.
Yeah. He was here last night, I think.
There, you see?
What time last night?
I go on at 8. It was sometime after 8.
How much after 8?
I don't ask the customers to punch a clock. Sometime after 8.
Ask him about the girl. Ask him.
How about the woman who was in here?
What woman?
The only other person at the bar. A woman.
I'll do the talking. Are you sure there wasn't a woman here last night when he was here? He sat next to us.
Sure, I'm sure.
She was wearing a crazy hat.
To me, a dame is just another drink.
But if you remember me, why can't you remember her?
Now, look, bring the dame back here. Set her down at the bar like you say she was last night. I may remember.
But there were only the two of us. She ordered a pack of cigarettes, and we left here together.
Lay off, will you? Bring her down here, like I said.
Okay, Henderson. All right, that's all, bartender. Sorry to drag you down.
Guy's coming in here all the
But he must remember.
Come on.
Senor Romano, you'll go into that booth. Your call to New York is coming through.
What, already? Gee, that's wonderful service. Here, thank you very much. That's amazing.
Thank you, senor.
Hello? Hello, Miss Richmond, is that you?
Yes?
This is Jack Marlowe. I just heard about Scott. Is there anything I can do?
Why, you're on shipboard, aren't you, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, of course. It was in the ship's newspaper this morning.
Oh, it's awful, Mr. Marlowe. Unbelievable.
It's true. He's charged with murder.
Yes, but he didn't do it, Mr. Marlowe. It's just impossible.
Of course it is. Here I am, his best friend, and when he needs me most, I'm of no use to him. Miss Richmond, will you please see Scott today? Tell him I'll take the first boat back if there's anything I can do.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
I'll be in Rio in a few days. Be sure to write me there at the Continental.
Well, I don't think there's anything you can do, but just hearing from you will make Mr. Henderson feel so much better. I'll write you immediately. The Continental.
That's right. Thank you, Miss Richmond.
Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Goodbye.
This the Carter Cab Company garage?
That's right.
I phoned you about a driver named Mike Polano.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mike, couple of gents to see you. Hey, what about?
That's the driver, Inspector, you see?
I see nothing yet, Henderson, except you've got a very erratic memory.
You want to see me?
Yeah, did you have a haul last night from a bar called Anselmo's to the Casino Theater?
Anselmo's? Let me see. Yeah, I did.
Remember this man?
Me? Do you remember me?
It was him, huh?
You tell us.
Yeah, him.
Was he alone?
Yeah, I think so.
There was a woman with me. You must have seen her.
If you was with a woman, I'd have noticed.
You're sure now?
Sure, there was no dame with this guy in my cab last night.
All right, thanks. Come along, Henderson. We've got a date at the Casino Theater.
But why can't they remember her? I tell you, she was with me both times, at the bar and in the cab. They recognize me. Why can't they remember her?
Maybe because she wasn't there.
That's a lie. She was. She was there.
So we'll try the theater. That stuff you told me about her hat, dames don't forget hats. Maybe that Montero dame can save your hide. Let's go.
Be disturbed now. Who are these men?
This man is a police inspector, Miss Montero, and he wants to talk to you.
It's important, Miss Montero. It'll only take a minute. This man, Scott Henderson, he saw your show last night. Now, do you remember a woman sitting with him wearing a hat like yours?
A hat like mine? Oh, really, this is too funny. No woman wears hats like mine.
But she did, and you kept looking at her.
No, you go away. This really is insulting. I'm an artiste. I sing, I dance. I do not watch my audience.
Think, Miss Montero. It's very important.
There. All my hats are there in the closet. You look.
See anything, Henderson?
A lot of hats. No, none like hers.
What woman besides Montero could wear those hats and not look like, how you say, ridiculous?
You're lying.
You! Get him out! Get him out of here!
All right, we're going. Sorry to have troubled you.
Any luck, boss?
No.
Where to now?
Maybe you can tell us, Henderson.
She was real. And now you're trying to tell me she never existed.
You need a drink, Henderson. We do, too.
Yeah.
Then we'll go back to headquarters. You better get some sleep and then get a good lawyer. You're going to need them both.
Objection overruled. Will the prosecution continue, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense asks you to believe that Scott Henderson was in Anselmo's bar at 5 minutes after 8. That he couldn't possibly have been in his own apartment 2 minutes before, at which time his wife was murdered. The defense has introduced witnesses. Each claims to have seen Henderson at the places he said he was. Yet not one even remotely remembers a woman with him. Where is this woman who was with him 5 minutes after 8? Who is she? Has she at any time been put on the witness stand? No, because this woman, who alone could furnish Henderson with the alibi he had so flimsily constructed, simply does not exist. Scott Henderson murdered his wife. In a blind rage, he took a necktie, dropped it round her throat.
Will the foreman of the jury please stand? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Miss Richmond is here, Mr. Henderson. You can have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Hello, Carol.
Mr. Henderson. Oh, I don't know what to say.
Skip it, Carol. I'll be all right now that I know where I stand.
Surely you're going to appeal.
With what? A set of old blueprints and my grandfather's watch?
Well, if it's a question of money,
No, Carol, you're swell. No, it's not just the money. It's a question of that girl. I've done everything. Hired detectives, advertised on the radio and the newspapers. Everything possible was done to find her. She simply vanished.
Why don't you let me write Mr. Marlowe? Maybe he can think of something.
I won't drag him back from Brazil. That's his big chance down there. And suppose I did. What good could he do?
But you just can't let that verdict stand. You've got to fight.
It's no use. If I'd been in a jury box, I'd have agreed with him.
But somebody has to go on looking for her.
Well, maybe there never was such a woman. It's just my word against theirs. Maybe I just imagined it.
Stop talking like that.
Thanks,
You
Carol.
couldn't kill anybody.
Oh, thanks, Carol. That makes you a minority of one. Well, if you feel like a train ride sometime, you might visit me again. I'll have a new address tomorrow. A big country estate up the Hudson River.
I'll come. Of course I will.
Thanks, Carol. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson.
What do you want?
Don't you remember me? I'm a tired policeman named Burgess.
You're very proud of yourself, aren't you?
Not especially. You found a new job yet?
No. I've got other things to do.
Why, going to Anselmo's bar? You've got that barman scared to death.
Have I? Why? I've hardly spoken to him. Maybe he has a guilty conscience.
I think that's more down my department, isn't it?
Maybe it is. But Mr. Henderson is all alone. No one to do a thing for him. I have to do something.
You could have come to me.
You forget, Inspector. I think Scott's innocent.
You do? So do I.
What?
I've been doing a lot of thinking since the trial. His alibi, that woman, only a fool or an innocent man would have stuck to an alibi like that. A guilty man would have been much smarter.
Aren't you just a little late?
Yeah. Case is closed officially, but I'd like to help. Maybe we can do something. You and me. Well, how about it?
Thanks. Oh, thanks.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis in Act Two of The Phantom Lady. And now, a young soldier and his girl.
I sure hate to say goodnight, Mary.
It's late, and we do have to get up early, Jim. Never mind, dear. We'll see each other tomorrow.
Yeah, but that's a long time off. Gosh, I'm a lucky guy to have a girl as pretty as you, sweetheart.
And a few minutes later...
Oh, goodness, it is late. And am I sleepy? But little Mary mustn't neglect her beauty care. I want Jim to keep right on saying he likes my look. So now for my Lux Soap Facial. It's easy and quick. Turn on the water. Cover my face with plenty of nice, creamy lather. Work it in gently but thoroughly. Rinse with warm water. Then splash on cold. Pat dry with a soft towel. Now when I touch my skin, it feels so fresh and soft. And it is.
Well, the musical effects are extra. But there it is. The Lux Soap Beauty Facial clever girls everywhere depend on for gentle, protecting care. Care that really leaves skin softer, lovelier. In recent tests, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with daily Lux Soap facials. Famous Hollywood stars say these facials with Lux Soap's rich, active lather do wonders for the skin. Why don't you try them? Ask for Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. And if you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood beauty soap is worth waiting for. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of The Phantom Lady, starring Brian Ahern as Jack, Ella Raines as Carol, and Alan Curtis as Scott Henderson. With a sentence of death hanging over Scott Henderson, Carol Richmond and Inspector Burgess race against time to find the only person who can save his life, the woman with the funny hat. The woman no one will admit having seen. The Phantom Lady. Carol starts at the top of the list with Mac, the bartender at Anselmo's.
What do you want, miss?
Nothing. I didn't call you.
But you keep looking at me.
Do I?
Now, look, I want you should cut that out. This is the third night you've been in here. All you do is stare at me.
What's the matter? Does your conscience bother you?
Cut it out, that's all. Now, cut it out. You've been following me all the way uptown.
Yes.
What's the idea?
You've got something to tell me.
No, now go on, beat it. It's late.
Say, miss, is that guy bothering you?
No, it's all right. Scott Henderson's going to die. You can prevent it.
I ain't talking, see? You got nothing on me? Get out of here.
Hey, what's he trying to do, miss? Start an argument?
Let him alone.
Okay, lady.
Who bribed you, Mac?
You want to find out anything, ask that guy who give it to me. I gotta go home.
Who was it, Mac?
Let go of me. Let go of my
Mister.
coat.
Yeah. I want to call the police. Will you hold on to this man for me?
It's a pleasure, lady. Let go, do you hear? I don't know nothing. Let me alone.
I'll get him, ladies. He can't get far.
Hurry, please. Look out! How is he, Inspector?
Hospital just phoned. He never regained consciousness. Mac's dead, Miss Richmond.
But he knew something.
Sure he did. Well, forget it. Who's next?
The drummer in the orchestra.
Oh, yeah, Cliff Milburn.
How can I get to him?
Well, I'll get you a seat in the theater, right in front of him. He's not what you'd call a gentleman, so play up to him. Use another name, get some flashy clothes, splash on some perfume, and go to work.
I see. I'll call you the minute I get anything.
And don't take any chances, Carol. It may be pretty risky.
Well, this is it, baby.
Gee, Cliff, I'll bet you think I'm awful, letting you pick me up like that.
Ah, go on. Forget it, baby.
You're sure cute, Cliff.
Hey, you haven't even told me your name yet.
See the initials on my purse? J.H. That stands for Jeannie, Cliff. Jeannie Harper.
Jeannie Harper. Hey, you really go for me, don't you, baby? Well, that's great. That's the way it should be.
Yeah. But I think you're getting the wrong impression of me, Cliff. I shouldn't have let you bring me here to your apartment.
Why not?
You know.
Hell, look, we'll have a drink. I'll change my clothes, and I'll take you out dancing or something, like I said.
Yeah. I don't know why you want to change your clothes. I ain't dressed up.
You stick with me, baby, and I'll get you something real classy.
Will you, Cliff? Will you? Honest?
Just name it. What do you want?
Do you like this hat? I don't like it so much myself.
I'll take you to a carload of hats.
Oh, Cliff, you're sure a swell guy. But you wouldn't know what sort of hat would look good on me. Guys don't bother about hats.
Yeah? Me, I'm an authority. You see, I get paid for knowing about hats.
Yeah, Cliff?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? You can tell me, Cliff. Ain't I your friend, huh?
You bet your life you are, Jimmy. Oh, baby,
Yeah. What do you mean about getting paid for hats?
Here, look.
Boy, what a pile of dough.
$500. $500, baby.
Where'd you get dough like that, Cliff?
Like I said, just for knowing about hats.
I don't get it, Cliff. But maybe you'd rather not tell me.
Some guy give me it.
What for?
That's for you, he says. $500 if you forget about the hat and the dame. No matter who asked you, say no. That's what he told me. Hey, you. Have you got a cigarette?
Sure. Over there. In my purse.
Huh. Thanks, kid. Thanks. Hey, what's this?
Hey, I'll get 'em for you, Cliff.
No, you stay there. Here in your face, this piece of paper. Homicide Bureau, it says Cliff Milburn, trapped on a casino theater. That's me. Everything's about me. They said you. Somebody's after you. You made me believe you liked me.
I do, Cliff, I do. I let you kiss me, didn't I? I came here, didn't I?
You made me believe you liked me.
Cliff, that paper don't mean nothing.
Get away from that lamp.
No, Cliff, no.
I'll get you for this. You'll wish you never even. All right, turn out the lights, but you ain't getting out of here, you dirty little devil. Who's that?
Only me, Cliff.
Oh. What do you want? What'd you come here for?
Feels good to sit down again. I've been standing outside for hours. Waiting to see you, Cliff. Well, I noticed you met a nice girl outside the theater tonight, Cliff. An exciting girl. She seemed to like you. You brought her here.
Oh, Jeannie, yeah. She left a little while ago.
Yes. Rather in a hurry, wasn't she? I see she left her purse.
Yeah, I'll give it back to her.
Oh, I'll take it, Cliff. Oh, it has initials, J.H. J for Jeannie.
Harper. Jeannie Harper, that's her name.
She was magnificent. She loathed you, but she went with you. She would have humiliated herself to make you talk.
Oh, I didn't tell her nothing.
Cliff, why lie?
Here, you can have your dough back. It's almost all here.
Don't come near me, please.
Why, what do you mean? What are you thinking about?
About hands. About how interesting a pair of hands can be. They can trick melody out of a piano keyboard. They can mold beauty out of a piece of clay. They can bring life back to a dying child. Yes, a pair of hands can do inconceivable good.
Sure.
And yet the same pair of hands can do terrible evil. They and destroy, torture, kill. I wish I didn't have to use my hands to hurt another human being.
No! No! No!
Don't make any noise, Cliff. No noise.
Hey, Scott. Just sit there behind the screen, lady. He's coming.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Henderson.
Carol.
How are you?
Oh, I'm gaining weight. I'll be in fine shape for my big date. It's only 18 more days.
Please don't talk like that.
Sorry, but I don't feel very sociable. You happen to be the only one that comes up here to see me.
I'd come often to Mr. Henderson, except I can be more helpful to you in New York.
Yeah? Any luck?
No. First it was Mac. Last night, Cliff Milburn.
The drummer? Well?
Milburn remembered the hat. He'd been bribed too, Mr. Henderson. But he caught on. There was a fight, and I managed to get away. Phoned Inspector Burgess. We went back to Milburn's apartment. He was dead. Strangled.
Carol.
I tried, Mr. Henderson. I'll keep trying.
No, Carol. You've got to promise me to keep out of it.
Let's not talk about it.
You've got to promise me.
I've got to do what I can.
I won't let you. I'll write Burgess. And don't call me Mr. Henderson. Even the guards call me Scott. Look, I'm grateful. I'm more grateful than you'll ever know, but you can't waste your time knocking your pretty head against a stone wall. You should be out having fun with some fellow. Don't tell me you're not in love, Carol. Well, look at you. I hit the nail right on the head. Now, come on, who is he?
My boss.
Well, I didn't even know you had another job. Well, gosh, that's fine. Yeah, that's swell.
I think so.
Now, tell me who...
Warden gave permission for another visitor, Scott.
Who? Jack.
Scotty.
Oh, gosh, I'm glad to see you. When did you get in?
This morning, I flew in. Oh, hello, Miss Richmond.
Mr. Marlowe.
Scott, why didn't you send for me?
There was nothing you could have done, Jack. Nothing.
I'm here now, and something's got to be done. Something will be done.
Look, they give visitors only 5 minutes. Now, tell me, how was your trip? Did they like your work?
Oh, you're in prison, and you want me to tell you what a good time I had in Brazil? Oh, Scott, I can't tell you how I feel.
I want to know all about it. As for me, take Carol back to New York with you. She can give you all the details. Come on now. What about you?
Is that a date, Carol?
I should say so.
Okay, then. Well, they brought 5 subjects. It seems they built a new park in Rio, and they wanted something...
The cab driver's left town. They can't find him. So our last hope is that Montero will talk.
Montero?
You know, the star.
Oh, yes. You mentioned her before.
Oh, if you only knew how much your coming back means to Scott. And me, too.
Well, I just couldn't stay in Brazil with this happening to him. He's my best friend, Carol. Well, go on. I've got to have all the details.
Well, the show closes tomorrow night. Montero is leaving town. If we don't get to her right away,
You've worn yourself out.
I can't think of anything else.
See, this is a man's job.
I just can't sit by. That woman, the woman with the hat, must be someplace in the city. One word from her and Scott would walk out a free man.
After what happened to that drummer, I'm afraid for you.
Let's not worry about me. Do you think I'd care what happens to me if Scott...
I think I knew it all the time. You know, I used to watch you at your desk, the way you looked at Scott.
18 more days to live. I just don't know what to do. Whoever it is, he always gets there first. He's so clever.
Yes? There's genius behind such boldness.
No. Only madness.
Madness? That's a frightening word.
What else can you call it? To kill and then go on killing.
But perhaps he hates to kill. Perhaps he only feels horror.
I don't care what he feels. All I know is that we've got to find that woman.
Carol, as soon as we get back, I'd like to meet Inspector Burgess.
Of course. We can drive straight to headquarters.
And then we'll start on Montero.
Yes. Oh, I'm so tired, Mr. Marlowe. Do you mind if I doze off for a minute?
Oh, do you good.
Jack.
That's better, yeah?
Why do you keep looking at your hands?
My hat? I don't know. Habit, I guess. I was afraid something might happen to them.
That would be bad for a sculptor.
Yes. I need my hands.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Marlowe. Oh, where's Miss Richmond?
Well, the girl's exhausted. I took her home before I came here.
I'm glad you did.
Well, looks like we'll have to scratch Montero off the list. I got absolutely nowhere with her. Show's closed now, and she's going to Mexico. She'd only admit that our woman wore a hat like hers that night. But she never will. She's too vain. I think I'll go out and get good and drunk.
Oh, could you delay it for a couple of minutes? I haven't had much of a chance to talk to you.
I thought this case would be a cinch. Just get the lowdown on everyone, friends, relatives. Well, I did that, even on you, Marlowe.
Oh, I was on the ocean when it happened.
Yes, the SS Vulcania sailed Thursday, August 16th at 8:33 p.m., stateroom C, middle deck. Arrived Rio August 29th.
An incredible memory.
A lot of good it does me. No. The fact remains that none of you could have committed these murders.
Oh? Why not?
You're all too normal.
Oh, but the murderer must be normal enough. He's just clever, that's all.
All paranoics are diabolically clever. I've met paranoics before. Their insanity gives them incredible egos, abnormal cunning, contempt for life.
You make our man sound unbeatable. Maybe he's more astute than we are, but to call him insane...
I'd stake my life on it.
You might lose.
No, I won't lose. And I'll get him sooner or later. It's just there's so little time left. Well, let's call it a night. Coming, Marlowe?
What? Oh.
Marlowe, what's the matter?
I'm all right. It's just a dizzy spell. I've been having them lately. The doctor says they're nothing at all.
Sure, you're all right?
Yes, of course. Look, don't tell Carol. She'll just be upset.
Yeah.
Well, you had an idea before.
Yeah.
What about that drink?
Excuse me. Yes?
It's Carol, Inspector. I've got some news.
I thought you went home. It's Carol.
I tried, but I just couldn't. I went to the airport.
Why, Montero?
Yes, I saw her luggage. There was a hat box.
Yes?
A milliner's hat box with the name Katisha.
Tisha.
A very exclusive hat shop, Madison Avenue.
Can you meet me there in 15 minutes?
You bet.
Wonderful, Carol. Goodbye. Well, Mr. Marlowe, we've got a lead. Montero's milliner.
Katisha, huh?
Yeah. Let's go.
The commissioner wants to see you, boss.
Well, tell him I'm not in.
It's the Vanzelli case, boss. Looks like we've got to go to Newark right away.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, tell him I'll be right in. Well, Mr. Marlowe, I guess you'll have to meet Carol by yourself.
I'll do whatever I can, Inspector.
Thanks. I keep forgetting I'm not on the case anymore. Officially, that is. Tell Carol I'll call her as soon as I get back from Newark.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Our hats cost a lot of money, Mr. Marlowe. A good part of the price is to guarantee the client that her hat will be exclusive. Miss Richmond can understand that it will never be copied, at least not in this shop.
Madame Katisha.
Oh, come in, Peyton. You made a hat for Montero.
Yes, Madame.
Now, I want the truth. Did you ever make a copy of this hat for anyone? Here's the original sketch.
Oh, Madame, I'd never do a thing like that.
I believe you, Peyton. There, Miss Richmond, you see?
Please forgive me for asking, Miss Peyton. But if you can tell me anything at all about her. You see, Amanda's going to die unless...
I'm sorry. I just can't tell you anything.
Thanks, Peyton, that's all.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Miss Richmond. Why, you look all in.
How about going home, Carol?
Oh, I tried so hard not to build up my hopes.
Yes,
Well, Peyton?
Did you say a man's life? I mean, what has that got to do with the hat?
Peyton, what are you trying to say?
I copied the hat. She gave me $50.
Who, Miss Peyton? Who gave you $50?
Miss Ann Terry. She's one of our regular customers. She saw the sketch of Montero's hat, and she asked me...
You and I will talk about that later, young lady. Now sit down and give these people her name and address. Miss Terry's quite wealthy, Mr. Marlowe. She lives somewhere out in Long Island.
How do you do? Come in, please.
Thank you. My name is Marlowe. This is Miss Richmond.
Miss Terry, we came to ask I'm you... afraid you're making a mistake. I'm Dr. Chase. I'm looking after Miss Terry.
Oh, she's ill?
She collapsed last July. Her fiancé died very suddenly. It was a terrible shock to her. Please, Doctor. I can't go away without talking to her. I've been looking for her for months. Perhaps if you tell me...
Someone is going to be executed for a crime he never committed. He has a perfect alibi. He spent the evening with Miss Terry.
She's the only one who can save him. Oh, please, can't we see her? All right. But only you, Miss Richmond.
All right, I'll wait here.
I must warn you, Miss Richmond, don't do or say anything to excite my patient. I'll do my best, Doctor. Come along, then. But I'm afraid you're wasting your time. What do you mean? I don't know what Miss Terry's word can mean to you. I do know that in a court of law it would be worthless. Miss Terry is mentally ill.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis for Act 3 of The Phantom Lady. And now, a lady with a letter.
I've just heard from my brother overseas. And what do you think he wants me to send him?
Lots of smokes and chewing gum, maybe?
No, you'll never guess. Here, read it.
You say you want to send me something. Try and send me about 7 cakes of Lux soap. Make sure it's Lux and nothing else. I can get the other kind. Well, goodness, you'd better send off those cakes of Lux right away. I think he wants them.
Now, that's a real letter. A letter actually received by the sister of a soldier in our combat engineers abroad. You may be sure those 7 cakes of Lux soap are on their way. We hope they reach him safely. One thing's certain. When they do, he's going to get real enjoyment out of using this fine white soap, like many another soldier and sailor.
Did you know, Mr. Kennedy, that Lux soap is a bestseller in post exchanges here and in the ship service stores?
Yes, Sally, and it's easy to tell why. Men certainly go for that rich, quick lather Lux soap gives. Even in hard water, it lathers in a jiffy.
I'll bet when a man comes in dog-tired from a day in the field, a shower with Lux soap feels wonderful.
Well, Sally, a refreshing bath with Lux toilet soap feels good no matter where you are. On the home front, too, it seems as though Lux soap is almost as popular with the men in a family as it is with the ladies.
I've noticed that, Mr. Kennedy.
So here's a tip to women everywhere who do the family shopping. Why not let everyone at your house enjoy the real luxury of a daily Lux soap bath? It's a thrifty luxury because Lux toilet soap is hard milled, can be used to the last thin sliver. And always put your soap in a dish that's dry. Remember, it's patriotic to avoid waste. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
There'll be a curtain chat with our stars after the play. But now Act 3 of The Phantom Lady, starring Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis. A few minutes later, Carol is face to face with the Phantom Lady, only to see for herself that Anne Terry's mental condition makes it impossible for her to testify in Scott's behalf. In the fading ray of hope, only one lone glimmer is still alive. The hat. The Phantom Lady's funny hat.
This is a lovely room, Miss Terry.
It was my grandmother. She was very happy here. She married the man she loved. Are you married?
No.
But you're in love.
Yes.
He was sick for 2 days. He'd never been sick before. He was so full of life. We were to be married the following week. I had my trousseau all bought. And a special dress and hat for the wedding.
They must have been lovely. Do you still have them?
I don't want to talk anymore.
Can't I see them, Miss Terry?
I don't want... Yes. You may see them. They're in that closet. Oh, thank you. How cute. He always said he loved my clothes. But he never saw these.
And this hat, Miss Terry. It's beautiful. I wish I had a hat like this.
Take it.
Oh, no. But if you wouldn't mind, may I borrow it?
You want to wear it for him?
Yes.
Is he nice? The man you love?
Very.
Then take it. Keep it. I don't want it. He's dead. I don't want it. He's dead.
Miss Terry, please. Please don't cry. We've got the hat. Oh, I can hardly wait to tell Burgess.
Last night everything seemed so hopeless. Last night you... Oh.
Jack, what's the matter?
Oh. It's nothing. I'll be all right. It's just a headache.
Do you want me to drive?
No, it'll go away. I get them so often lately.
Oh, it's my fault. We haven't eaten for hours. Oh, Jack, I don't know what I'd done without you.
Forget it.
Look, there's a service station up ahead. Could we stop there and phone the news to Burgess?
Yes, good idea.
Don't you bother. I'll get out.
No. It'll do me good to stretch. Need some gas in it.
Check the tires, please.
Jack, did you get Burgess?
No, he isn't back from New York yet.
Well, maybe we better go straight to headquarters and wait for him.
No, I left word for him to meet us at my place. We can all have a drink.
Oh,
I almost feel good again.
Carol, I hate to discourage you, but what good can this hat do for Scott? What does it prove?
It proves that Montero lied, that there is another hat exactly like the one she wore. And sick or not, there's Ann Carey.
But she can't testify.
No, but there's such a thing as reasonable doubt. And for the first time in this case, at last, there's cause for reasonable doubt.
Yes. I see, yes. More coffee, Carol?
Thanks. My, what a place you have here. Well, Burgess should be here by now.
Yes.
Look, how do you think this hat fits a statue of yours? Rather smart, don't you think?
I've never heard you laugh before.
Oh, Burgess will be so excited. I can hardly wait to tell him. Oh, Jack, isn't it wonderful? This silly hat. It'll save Scott. Burgess can reopen the case. He'll find the murderer this time. And I want to hear the court sentence him as they sentenced Scott.
You hate him, don't you?
I hate him.
Oh.
Your head again is aching?
Yes.
Lie down on the couch, Jack.
No, I'll be all right.
No, I insist. I do as I say. Come on. You can get some rest before Burgess comes. That's better. Oh, I'm a mess. Look at me. You stay there now, and I'll go inside and freshen up a bit. Do you mind?
No. Go ahead.
Try to sleep, won't you?
Yes.
Brush, brush. Where's the brush? Probably in a drawer, stupid. J.H. My purse. Homicide Bureau. Cliff Milburn. No. Police headquarters. Hurry, please. Hello? Inspector Burgess, please. Inspector Burgess? Oh, this is Carol Richmond. When will he be back? I'm at Mr. Mahler's apartment. Please send someone right away. Anyone. It's 233.
Come here.
I thought you were going to sleep, Jack.
The light. I turned it out. It hurts my eyes. It chokes me. Sit down beside me, Carol.
Yes.
Who were you phoning to?
Inspector Burgess.
Oh, my head's bursting. It's on fire. Give me your hand. Oh, it's so cool. It feels so good. Would you mind taking off my tie, Carol? It's so tight.
Your tie?
Yes. Oh, thanks. No, don't move. Let me have it. I like the feel of the tie in my hands.
It's quiet here, isn't it? So quiet.
Yes. Far away from everything. That's unique in a city. I hate cities. Noise and dirt and confusion. And the people in them. They hate me because I'm different from them. I don't belong here. Neither do you. Oh, it isn't fair for someone like you to have to suffer.
What are you trying to tell me, Jack?
Please let me talk. You'll understand. You're intelligent, Carol. You should be so happy. If only you'd never come to New York. Never met Scott. The world's full of men like him. You can buy nice, stupid people for a dime a dozen.
Jack, let go of my hand.
Why, Carol?
I think I hear someone. Out in the hall.
Burgess? Now, don't go, Carol. If it's Burgess, he'll knock. But it's no one, Carol. You see, when we stopped on the road, I didn't telephone Burgess. I only pretended to.
Please let me go. My hand. You're hurting my hand.
You know, don't you, Carol? I shouldn't have kept your purse in my drawer. It's the purse you left in Cliff Milburn's room.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She was sitting next to me, too. Marcella. Just like you are. Only she wasn't trembling. Nothing ever frightened Marcella. I said, you'd better hurry. The boat leaves in an hour. And then she told me in that cold voice of hers that she never had any intention of going with me. She was amusing herself. I was in love with Marcella. For the first time in my life, I was in love. Ah, but I was always naive about women. She laughed at me. She kept on laughing until I couldn't allow her to laugh anymore. I had to stop her.
Jack, that tie. What are you... No?
Afterward, I knew they'd arrest me. I couldn't let them do that. When you're born with my gifts, you can't let anything stand in your way. I followed Scott later. I saw him with Aunt Terry. And then somehow she slipped away from me. So I had to bribe the others. It was unbelievably easy.
You don't know what you're saying. You were on a boat that night.
No, I went aboard the boat. But I left before it sailed. I flew to Havana, caught the boat there, and then I telephoned you. Burgess never thought of that. I was too intelligent for Burgess.
How could you? Scott, your best friend.
Oh, I'm fond of Scott. But what's his life compared to mine? A mediocre engineer working in sewers, drain pipes, faucets. What's any life compared to mine? Even yours.
That won't help you. You know that, don't you? After me, there'll be others. You'll have to go on killing. On and on until they catch you. I won't be the last. There'll be others after me.
No, there won't, Carol.
You can't help
You'll be the
yourself.
last.
Because you're not sane.
Stop it, I say.
You're mad. No.
You'll never say that again. Never. Never.
Please, your hand.
Oh, open the door.
Merchant. Jack.
They can't take me. They'll never take me.
Virgin.
Feeling better?
Yes. I'm all right now. How did you get here? Why am I alive?
What kind of a cop do you think I am, Carol?
What?
I didn't go to Newark. I was a stall. After what happened to Cliff Milburn, I've been closer to you than a brother. Hill and I have been out there in the hall waiting.
You knew about Jack?
No, I didn't know. It was just one of those things. I didn't suspect him, but then again, I guess I didn't trust him either. Yeah, I'd like to talk to him. It was late for that, though. The window we jumped out of was 12 stories above the ground.
And Scott. What about Scott?
Yeah, I guess I've kind of forgotten about Scott these last few minutes. Hope Marlowe won't mind if I use his phone. I got to call long distance. Scott's as good as free right now.
Morning, Carol.
Good morning, Scott. How do you like the new office?
Wonderful, but I can't stay. I'm seeing Kepler about the chemical plant.
Can't stay?
Uh-uh.
Oh. When will you be back?
Might take all day. I can't tell. If I'm not back by 6, don't wait.
Your first day back and...
By the way, I left instructions on a dictaphone. Very important. Take care of them for me, won't you? So long, Carol.
I like that. Carol, old girl, you're really slick. Dictaphone, huh? Oh, well, let's get to work.
Hello, Carol. Better call Mason and Follett right away and make an appointment for tomorrow.
Sure.
To renew my membership to the Architects Association.
Did that yesterday.
And this afternoon, go out and look for an apartment.
Oh?
The best we can afford.
Huh?
Don't hang up. You know you're having dinner with me tonight.
I am.
And tomorrow night. And the next night. And then every night. Every night. Every night. Every
It's no mystery that we all like the Phantom Lady. And here are 3 good reasons why. Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis. I believe murder is a little out of your usual line, Brian.
Well, you know, I was getting a little fed up playing those heroes, CB. Murder makes a nice holiday.
Alan takes his the other way.
Yes, I've played villain so long that kids run when they see me on the street. Now here I am playing a nice guy for a change.
Well, then I guess we've made everybody happy, including the audience. By the way, Brian, that's a substantial coat of tan you're wearing.
Oh, I came up from my ranch on the desert for rehearsal, CB. By the way, do you think it'd be all right for me to say that the large crop of vegetables I'm raising down there is of the very highest quality, or would you consider that free advertising?
Just send CB a large basket of tomatoes, and it won't be free.
Well, that has fixed everything. Since this is your first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater, Ella, we'll follow the usual custom and ask where you're from.
I've just come from Florida.
You whisper that in California, Ella.
It was my honeymoon, Alan. You see, I was married a year and a half ago, and my husband, Kenneth Trout, is a captain in the Army Air Forces. So we had to postpone the honeymoon until he got back from China and India and a few places like that. We used to go to high school together.
Where was that, in Florida?
No, in Snoqualmie Falls, Washington.
I don't believe I've ever been there. But I like the name. Did you do any acting in Snoqualmie Falls?
Well, yes. But in our backyard theater, all salaries were paid in bubble gum.
Oh, then you're right at home. CB pays all salaries in soap.
Really? What kind of soap?
Don't believe a word of it, Ella.
Oh, but I'd be delighted, Mr. DeMille, as long as it's Lux soap. I've always used Lux as a complexion care.
Well, it's a lovely picture. It's a lovely picture that Lux has helped to make.
Did I hear that you're making a little trip next week, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, I'm going to Washington, Alan. To preview the story of Dr. Wassel, starring Gary Cooper.
What's the next play here in the Lux Radio Theater going to be, Mr. DeMille?
Well, it's an exciting drama of the Navy, Ellen. The Columbia picture, Destroyer. And our stars will be Edward G. Robinson, Denis O'Keefe, and Marguerite Chapman. This is the story of men who love their ships more than life itself, of the men who are proud to be called destroyer sailors. And as a retired Navy veteran who can't stay away when things are happening, Eddie Robinson delivers one of his finest performances.
We'll look forward to it, CB. And good luck with the story of Dr. Wassel. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. That applause means you'll be with us again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Denis O'Keefe, and Marguerite Chapman in Destroyer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a special message from the government to American housewives. Don't throw away a single drop of waste kitchen fats, no matter how black or burnt. They're needed to make life-saving medicines for our soldiers. Pour waste fats in a tin can, take it to your meat dealer as soon as it's full, and he'll give you 4 cents and 2 extra red ration points for every pound you bring in. Don't put it off. The need is urgent. Brian Ahern appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of CoverGirl. Ella Raines and Alan Curtis are currently starring with Francho Tone in the Universal picture Phantom Lady, which was directed by Robert C. Oldman. Heard in tonight's play were John McIntyre as Burgess and Jeanette Nolan, Stanley Farrar, Dwayne Thompson, Eddie Emerson, B. Benaderet, Charles Steele, Norman Field, Howard McNear, Dick Ryan, Ferdinand Mounier, Eddie Marr, and Regina Wallace. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Edward G. Robinson, Denis O'Keefe, and Marguerite Chapman in Destroyer.
A brand new Spry, ladies. New Easy Mix Spry cuts cake mixing time by 2/3. No creaming, no long, tiresome beating. Yet lighter, better tasting cakes that stay fresh longer. New Easy Mix Spry Shortening is at your grocer's in the same handy jar. Grand for all baking and frying. Tomorrow, buy Spry. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
俺を呼んだのは君だろ。ボディーガードからデートのエスコート、何でもお引き受けいたしましょう。人呼んでシティ。やめか
猫探し？絶対ここにいるわ。都会のスイーパーだなんて。もし今冴羽さんが殺されたらどうします？亮は死なないわ。
ただ一人エンジェルダストに飲まれなかった男。
やっとお前とやり合えるぜ。
ナノマシンによって超人兵士へと変えるエンジェルダスト。どうして亮を殺したいの？
誰かが仕向けているのなら乗るしかない。冴羽亮という名前気に入ってくれているようだな。一人では解けない愛の
あなたの最高傑作なのですか？
生き延びている限り過去は追いかけてくる。
決して逃れられない。
ユニオンテオーペ、
香りを頼む。劇場版シティハンターエンジェルダスト。お前の望みを叶えよう、リョウ。
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. The town of Knotty Pine is threatened with a grave danger. This danger is so great it could blow half the town off the map and kill and injure hundreds of people. No, it's not a tornado or an earthquake. It's not a flood or a freight car loaded with ammunition. It's not a great fire or an airplane out of control. What is this great danger that threatens life and property of almost every citizen in Knotty Pine? You'll find out as we tell you the story. Hank Nicola and Barney Alberts are closing their gas station for the evening. Hank is reading the meters on the gas pumps while Barney tends to other closing time duties. Hank finishes reading the gas pump meters and walks back into the garage to put the gauge stick down into the storage tanks.
Hey, Barney.
What's the matter, Hank?
Something's wrong. The gas pump meters don't agree with the storage tank gauge.
How can that be, Hank? You must have made a mistake.
I don't think so, Barney. I always double-check my readings.
How much are you off?
The storage tank is 500 gallons short of the pumps.
We must have pumped 500 gallons of air, or else there must be something wrong with our pumps, Hank.
Yeah, either our pumps or the gas truck meter.
Oh, well, I guess this isn't the first time this has happened. Let's take care of it in the morning.
Okay, the gas company will straighten it out anyway. Let's go home. I'm beat.
Me too. I can smell the pork chops cooking from here. Bob, did you ever stop to think that we're guarding more than money?
Yes, Howie, I have. We're guarding records that are more than pieces of paper. There are people in that.
What's the matter, Bob?
What's that smell?
Smells like gasoline.
Well, how could the smell of gasoline get into this bank?
Bob, there's a garage next door. You don't suppose...
Their gas tanks are leaking. Let's get down to the basement.
Great day in the morning, Bob. Look at that stuff coming in here.
Just like water. It's running right down the storm sewer.
The fumes are getting bad already.
One spark in this building will go higher a kite.
Now, let's keep calm, Bob. We got to do this right.
Yeah, you said it. I'll turn off the light switch and pull the fuses.
No, let them cut the power off from outside. We can't risk a spark.
Yeah, good thought. Well, let's get going. I'll call the sheriff and the fire department. You call Ed Banker.
Right. Then we better open all the windows and doors so we can get the fumes out. Wow, this is a bad one.
Sheriff speaking. What? You said it. I'll be there on the double. Shorty, Jeff, get all the men down to the bank on the double. This is Condition 2, disaster alert.
Fire Department, Chief Brown speaking.
What? We'll send all available men and equipment immediately. Nelson, dispatch all equipment to the bank area. Condition 2, disaster alert.
Bill Jefferson. Yes. Yes, I'll be right down. Stumpy, call in all the men. There's a Condition 2 disaster alert at the bank. Hello, Cal. Chief Brown. Howie, Bob.
Howdy, Cal. Well, you're the man in charge in case of civilian disaster, Bill. We're waiting for your orders.
Are the men from the filling station here yet?
Not yet. But here they come now.
Bill, we didn't know that our tanks were leaking. We didn't have the slightest notion that this was going to...
Take it easy, Hank. Nobody's blaming you. Open up your garage. I'm glad you fellas didn't break in. You can't take a chance on the spark.
Do something, Sonny. That gas keeps coming out more all the time. The fumes are all over the place.
I want to take a fast look at the bank basement. Cal, Chief Brown, Stumpy, Grey Wolf, come with me. The rest of you don't move until we get back.
The basement door is over here, Bill.
Thanks, Chief. Boy, those fumes are strong enough to kill an iron horse. Stop here, fellas.
Why, you stop here, Bill. We're not near door yet.
Let's take our shoes off. We can't take a chance on a spark. All we'd need is one.
That's all it would take, and we'd be well on our way to outer space.
Yeah, we'll have to use flashlights, too, Bill.
Right. Let's go take a look, fellas.
I'd walk right where I've got the flashlight.
Phew. There must be hundreds of gallons of gas in the basement.
We can't get down there, Bill. We'd be overcome in a minute.
You're right there, Chief. Just listen, fellas. You don't have to look to know what's going on down there. Let's get out in the street and swing into action. Cal, Chief Brown, I'm calling this a Condition A catastrophe alert.
Okay, Bill. I'll call out my police reserve and cut this area off.
Better ask for state troopers, Cal. The storm sewers will carry gas all the way to the river. Also, you'll have to evacuate the people in the immediate area from their homes.
Right. I'll get right on it and sew this area shut with a ring of men.
Chief Brown, have your pumpers pull another block away and start pumping water into the storm sewers to dilute the gas. Better have Canyon City and Junction City send some of their equipment by flat car. And some of their firemen.
Right, Bill. We'll start pumping water right away.
Hank, Barney.
Yeah, Bill. What do you want us to do?
Fellas, there are plenty of ways you can help. Let's get the caps off the storage tanks in your garage. Everybody put on rubber boots. We can't take a chance on a spark. Easy does it, Barney. Don't let the cap drop on the concrete floor.
I won't, Bill. It's off. Now for the other one.
Boy, I must have put this one on real tight. I'll have to get a pipe wrench.
Handle it mighty careful, Sonny. I ain't anxious to visit the moon.
Maybe we measure other tank while waiting for Hank to come back with Frank.
He's coming now, Grey Wolf. Here we go, fellas.
Hey, don't say that, Sonny. I hope we ain't going nowhere.
Me too.
I'll be real careful.
Boy, this thing's really on there. Oh, I must have been super strong to jam that cap on that way.
Be careful, Hank.
I will, Bill. I'll be real careful. I'm sorry, fellas.
I just lost 10 years of my life.
I didn't believe my mother when she told me I wouldn't live to be 100.
What's the matter, fellas? Everybody's face is as white as a sheet.
I sure appreciate the way you fellas are taking this. You could get real sore. Why, I almost killed all of us.
Oh, forget it, Hank. In this game, a miss is as good as a mile. We're used to close ones.
Yeah, we sure are, Sonny. A narrow escape a day keeps you from getting hardening of the artillery.
Not good, Stumpy.
Well, I got the cap loose.
Oh, fine. Let's measure the gas and find out if anything's left in the tanks. Chief Brown, there's 1,000 gallons of gas left in each tank. You gotta pump it out.
You know, we can't put an ordinary gas or electric pump near that garage. The place will go sky high. Besides, there's no juice for a square mile. I had it cut off. That's part of Plan A.
I understand, Chief. But you must have an explosion-proof, high-speed centrifugal pump.
Yeah, we got one, Bill. The good one.
Fine. We'll attach a good long hose onto it and run it from here to the tank. The pump should lift the gas, don't you think?
No doubt about it, Bill.
Let the gas run down the storm sewer and out into the river.
I think you got something there, Bill. I'll get it set up right away.
Fine. We've got to get all the gas out of the tanks that we can, or else it'll all run into the basement of the bank.
I've got all the residents out of this area, Bill.
That's fine, Cal.
Special police and the state troopers have this place blocked off for a mile around. You got some more men patrolling the streets where the storm sewers run down to the river.
Good work, Cal. How about the river?
What about it, Bill?
Well, we can't let the gasoline catch fire on the river. That'll have to be guarded, too, until the gas gets a chance to disperse itself.
Never thought of that. Don't have any more men, even if I had thought of it.
Well, deputize some of the men of the town. I know they'd be glad to help out.
Now you're making with the ideas, Bill. I'll get right on it.
What we do now, Bill?
Well, all there is to do, Grey Wolf. Wait.
You said it, Sonny. The fire engines are flooding the sewers, which are taking the gas down to the river. The boys are pumping the gas storage tanks out as fast as they can. The sheriff has the place surrounded with men. All the folks are out of the buildings around this area. Electricity and cooking gas have been shut off. That's about all there is to be done, I reckon.
That's right, Stumpy. Now, all we can do is wait until gas is all gone down sewer.
That's about the size of it, fellas. Hey, what's that newspaper man doing?
He going to bank to take picture.
We got to stop him before he flashes that bulb. He could blow the whole place a mile high. Come on, let's get him.
Here, come back here.
Hey, yo! Hey, wait!
Stop! Don't take picture.
Hey, wait up!
What's the matter, Rangers? Am I doing something wrong?
Not yet. Take the flash bulb out of that flash gun.
What do you mean? This is a big story.
Take it out.
Oh, okay. You don't need to get sore about it.
You ought to know better than to take a flash picture with all the gas fumes around here.
That's right.
If you set that bulb off, you could blow the whole place up.
Do you really think a flash bulb could do that?
I do. If you got close enough to bank to take picture like you set out to do.
Well, I'll be a horned toad. I never gave it a thought. I'm sorry, Rangers. I didn't mean to start anything.
Oh, forget it. We know you didn't do it on purpose. You better save your picture taking until after the gas fumes have cleared on.
Boy, you said it. I don't want to get blown to bits, nor do I want to be the cause of a thing like that. I'll see you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Say, my name's Bert Campbell. May I have an exclusive story from you later on when you have time?
Sure thing. That's a promise.
Thanks.
You know, I ain't going to have a black hair left on my head before this thing is over.
If that flash bulb had gone off, you wouldn't have any hair left on your head, Stumpy. So be thankful, even if they're gray.
It's like I always said. A gray hair on the head is worth 6 a feller ain't got.
Let's go find out how much gas is left in the storage tanks. You say there's 400 gallons left in the first tank, Barney?
Right, that's what the stick says, Bill.
How much in this one, Hank?
There's just about 400 in this one, too, Bill. Closer to 375.
There's still a lot of gas in there, Bill. 800 gallons in the 2 tanks.
Right. That's 1,200 less than before. I'd say we were doing all right.
4, maybe 5 more hours should empty tanks, Bill.
Right, Grey Wolf. The gas shouldn't be leaking into the basement of the bank quite as rapidly as it was.
Boy, I'd give my right arm to know how those tanks got to leaking. They're welded and supposed to be leak-proof.
Well, things like this happen in the best of families, Hank. As long as nobody gets hurt, it'll be all right. Let's go outside and see how the boys are coming along.
It's a good thing we got a reservoir of water to draw from, Bill. We pumped enough water to flood a lake.
Yeah, imagine you have, Chief Brown. I'm proud of the way you and your men swung into action.
Thanks, Bill. We try to do a top-notch job all the time.
Cal, I want to thank you, too. You organized a police chain in record time. Evacuated the residents of this area quickly.
Thanks, Bill. We're only as good as our commander, you know.
Oh, thanks, Cal. But the commander's only as good as his men. Thanks to both of you men, we avoided disaster. I'm sure we have everything under control now. It's only a matter of time before we can all go home.
Say, Bill, here come Ed Banker. He looked plenty worried.
Worried? He looks plumb exasperated.
What's the matter, Ed? You look like you lost your last friend.
I have, Bill. I just talked to the state banking chief, and he says I gotta pay money on demand or I'll be technically insolvent. Gas or no gas.
Oh? That right? Well, hasn't the man got any sympathy for the condition of your building?
Well, actually, he's right, Bill. I'm holding other people's money, and we can't expect business in this town to drop dead just because I had an unfortunate experience.
I see. Well, don't worry. We'll think of something.
Don't worry. That's easy for you to say. You're not the banker. I got a building full of gas fumes, and you say don't worry.
Have I ever let you down before, Ed?
No, I guess you haven't, Bill. But how are you going to get the gas fumes out of the bank building? It'll take weeks.
It'll take weeks before they'll be gone, all right. I'll have the building almost rid of them before morning.
Bill, I can't believe it. It sounds like a fairy tale.
Well, this will be one fairy tale come true. Chief Brown, let's get to a phone and call the fire commissioner at San Francisco. That's the whole story, Commissioner. May we borrow your ventilating equipment?
Oh, you most certainly can, Bill. I'll have the trucks and equipment loaded into a flying boxcar and on its way to you in half an hour.
Many thanks, Commissioner. You don't know how much we appreciate this.
Think nothing of it. You've helped us fight forest fires out here in California. Oh, by the way, Bill.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to run the equipment?
Well, no, come to think of it, I don't. But I'll figure it out.
No, that'll take precious minutes. I'll send a man along to set it up for you and tell you how to run it.
Well, thanks again, Commissioner. We're deeply grateful. I'll be waiting for the plane with a crew of men.
It'll be on its way in half an hour or less. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Let's get a crew of men and get out to the airport, Chief Brown.
Where's Ranger Bill Jefferson?
I'm he, Captain.
And I'm Captain Matthews, Mr. Jefferson. I'm on the commissioner's staff.
I'm glad to meet you, Captain. This is Chief Brown.
Hello, Captain.
The crew of the flying boxcar is opening the cargo hatch. As soon as they've got the ramp down, we can unload the equipment. We've got 2 converted hose trucks carrying the air pumps.
How about the portable canvas air ducts, Captain?
We'll need 2 large trucks for those. We brought all we had.
Oh, fine. Got 2 large trucks here. Start loading as soon as the fire trucks are off the plane.
Wonderful. Well, they're putting the ramp down now.
We got 30 men. They'll have the plane unloaded in short order. Then we'll go to the bank and set the equipment to work so we can put some fresh air into the building. Open that basement grating carefully, fellas. The spark can still be disastrous.
We be careful, Bill.
You said it, Sonny. Hey, give it a tug, Grey Wolf.
Okay, I'll try. That's stuck. Must be rusted.
This is worse than opening an old tin can.
Stuck.
You would think of something appropriate to say, Stumpy.
There. Now we put canvas air duct into basement.
Right. The boys have the other duct set up in the doorway. We can start pumping fresh air at once.
Say, that there contraption blows quite a gale, Sonny. It's a good thing I brought fresh stickum from my wig.
Plenty fresh air coming to building now.
Yes, Grey Wolf. Stumpy. This portable ventilating equipment's doing the trick. You go back in the rear of the building, you almost pass out from the gas fumes. They come billowing out the windows and doors.
You have plenty of good idea, Bill.
I'll say you did, Grey Wolf. Bill, you really think Ed Banker will be able to get in here in the morning to do business?
Yes, I do, old-timer. May not be able to work in here, but at least he can get at his records in the vault. Much in this one, Hank?
There's just about 400 in this one, too, Bill. Closer to 375.
There's still a lot of gas in there, Bill. 800 gallons in the 2 tanks.
Right. That's 1,200 less than before. I'd say we were doing all right.
4, maybe 5 more hours should empty tanks, Bill.
Right, Grey Wolf. The gas shouldn't be leaking into the basement of the bank quite as rapidly as it was.
Boy, I'd give my right arm to know how those tanks got to leaking. They're welded and supposed to be leak-proof.
Well, things like this happen in the best of families, Hank. As long as nobody gets hurt, it'll be all right. Let's go outside and see how the boys are coming along.
It's a good thing we got a reservoir of water to draw from, Bill. We pumped enough water to flood a lake.
Yeah, imagine you have, Chief Brown. I'm proud of the way you and your men swung into action.
Thanks, Bill. We try to do a top-notch job all the time.
Cal, I want to thank you, too. You organized a police chain in record time, evacuated the residents of this area quickly.
Thanks, Bill. We're only as good as our commander, you know.
Thanks, Cal, but the commander's only as good as his men. Thanks to both of you men, we avoided disaster. I'm sure we have everything under control now. It's only a matter of time before we can all go home.
Say, Bill, here come Ed Banker. He looked plenty worried.
Worried? He looks plumb exasperated.
What's the matter, Ed? You look like you lost your last friend.
I have, Bill. I just talked to the state banking chief, and he says I gotta pay money on demand or I'll be technically insolvent. Gas or no gas.
Oh? That right? Well, hasn't the man got any sympathy for the condition of your building?
Well, actually, he's right, Bill. I'm holding other people's money, and we can't expect business in this town to drop dead just because I've had an unfortunate experience.
I see. Well, don't worry. We'll think of something.
Don't worry. That's easy for you to say. You're not the banker. I got a building full of gas fumes, and you say don't worry.
Have I ever let you down before, Ed?
No, I guess you haven't, Bill. But how are you going to get the gas fumes out of the bank building? It'll take weeks.
It'll take weeks before they'll be gone, all right. I'll have the building almost rid of them before morning.
Bill, I can't believe it. It sounds like a fairy tale.
Well, this will be one fairy tale come true. Chief Brown, let's get to a phone and call the fire commissioner at San Francisco. That's the whole story, Commissioner. May we borrow your ventilating equipment?
Oh, you most certainly can, Bill. I'll have the trucks and equipment loaded into a flying boxcar and on its way to you in half an hour.
Many thanks, Commissioner. You don't know how much we appreciate this.
Think nothing of it. You've helped us fight forest fires out here in California. Oh, by the way, Bill.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to run the equipment?
Well, No, come to think of it, I don't. But I'll figure it out.
No, that'll take precious minutes. I'll send a man along to set it up for you and tell you how to run it.
Oh, thanks again, Commissioner. We're deeply grateful. I'll be waiting for the plane with a crew of men.
It'll be on its way in half an hour or less. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Let's get a crew of men and get out to the airport, Chief Brown.
Where's Ranger Bill Jefferson?
I'm he, Captain.
Well, I'm Captain Matthews, Mr. Jefferson. I'm on the commissioner's staff.
Glad to meet you, Captain. This is Chief Brown.
Hello, Captain.
The crew of the flying boxcar is opening the cargo hatch. As soon as they've got the ramp down, we can unload the equipment. We've got 2 converted hose trucks carrying the air pumps.
How about the portable canvas air ducts, Captain?
We'll need 2 large trucks for those. We brought all we had.
Oh, fine. Got 2 large trucks here. Start loading as soon as the fire trucks are off the plane.
Wonderful. Well, they're putting the ramp down now.
We got 30 men. They'll have the plane unloaded in short order. Then we'll go to the bank and set the equipment to work so we can put some fresh air into the building. Open that basement grating carefully, fellas. The spark can still be disastrous.
We be careful, Bill.
You said it, Sonny. Hey, give it a tug, Grey Wolf.
Okay, I'll try. That's stuck. Must be rusted.
This is worse than opening an old tin can.
Stuck.
You would think of something appropriate to say, Stumpy.
There. Now we put canvas air duct into basement.
Right. The boys have the other duct set up in the doorway. We can start pumping fresh air at once.
Say, that there contraption blows quite a gale, Sonny. It's a good thing I brought fresh stickum for my wig.
Plenty fresh air coming to building now.
Yes, Grey Wolf. Stumpy. Portable ventilating equipment's doing the trick. You go back in the rear of the building, you almost pass out from the gas fumes. They come billowing out the windows and doors.
You have plenty of good idea, Bill.
I'll say you did, Grey Wolf. Bill, do you really think Ed Banker will be able to get in here in the morning to do business?
Yes, I do, old-timer. May not be able to work in here, but at least he can get at his records in the vault. He can do business temporarily in the empty store across the street if necessary.
That make him happy.
I wonder if them there gas tanks have run dry yet, Sonny.
Well, they should have. Let's find out. What's in this one, Hank?
There's just about 400 in this one, too, Bill. Closer to 375.
There's still a lot of gas in there, Bill. 800 gallons in the 2 tanks.
Right. That's 1,200 less than before. I'd say we were doing all right.
4, maybe 5 more hours should empty tanks, Bill.
Right, Grey Wolf. The gas shouldn't be leaking into the basement of the bank quite as rapidly as it was.
Boy, I'd give my right arm to know how those tanks got to leaking. They're welded and supposed to be leak-proof.
Well, things like this happen in the best of families, Hank. As long as nobody gets hurt, it'll be all right. Let's go outside and see how the boys are coming along.
It's a good thing we got a reservoir of water to draw from, Bill. We've pumped enough water to flood a lake.
Yeah, imagine you have, Chief Brown. I'm proud of the way you and your men swung into action.
Thanks, Bill. We try to do a top-notch job all the time.
Cal, I want to thank you, too. You organized a police chain in record time. Evacuated the residents of this area quickly.
Well, thanks, Bill. We're only as good as our commander, you know.
Oh, thanks, Cal. But the commander's only as good as his men. Thanks to both of you men, we avoided disaster. I'm sure we have everything under control now. It's only a matter of time before we can all go home.
Say, Bill, here come Ed Banker. He looked plenty worried.
Worried? He looks plumb exasperated.
What's the matter, Ed? You look like you lost your last friend.
I have, Bill. I just talked to the state banking chief, and he says I gotta pay money on demand or I'll be technically insolvent. Gas or no gas.
Oh? That right? Wasn't the man. 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 Wasn't.
Lights! Give me a light.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Orson Welles. I'm speaking for the Mercury Theater, and what follows is supposed to advertise our first motion picture. Citizen Kane is the title, and we hope it can correctly be called a coming attraction. It's certainly coming to this theater, and I think our Mercury actors make it an attraction. I'd like you to meet them. Speaking of attractions, well, the chorus girls are certainly an attraction, but frankly, ladies and gentlemen, we're just showing you the chorus girls for purposes of ballyhoo. It's pretty nice ballyhoo. But here's some of our real Mercury people. This is the first time you've seen most of them on the screen. Hey, give Joe a little light. Thanks. Now smile for the folks, Joe. Smile. Joseph Cotton, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. Joseph Cotton. I think you're going to see a lot of him. Here's Ruth Warwick, whom I know you love. Ruth. Look at the camera, Ruth. We caught Ruth with her hair up. And here's somebody you've all heard on the radio, so I don't have to tell you he's wonderful, Ray Collins. Dorothy Commongore is a name I'm going to repeat. Dorothy Commongore. I won't have to repeat it much longer. You'll be repeating it. And here's George Coulouris, who's a grand actor. I'll say that name again. George Coulouris. Watch it. Here comes Everett Sloane. Look out, Everett. Oops. Everett Sloane, ladies and gentlemen, he isn't necessarily a comedian. And here's one of the best actors in the world, Agnes Moorehead. I've said a lot of nice things, but Erskine Sanford deserves some more. Erskine Sanford. So does Paul. Paul Stewart, everybody. Citizen Kane is a modern American story about a man called Kane, Charles Foster Kane. I don't know how to tell you about him. There's so many things to say. I'll turn you over instead to the characters in the picture. As you'll see, they feel very strongly on the subject.
Charles Foster Kane is...
Sure, he started the war. But do you think if it hadn't been for Mr. Kane, the United States would have the Panama Canal?
Charles Foster Kane is nothing more or less than a communist.
Kane, governor. Listen, when the voters of this state and Mrs. Kane learn what I found out about Mr. Kane and a certain little blondie named Susan Alexander, he couldn't be elected dog catcher. I'm going to skin Mr. Charles Foster Kane alive.
I'm going to marry him next week at the White House.
Emily, I hear you've been stepping out with Charlie Kane.
Of course I love him. I gave him $60 million.
Well, of course I love him. He's the richest man in America.
But all the girls say about him at first.
But you know, I can't help but admire him. He's crazy.
He's wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what you'll think about Mr. Kane. I can't imagine. You see, I play the part myself. Well, Kane is a hero and a scoundrel, a no-account and a swell guy, a great lover, a great American citizen, and a dirty dog. It depends on who's talking about him. What's the real truth about Charles Foster Kane? I wish you'd come to this theater when Citizen Kane plays here and decide for yourself.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles.
Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guest, lovely Loretta Young, with Jimmy Cash, the Swantet, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. But before we visit the Burnses, let's look in for a moment on a dramatic scene taking place in the office of a Hollywood attorney. Consulting the attorney is a very excited and beautiful client, Miss Loretta Young.
This is preposterous. It's ridiculous. There isn't one word of truth in this entire magazine article.
Why, of course there isn't. Now, calm yourself, Miss Young.
Calm myself. Just listen to this drivel. Sensational, daring expose. The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen.
Why, that's fantastic.
Fantastic is hardly the word for it. Listen to this. Who is the mysterious Mr. X who holds the key to Loretta Young's heart? Does her son, Robert Young, know about this?
Why, that's positively weird. Tell me, does Miss Allen say where she got her information?
No. Undoubtedly, she got it straight from her head.
She couldn't have picked a more unreliable source. Now, does she name the man who's supposed to be your secret love?
No, but she describes him. He appears to be a combination of Gary Cooper, Noel Coward, J.P. Morgan, and the Green Hornet.
Have you ever met such a man?
No. You don't happen to know where I could, do you?
Unfortunately, I'm afraid not. Now, don't worry, Miss Young. We'll take legal action immediately.
Well, I'll leave that to you. And meanwhile, I'm going over and demand an explanation from Gracie. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day. Oh, Northrop.
Yes, Mr. Reagan?
Gracie Allen's married to a character named George Burns, isn't she?
Oh, yes, sir.
They probably cooked this up together. File suit immediately against Mr. and Mrs. George Burns for $50,000.
Oh, George, I have a wonderful surprise for you.
Really?
Yes, no more worries about money.
What do you mean?
Well, little Gracie has written a magazine article that's going to fix our finances permanently.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it's the least I can do, sweetheart. The way you work and slave at that old office is just making you a wreck, and I want to help.
Well, thanks, dear. How long have you been writing magazine articles?
Oh, quite a while, but I didn't want to say anything until I had one published.
Oh, the others were rejected, huh?
Yes, and I can't understand it. Well, they were wonderful articles about movie stars. My first one was called Charles Boyer's Eyes. Are they his own?
Can't see why they rejected that.
And then I wrote a perfectly marvelous piece called Is There As Much Inside of Charles Lawton As There Is Outside?
Fascinating stuff.
Oh, yes. And then I wrote one that'll just set everybody's tongue wagging. It's called Theda Barra Says She's Through with Pictures.
Theda is going to quit, huh? Imagine.
Oh, I do a lot of research on these stories. Now, take this one. It's called Gary Cooper. Is he?
Is he what?
Well, I haven't finished my research yet.
What magazine did you submit the stuff to?
Oh, it's a wonderful publication. It gives you the real inside information in a high-class way.
Life, look, pick, click.
Dirt.
Dirt? You mean that horrible gossip magazine?
George, is that a nice way to talk about the magazine that's going to make us rich? Look, here's the latest issue. See what it says on the cover?
Sensational, daring expose, The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen. Say, you really came through.
Well, thanks, darling. And, George, I won't let my fame come between us. I'll still be a housewife no matter how many literary organizations beg me to join them.
Are they after you already?
Oh, sure. Just yesterday I got a letter asking me if I'd like to be a member of the Book of the Month Club.
Yeah, you're my little celebrity.
And when I first wrote this story, Dirt turned it down. I had no style.
No.
No. For instance, I wrote, every morning Loretta Young gets out of bed, walks downstairs, and eats the grapefruit.
But you changed that.
Mm-hmm. Now it reads, every morning luscious Loretta Young gets out of bed with a cry of ecstasy, walks downstairs in a sweater, and passionately eats the grapefruit.
Didn't take you long to get the hang of it. The title is pretty snappy, too. The Secret Love of Loretta Young.
Yeah, isn't it? I wonder if she really has one.
What?
I wonder if she has a secret love. I doubt it.
Wait a minute. She must have a secret love. You wrote that in your article.
Well, you don't believe everything you read, do you?
Gracie, if there's no truth in this thing, why did you write it?
Well, there's never been any scandal about poor Loretta, so I thought I'd give her a break.
Murder, you can't do that, Gracie.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning, Bill.
What's Gracie done now?
Look at this magazine.
Okay. The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen. Oh, say, Gracie, if you want these kind of stories, I'm your man.
Oh, really?
Now, Bill, she's done enough.
Why, I can tell you the secret love of almost every woman in town. I've seen this bird in plenty of women's homes, married and single.
Oh, who is it?
Swan.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Well, George, just remember that Swan's not only great for a woman's bath and for her hands and face, but it's great for bathing the baby and perfect for dishes and light laundry. Swan's the new white floating soap. There's 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Look, Bill, we'll be in plenty of trouble if Loretta Young reads this article. Maybe you can help us. Do you know Loretta?
Well, no, but you know how I handle women, George. Why, gosh, I could flatter her right out of being mad.
You think so?
Well, easy. I'll go to her and say, Loretta, darling, you're beautiful. You have a face like a dishpan full of swan suds.
Wait a minute. You can't say that.
Well, George's nothing looks better to a woman than a dishpan full of swan suds. She knows that those long-lasting swan suds will help make short work out of washing the dishes. And she knows that Swan is so mild and gentle, you don't have to worry about rough dishpanny hands.
Never mind, Bill. We'll handle this thing ourselves.
Come in.
Mrs. Boynes?
Yes?
Who was that?
Aha! Look at this. I'm not the only one who thinks my magazine article will make us rich. Some smart lawyers think so, too.
What do you mean?
Well, they don't sue poor people for $50,000.
Oh, no.
A new popular ballad by our young tenor, Jimmy Cash. Little Did I Know. James?
Little did I know when I met you, I would learn to worship you so. Thought I'd kiss and then forget you. Little did I know. Little did I dream your caresses meant more than a passing hello. Now my foolish heart confesses, little did I know. April in the moonlight, the thrill of a June night, those bicycle rides with you. Christmas and Thanksgiving, the rapture of living, were things that I never knew. You were like a star far above me. I was just a dreamer below. Little did I dream you'd love me. Little did I
$50,000 we're being sued for. And all because you made up a story about Loretta Young's secret love.
Well, I was only trying to help George.
Hitler should have that kind of help. $50,000. Who's got that kind of money?
Well, I expect to earn quite a bit with my new article. It's called, Is Jane Russell a Man in Disguise?
Burn it and scatter the ashes. And furthermore...
What's the matter?
Here comes Loretta Young up the walk. Goodbye.
Oh, George, don't leave me alone with her. I'm afraid.
Sorry, baby. You got yourself into this. Get yourself out. I'm going to see a lawyer. Goodbye.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, you want to see Gracie? Well, she's gone to Australia to entertain the Aleutians.
Now, it's no use. I know you.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, come in, Loretta. I'm awfully glad to see you.
Yes, I guessed that. I came to talk to you about that story.
That story?
Yes.
Oh, yes. You mean that story about the moron who moved to the city because he heard the country was at war. Oh, yes. Cute, isn't it? George says that no one can do those moron things like me.
I agree 100%. But, Gracie, the story I'm talking about is The Secret Love of Loretta Young. Do you realize how much damage a story like that can do? Why, it's simply outrageous.
Oh, my, you're pretty.
This can involve me in all sorts of trouble. My studio's going to be furious.
Oh, I'd give $1 million for that complexion.
I've never been so upset, so angry in my whole life.
I wonder how you keep it so pretty.
Well, I start with a foundation cream and work it in.
Yes.
And then I pat on a little...
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. I've been tricked. Honestly, Gracie, a story like that, well, it could only be excused if it were written by a crazy person.
Oh. Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, well, it was.
You mean you admit it was written by a crazy person?
Mm-hmm. George. Yep. His old trouble is coming back again.
But the article is signed by you.
That's his old trouble. He thinks he's other people.
Gracie, do you want me to believe that your husband is a lunatic?
It would help a lot if you did.
Well, George always looked all right to me. Mentally, of course.
Oh, you can't go by appearances, Loretta. Think of George as a chocolate.
A chocolate?
Yes. You can't tell by looking at him whether inside he's plain or nuts.
Oh, dear. I wish you hadn't said that. Now, I'll never be able to bite into a chocolate without wondering if its name is George.
Oh, you're not taking me seriously, are you?
No, Gracie, I'm not. Why should he write such a story and sign your name?
Well, he thought he was me. You see, when George has these spells, he thinks he's all kinds of people. Well, one day he took away the key to my trunk and hid my suitcases, and he said, "You're staying home for a change."
Who did he think he was?
President Roosevelt.
Now, Gracie, you're putting up a very good fight, but I still think George is sane. I'm afraid you'll both have to face the music.
Music? Oh, now you really hit on his crazy spot.
What do you mean?
Well, he thinks he's a musician. Last week he thought he was Harry James.
Oh, poor Betty Grable.
Oh, he's really crazy when it comes to music, especially singing. He thinks he's Bing Crosby and Nelson Eddy put together.
That's an odd combination.
You're telling me. Why, every night he sets a trap for the stork and baits it with shortening bread.
I'm sorry, Gracie, but I don't believe any of this.
Well, I can prove it to you. Oh, look, here comes George now. You just ask him if he doesn't think he's a great singer.
All right, I will.
Well, Gracie, I talked to our... Oh, you're still here, Miss Young.
Yes. I want to talk to you, Mr. Burns.
About the lawsuit?
Well, I'd like to clear up something else first. Do you think you're a great singer?
Well, I wouldn't say great. I'd say, well, I guess great is the word. Would you like to hear me sing?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well, this is the hot lick that has Crosby worried to death. Like Jackie Horner in the corner, don't go nowhere, and I don't care. Well?
And to think I doubted you, Gracie.
Huh?
Believe me, you have my deepest sympathy.
Oh, see here, Miss
Now,
Young.
don't you come near me. You stay right where you are.
I won't bite you.
How do I know you won't? You might think you're a steam shovel and I'm a pile of sand.
You're kind of a screwball, aren't you?
Please don't say that. I've always heard that one can recognize another.
What's going on around
now,
here?
George, calm down. Remember your old trouble.
How can I forget you? A lawyer says we haven't got a leg to stand on. In the first place, you didn't type the story. It's in your own handwriting.
Wait a minute. It's in her handwriting?
Well, sure.
Then she must have written it.
No, Herbert Hoover wrote it.
Oh, there you see? Now he thinks he's a G-man.
Gracie, let's not play any more games. Mr. Burns, I'm sorry. I owe you an apology.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now, tell me what for.
Well, I'll let your wife explain that. Goodbye, Gracie. I'll see you in court.
What's going on around here? In another minute, I'll be a raving maniac.
Oh, darn it. 2 minutes sooner and we would have saved $50,000.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. And tonight with the Swantet, a colorful salute to our valiant Marines.
Over the sea, let's go, men. We're shoving right off again. Nobody knows where or when. We're shoving right off again. It may be Bhutan, Rangoon, or Japan. We got a job we must do, and we will not come back until the crew will shove 'em right off so long to you. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we have fought our country's battles on the land and on the sea. Press to fight for right and freedom, we're the finest ever seen, and we're proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
Now remember, Gracie, room 202 Arcade Building. We're gonna meet the attorneys there at 5 o'clock and try to settle out of court.
Yes, dear.
Even then, we'll have to pay Loretta Young plenty.
Well, that doesn't seem fair. I'm an honest person, and I made an honest mistake. Isn't there some way I can cheat her out of the money?
Gracie, there's only one thing could save us. If Loretta Young really had a secret lover.
You mean if a secret lover actually showed up, she couldn't sue us?
Hiya, folks.
Well, Bill, sit right down. How nice to see you.
Well, I'm going to stop off at the cigar store. See you at 5, Gracie.
Oh, Bill, have I got a surprise?
Yeah?
What would you do if I told you that a beautiful, glamorous movie star was secretly in love with you?
Oh, I just laugh and believe it.
I knew you would. It's Loretta Young.
Well, gee, you mean I'm the guy you wrote about in that article?
Sure. Loretta Young's mad about you. She's crazy about you.
I knew this would happen if I didn't stop washing my face with Swan. Swan is just so doggone wonderful, it made me even more irresistible than I used to be.
Oh, Bill, you're too modest.
Oh, well, Swan's not only great for washing your hands and face, but just the soap for bathing the baby. And it's great for dishes or light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
You know what Loretta likes about you, Bill?
What?
Your dimples.
Oh, my dimples aren't so much.
They're adorable when you smile.
Oh, you don't say. Well, I must smile more often. Let's see now. Doctors recommend Swan, the new white floating soap for bathing the baby. It's mild as fine Castiles. It's so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. Hey, do they show, Gracie?
Oh, yes.
Good. And since Swan is so mild, well, it's just well for your hands and face, your complexion.
Oh, Bill, whatever you do, stay away from Loretta Young. She's so crazy about you that if she sees you, she'll grab you and kiss you and hug you and squeeze you, and you wouldn't want that to happen.
Oh, no, she might break the bar swan in my pocket.
Sure.
Well, on the second thought, it wouldn't be bad.
No?
No, then I could put half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom. The swan breaks in two, you know, so you can use half for your hands and face, tub, or shower, and half for your dishes and light laundry.
Well, Bill, please remember to stay away from Loretta. She'll be in the arcade building at 5 o'clock.
Oh, well, I won't go near her, Gracie. What room should I stay away from?
202.
202. Well, I'll go straight home. I don't want any movie stars kissing me.
Well. Hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Stanley. Give me 3 of my regular cigars.
Yes, sir. Perfecto Royales. I'll get them out of the safe.
You keep them in the safe?
Oh, yes, I have to. If I don't, they smell up the whole place. Here are your 3 cigars.
Here's your nickel.
Thank you. You seem depressed today, Mr. Burns. Trouble at home?
You said it. On account of my wife's latest brainstorm, I'm being sued for $50,000.
$50,000? My, that's a lot of Perfecto Royale.
Oh, yes.
Greetings, Stanley. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke. Well, hello, friend Burns.
Hello, Cue Ball.
Mr. Burns isn't feeling well, Cue Ball. He's being sued for $50,000.
The paltry sum. Why, when I was the idol of the American stage, I spent that much annually on cigars alone.
Oh, sure.
And speaking of cigars, when you have had your fill of that one, may I toy with the butt, please?
Cue Ball, don't bother me. Say, Baldy, I just had an idea. How would you like to make some money?
With a minimum of effort.
I'll give you $5 to pose as Loretta Young's secret lover.
What? You wish me to lie, to deceive, to utter crass falsehood about an innocent damoiselle? I, Bolingbroke, a man of honor? Not for 1 cent less than $7.
I'll give you 5. All you have to do is come to the arcade building, room 202, at 5 o'clock and do your stuff.
$7 and not a cent less.
$5 and not a cent more.
Sir, it is not my custom to quibble over pennies. $6.75.
Now, look, Bolingbroke, just because you have me over a barrel...
I do have you over a barrel, don't I? Farewell, Burns.
Hey, Cue Ball, wait.
Oh, poor Mr. Burns. Such a nice man. And if he goes broke, I'll be stuck with all those horrible cigars. The arcade building, room 202.
Oh, hello, Loretta. Is your lawyer in?
Yes. He's in the next office drawing up some papers. I'm glad you decided to settle out of court, Gracie.
Well, I've changed my mind about that, Loretta. You see, I know that when I get on the stand in front of that jury, Oh, by the way, would you lift your skirt just a little?
My skirt? Oh, you mean like this?
Yes. My, your legs are pretty, too. This is going to be an awfully close case.
No, you haven't got a chance, Gracie. I have no secret lover.
One never knows, does one? Have you the time?
Yes, it's just 5 o'clock.
Well, here I am, Loretta, dimples and all.
I beg your pardon?
Well, don't just stare at me like that, Loretta. Come on, grab me in your arms.
Just who are you?
Oh, as if you didn't know. I'm your secret lover.
What?
One never knows, does one?
There must be some mistake.
Oh, there's no mistake. Care to stick a finger in one of my dimples?
Oh, Loretta, there goes your case.
Now, look here.
Just a moment. Miss Young, take a look at this man I brought with me.
Well, who is he?
I, madam, am your secret lover.
I what?
I, madam, am your secret lover.
My, Loretta, you've been a busy little girl, haven't you?
Well, now I suppose that...
How do you do, Miss Young?
Who are you?
Your secret lover.
My gracious, the place is just crawling with them.
Now, little man, you turn right around and march out that door. And take that ham actor with you.
Yes, ma'am.
You can go, too, Dimples.
Come on, lovers.
Now, suppose we discuss this lawsuit sensibly. Now that my love parade has passed.
All right. Guess I may as well tell the truth.
Yes, it's about time.
Yeah. Your real secret lover is George Burns.
Oh, Gracie, please.
Well, what's so funny? George would be a wonderful secret lover.
Oh.
Well, he would. There's nothing to laugh at. He's a great lover.
Hey, wait a minute. Break this up. What's so funny about it? Gee, you think
Gracie, I'm sorry. I just can't stay mad at you. I'm ready to call this whole thing off if you are.
You mean it, Loretta?
Yes, I do. Now, if Gracie will just print a retraction in the next issue of the magazine, we'll forget all about it.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to print a retraction, Loretta. In fact, I'll write a new article denying that you have a secret lover.
Good.
I've got a wonderful title for it.
What?
Nobody Loves Loretta Young.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. And meanwhile, I want to remind you that it's our patriotic duty not to waste soap. Now, you know, we have all the soap we need here in America, but we haven't any to waste. So just take it easy. For instance, when you're taking a bath or washing your hands and face with Swan, don't leave the bar of Swan in the tub or wash basin. Just use that Swan long enough to work up a swell lather. That'll only take a few seconds. And the same goes when you're doing dishes or light laundry. Swish the Swan around in the dishpan a couple of times until you have all the suds you want. Then put the Swan back in the soap dish. And look, you better be sure the soap dish is dry, because a wet soap dish will help dissolve and waste any soap. Well, that's about all. I just wanted to remind you, because the government wants not to waste soap. Well, here they are again, George and his ever-loving Mrs. Gracie.
Honestly, Gracie, the messes you get me in, I just...
Well, I can't help it, George. We French, we're so excitable, so passionate.
You're French?
Ooh la la.
What's this all about, anyway?
Well, George, don't you know who's going to be on our program next week? Charles Boyer.
Oh, that's why you're French?
Trey, of course.
Our guest tonight, Miss Loretta Young, is currently working in the Paramount picture Now Tomorrow. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Charles Boyer. The following week, Ida Lupino. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Washington Story. The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, the Green Hornet. It was earlier than usual when Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, entered the outer office and spoke to his secretary, Lenore Case. Good morning, Miss Case.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Reed. I tried to reach you at home a short time ago. Cato told me you were on the way down.
Was something important?
Yes, sir. George Meadows of our Washington office phoned long distance. I told him I'd contact you and have you call him back. He said he'd be in the office at 11 o'clock.
I see. It's almost 11 now. What time did he phone?
Before 10, Mr. Reed. He said he was on the trail of something hot, and he wanted your advice.
We'll put a call through to the Washington office now, Miss Case. If you get Meadows, switch the call into my office.
Yes, sir. I'll see if I can get that. Hello?
Washington calling Mr. Britt Reed?
Oh, yes. Just a minute, operator. Washington calling Mr. Reed. Must be Meadows again.
All right, I'll take it here. Hello?
Mr. Britt Reed?
Yes, that's right.
Just a moment. Here's your party.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Yes?
This is Hooper in Washington.
Miss Case told me Meadows was trying to get at me a while ago. What's going on?
Meadows did try to get you. He was on the trail of something hot. But he wouldn't say what it was until he had talked to you.
Well, put Meadows on the line if he's there. He can talk to me now.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Reed. Meadows isn't here. He can't talk to you because he was murdered a short time ago.
Murdered?
Not George Meadows.
Wait a minute, Miss Case. Tell me what happened, Hooper. Make it brief.
Meadows placed a call for you from the office here. When he couldn't get you, he went out, saying he'd be back at 11.
Go on.
He was entering the publisher building, 4th Street entrance, when he was shot down by someone in a passing car. The killer got away. Meadows was dead when the ambulance arrived. That's the whole story, Mr. Reed. But there's something big behind it. We're sure of that.
I see. This is quite a shock, Hooper. Make the necessary arrangements for Meadows. I'll be at the Washington office in the morning. In the meantime, see if you can get a line on what Meadows had found out.
Okay, Mr. Reed, we'll do our best.
Good. We'll see you in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
See if you can get me a reservation on the midnight train to Washington, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be busy in my office for the next few minutes. I don't want to be disturbed.
All right, Mr. Reed.
I'll have to establish the fact that the Green Hornet's in Washington before I get there. I'll call Cato on the private line. Meadows must have really been after something hot.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Britt.
Yes, now get this. One of our Washington men has been murdered. I'm going there on the midnight train.
What do you want me to do?
It's a 2-hour run by plane to Washington. Take the next one out. Go to our office on the 9th floor of the publisher building. And without being seen, leave a Hornet seal on the door. Then take a plane back. You should get back before I leave.
Yes, sir. I leave for airport within the next 15 minutes.
Good. Be sure no one sees you leave that seal.
Why, be careful, Mr. Britt.
If I don't see you before I leave tonight, I'll get in touch with you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Casey, what are you doing here at 7 o'clock in the evening? I'd like to know.
For your information, Expert, Mr. Reed's leaving town. I stayed later than usual to take some last-minute letters.
Reed leaving town? Where's he going?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? If you hadn't been out of the office all day, maybe you'd have found out.
Is that so now? I've been busy getting news with the Sentinel, that I have. And if Reed's leaving town, 'tis me who ought to know about it. Didn't his father tell me to be his bodyguard, didn't he?
When old Mr. Reed turned the Daily Sentinel over to his son, he had no idea.
Miss Case, did you get a hotel reservation for me?
Yes, sir. At the usual place, the Carlington.
Good.
Say, no, that's the ritziest hotel in Washington. Is that where you're going, Reed?
Yes, I have business in Washington, Axford. I'll be back in a few days.
But, Reed, I was just telling Casey when your father was
I heard
running...
that one before, Axford. But no soap. I'm going alone.
But why...
Hello?
Washington calling Mr. Britt Reed.
Just a moment. Long distance for you, Mr. Reed.
Hello?
Mr. Britt Reed?
Yes.
Here's your party. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Reed. This is Hooper again.
What's happened this time, Hooper?
I thought you ought to know. The Green Hornet's mixed up in Meadows' murder.
The Green Hornet? How do you know?
Holy crow.
Quiet, Axford. Hello, Hooper.
We found a Green Hornet seal stuck on the outside of our office door. The police decided it's a warning of some kind.
Really? Well, I'll be there in the morning. Meantime, be careful and get all the data you can for me.
Yes, sir. I thought I'd let you know about that seal before you left.
Oh, glad you did, Hooper. It'll be prepared. I'll check in at the Carlington, then I'll come right over to the office.
All right, sir. See you in the morning. Goodbye.
Bye.
Reed, what did you say about the Green Hornet?
Axford, George Meadows, our man in Washington, has been murdered.
Suffering snakes. Who did it?
We don't know, but Hooper says he found a Green Hornet seal on the office door. Left as a warning. At least that's what they think.
The Green Hornet in Washington?
That's what Mr. Reed just said, Axford.
Holy crow, Reed. You can't go there alone with the Hornet on the loose. Anyway, I ought to have a chance to hunt him down, seeing as I've been on his trail here for so long. Let me go along, Reed. I just got to go.
Mr. Reed will have enough headaches without...
Okay, Axford. You can come along.
You see, Casey? Yeah!
I'll bet the Green Hornet would be worried if he knew Axford was coming.
Huh. No, ain't you sorry you ain't going, Casey? Whoopee! Washington, here I come!
The following morning, Britt Reed, accompanied by Mike Axford, arrived in Washington and went directly to Hooper's office in the publisher building. Britt lost no time in discussing Meadows' death with his Washington correspondent.
Tell me, Hooper, did Meadows give any hint at all as to the so-called hot lead he was following?
No, he didn't, Mr. Reed. I assigned Meadows to cover the hearing on the Fairfield munitions report. He attended the preliminary sessions of the hearing, was to be on hand tomorrow when the investigating committee is to have a reading of the report itself.
I see. As I remember, that report is expected to blow the lid off a lot of scandal.
Yes. Fairfield hinted as much day before yesterday.
Don't seem like anybody killed poor Meadows just because he was assigned to sit in on a hearing.
Oh, it'd have to be something more than that, Axford. Remember, Meadows said he was on the trail of something hot. Evidently, it got too hot as far as he was concerned.
Yes, poor chap. By the way, Hooper, did you get a chance to go over his effects? You know, look through his wallet, for instance.
Yes, the police checked through it, then left it here. I have it here in my desk. There it is.
Let's see. Press card, driver's license. Here's an invitation to a reception. The place where his name should be has been left blank.
Yes, I saw that. It's an invitation to Mrs. Victor Canby's reception tonight. Meadows didn't usually go in for shindigs like that. He must have received that from a society editor of one of the local papers.
Who is Mrs. Victor Canby?
Oh, one of the socialites around town who likes to throw formal receptions and invite all the big shots. If you want anything known, just go there and tell it to Mrs. Canby. She's a gabby dame and passes on everything she hears. She's been the cause of lots of red faces in Washington.
I wonder why Meadows didn't want to be bothered going there.
Maybe he had a definite reason for going, Axford.
Come to think of it, I wouldn't mind going myself and seeing some of them Washington bigwigs.
Well, there's your chance, Mike. Just go over on L Street and rent a dress suit. And with that invitation, you'll be all set.
I brought my formal clothes along. Maybe. Say, Hooper, can you get another one of those invitations?
Sure, if you want another.
All right, get one for me. Axford can rent a dress suit as you suggested.
Say, Reed, you mean we're going to that?
Tonight, you and I are going to mix with the Washington big shots at Mrs. Canby's reception.
Reed, this sure is a classy dump. Sure, Casey ought to see me now.
Maybe it's just as well she can, Axford.
Why do you say that, Reed? Don't this dress suit look okay?
Well, in a way it does. But your vest doesn't quite meet the top of your trousers.
Oh, that. Well, you see, Reed, it is right in that spot that I bulge just a little. Only when I breathe, that is. But when I hold my breath, the gap closes up, sort of.
Forget the bulge. You'll get by.
Do you think so?
Sure, come on. It's time we met the hostess. The receiving line has slimmed down a bit.
I remember when my old lady had callers, she used to go right out onto the porch to meet him.
Come on, we're wasting time.
My, this is delightful. I'm so glad to see you again, my dear Mr.
Britt Reed. How do you do, Mrs. Canby?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Reed. How could I forget?
Mrs. Canby, may I present Mr. Michael Axford?
How do you do, ma'am?
Oh, Mr. Axford. Yes, of course. You're from one of the embassies, aren't you? I remember your accent.
Well, no, I'm not exactly from an embassy, ma'am. Fact is, I'm a newspaper man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mr. Reed is publisher of the Daily Sentinel, and I work for him.
You, a newspaper publisher, Mr. Reed?
That's right, Mrs. Canby.
Well, how interesting. Oh, I'm sure you must know a great deal of undercover news, secrets about important things that we poor laymen are literally dying to find out.
Well, we usually print everything that's of interest to the public, Mrs. Canby.
Well, tell me, Mr. Reed, do you have advanced information on the contents of the Fairfield report? Oh, I hear it's going to bring to light a great amount of scandal.
I don't know any more about it than you do, I'm afraid.
Oh, dear, I was hoping I'd have a bit of unpublished news to give the girls at luncheon tomorrow. I tried to get Mr. Fairfield to give me just one little hint. He refused to discuss it.
Oh, is Mr. Fairfield here?
Why, of course. Everybody of importance is here at my little party. Let me see. Oh, yes, there's Mr. Fairfield over there, you see? Just going into the conservatory.
So that's Fairfield, huh? Say, Reed, I got an idea. Maybe I can get an interview with Fairfield. I'll go after him.
But Axford...
Be back in a few minutes, Reed. Excuse me. I didn't mean... Oh, pardon me, lady. I just... Here's the place he was going into. So this is the conservatory. Looks more like a swanky greenhouse to me. Excuse me. I didn't know anybody was with Mr. Fairfield. What's the matter with him? Sitting there like that. Is he sick?
You came in here at the wrong time, my friend. My business with Fairfield was not quite finished.
Oh, well, I'll go out then. Hey, now. There's something wrong with Fairfield.
He's dead.
He's dead. Huh?
And you may be shortly. That him?
Holy crow. Put away that gun.
This gun has a silencer on it. You've seen too much and know too much. There's a door at the end going out into the garden. Get going, and if you make a sound, I'll let you have it.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Meantime, Britt Reed waited for Axford's return from his interview with Fairfield. It was almost 20 minutes later when one of the servants hurriedly approached Mrs. Canby in a state of excitement.
Mrs. Canby.
What is it, Charles?
Something has happened to Mr. Fairfield in the conservatory. He's been murdered.
Fairfield murdered? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. He was just found, slumped over in a chair in the conservatory. Oh. He's been shot, sir. Shall I call the police, Mrs. Canby?
I don't know. The publicity. Oh, this is terrible.
Call the police by all means right away.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I picked this stud up. It was lying on the floor near the conservatory door leading into the garden.
Well, let me see it.
Yes, sir.
Maybe the murderer dropped it.
One of Axford's studs.
Did you say something, Mr. Reed?
Oh, I was just thinking, Mrs. Canby. You better get the police, Charles.
Oh, yes, sir. Right away.
It's necessary that I go to the Sentinel office in the Publisher building, Mrs. Canby. I can be reached there.
Must you go? You seem to know just what to do.
The police will handle things here. I'll see you again, but right now I must go back to the office. Goodbye, Mrs. Canby.
Britt Reed hurried to the Publisher building and was greeted by Hooper as he entered the door.
Mr. Reed, I'm glad you've come. Things are really popping.
I know. I guess by this time you've heard about Fairfield.
Yes, just got the news. But that isn't all.
No?
No. Fairfield's files in his study at home have been rifled. The only existing copies of the Fairfield report have been stolen.
Did the police say that?
Well, I didn't hear the news from the police, not at first. I was in the Continental News office down the hall a while ago when Fairfield's secretary, a chap by the name of Parker, phoned in the news of the robbery and of Fairfield's death. He lives at Fairfield's home.
Oh, I see.
Why, this blows the investigation sky high, Mr. Reed. Without that signed report or Mr. Fairfield's personal testimony, the committee will have nothing to go on.
But the secretary ought to know the contents of the report.
Just his word wouldn't carry any weight.
Oh, that's right, it wouldn't. I suppose... When did Parker phone in the news?
Half hour ago.
Half hour ago? It took me 10 minutes to get here from Canby.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Hooper. If you should hear from Axford, have him contact me at the hotel. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
Going to his hotel room, Britt Reed thumbed through the Washington phone book until he found a certain address. Then, opening a suitcase, he slid back a small panel in the bottom and took out the Hornet disguise and the gas gun. Concealing these beneath his overcoat, he left the hotel and took a taxicab to the vicinity of a certain home in Chevy Chase. Meantime, Fairfield's secretary, Hal Parker, sat in Fairfield's study talking to a man from police headquarters.
When did you discover the robbery, Mr. Parker?
Well, I was out for the evening, Sergeant. Since Mr. Fairfield was going to the Canby affair, he gave me the evening off. I returned less than an hour ago and found that the files had been forced open and the report stolen. Then I heard about Mr. Fairfield's death.
I see. Of course, this is a routine investigation by headquarters. FBI have already been called on the case.
Sergeant, now that Mr. Fairfield's been murdered, I am determined to do everything possible to help find that report and see the guilty party convicted. It's the least I can do for poor Mr. Fairfield.
I know how you feel, Mr. Parker. Well, I'll get back to headquarters. My men have done all they can here. You know, if you think of anything else, it might help the case. Good night, Mr. Parker.
Good night, Sergeant.
Put on a very good act, Parker.
What the... Oh, how did you get in here?
Through the window. I was behind those drapes while you were giving your sob story to the police sergeant. It won't work, Parker.
You must be the Green Hornet. I heard he was in Washington.
Good guessing.
What do you want here?
You're going to tell me where to find your friend. The one who killed Fairfield.
You're crazy. I don't know what you're
Don't stall, Parker. I have ways and means of finding out things. Fairfield's body wasn't found until 20 minutes after he was murdered. Yet I happen to know that before that 20 minutes was up, you notified Continental Press of his death.
Listen, I don't know anything...
You jumped the gun, Parker. You thought the police already knew of the murder when you phoned. If this discrepancy should be pointed out to the authorities with an unsigned letter...
What do you want? If it's money,
I want in on the deal, Parker. You stand to get a lot of dough from the party who hired you to put this over. I'm in a position to help you and your friend cover up, or I can...
Why, I'll have to have time. I can't...
No time. If you want to discuss it with him, take me with you. I can convince him. Remember, if he gets caught, you'll die for the murder he committed.
No, I can't.
Okay, Parker, have it your way. Once the authorities start on you and they get that note, you...
Oh, wait. I'll take you to him. We'll make a deal with you. I know he'll agree to that.
Good. Let's go right now. We'll take your car. And if you trick me, you'll regret it. Come on.
Meantime, in a small hideout apartment on C Street in southeast Washington, Axford, tied to a chair, sat glaring at his captor.
By God, you won't get away with this. You wait and see.
Shut up, news, Sergeant. As soon as a certain friend of mine gets a chance to question you, you'll be found floating in the Potomac. You'll find out if you repeated what that other reporter Meadows told you.
Ah, so you're the scout who killed Meadows, eh?
What do you think? Meadows found a note I had dropped. One that my friend passed to me in a cocktail lounge. He didn't understand it, but he was suspicious. And with a nose for news, went to question my friend.
So that was it.
That was it. He dropped a hint that he didn't believe the story he was told. And on the way back to his office, you know what happened. But he must have phoned you first.
Maybe he did. And maybe I passed on what he told to someone else, too.
We'll find that out when my friend arrives. After that...
So you think I'll stand for letting you murder me, is that it?
You can't help yourself, mister.
Well, no, maybe I can at that. Right here in my pocket, I got something that'll prove your guilt, and your friends, too.
Oh, is that so? I'll have a look.
Take this, you smart pig!
Kick me, will you? Oh. That'll hold him for a while. I better get in touch with Parker. That's him now. Parker, what?
Inside, you!
Who is this? Why do you bring him here, Parker?
He's the Green Hornet. He's got the goods on us, Sutter. He wants to make a deal. Otherwise, he'll tip off the police.
You should have known better to bring him here. We won't deal with him now or ever.
No?
No. But this will keep you from the police.
Put down that gun.
I'll put it down after I use it, Hornet.
Come here, you. Let me go. Your weak-kneed pal makes a better weapon killer.
Jump into me, Parker. Get the gun.
Oh, no, you won't. Take this one, big boy.
Now, look, Hornet. You and I can make a deal. Half of what I get. Then we'll both be...
No, too late, Parker. Take some of this.
No! Gas!
I'll leave this seal on the desk. Now to phone the police. They'll find Axford. He can take credit for a good story.
Later that night, in the Sentinel's office in the publisher building...
Reed, where did he hear the news?
Axford, where on earth have you been? Fairfield was murdered right under our noses almost, and at the critical time you weren't to be found.
Mr. Reed's been worried about you, Axford.
Worried about me? Huh, I can take care of myself, that I can. But speaking of murder right under our noses, Reed, that's exactly what did happen to me.
What do you mean? I looked around for you at Canby's reception,
Reed,
but...
I went into the conservatory just as Fairfield was murdered.
No.
Yep, I saw the killer, so he made me go with him. I let on I knew a lot more than I did, so he didn't murder me right off.
Say, do you mean to say you're the guy who solved the case and tipped off the police?
We heard a radio newscast saying the killer had been found, but they didn't say who solved the case. I do remember, though, they mentioned the Green Hornet.
Well, come to think of it, Reed, the Hornet did have something to do with it. He was in with the killer and Fairfield's secretary, who planned the whole thing.
Why did Parker do it, do you know?
Sure. He confessed that some crooked company that cheated on war contracts was going to pay him to keep that report from coming before the investigating committee. Of course, they didn't expect him to resort to murder.
Poor Meadows must have been one of the victims, too.
That he was, Reed. He was following a hot tip and the killer got him. Of course, I played smart. And with the help of the Hornet, who messed him up because they wouldn't let him in on the deal, I broke the whole case.
You saw the Hornet, then?
Well, yes and no. You see, I was fighting all over the place with the killer. Me being tied up, mind you. When the Hornet broke in, Parker the secretary was with him. The three of them was too much for me, so I got knocked out. Then they fought amongst themselves, and the Hornet tipped off the cops.
Wonderful. You say, though you were tied up, you fought all three men, including the Hornet, Axford?
Well, not exactly, but I did me part, Reed. You can bet on that. I gave Washington a story they won't forget in a hurry.
I'll say you did.
Yes, Axford. You really gave a good story both to Washington and to us. Of course, with the help of the Green Hornet.
Sure, Reed. Give the devil his due, says I. Nobody can say Mike Axford's too selfish to share the glory.
I wonder what kind of a story the Hornet would tell, if he could tell
it. Now, Reed, let's forget the Hornet just this once. Let's get some coffee. What do you say?
Hey, I'm all for it.
Axford, you're a wonder.
report found Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Central X Street, Pittsburgh.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early western United States. He was more than a champion of law and order. He was a champion of justice, and no odds were too great for him when an innocent man, wrongly accused of a crime, appealed to him for help. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Apache Ridge. Tonto's waiting
Something on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Dusk was falling in the hills near the town of Apache Ridge. A tall, masked man and an Indian put out their campfire, threw saddles on their powerful horses, and drew tight the cinches. There you are, old fellow. That'll hold. About ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
It's 10 miles to Apache Ridge. We should reach there before the moon starts to rise. We can't fail Kemosabe. Rusty Baylor is depending on us. He turned himself over to the law when we promised to clear his name. Now we'll keep that promise.
It'd be plenty hard. Mallory, him he bad feller.
Mallory runs this part of the country, Tonto, but he doesn't run us.
Yep, that's right.
Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Rudd Mallory was an influential figure in Apache Ridge. He owned several ranches, both cafes, and held a controlling interest in the Stockman's Bank. As the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode toward the town, Rudd was seated at a corner table in his Ace High Cafe, drinking with a shifty-eyed man known only as Slick. Yeah, drink up, Slick. Drink up to the capture of one of the worst killers ever known around these parts.
That's a good one, boss.
Come on, throw it down, you.
You bet.
Yeah, mighty tasty. You know, Slick, when Rusty got away that time, I never did figure to lay eyes on him again. And here the marshal brings him back, and it turns out that Rusty just gave himself up. Didn't even have to, from what they say.
I'll be doggone if I can figure it out.
That don't matter. The main thing is Rusty's gonna hang. And after he hangs, nobody's gonna ask no more questions about who killed Bull Brannigan.
Shucks, it ain't been worrying you, has it, boss?
I'm a careful man, Slick.
Sure, I know, but
I don't believe in leaving no loose ends. Right now, even if Rusty wasn't hung, it ain't likely that anybody will start asking the wrong questions. On the other hand, you never can tell. But a hanging will close the case. It'll be finished, done for, and everybody's in the clear.
When will Rusty be tried?
Can you keep something to yourself, Slick?
You know me, boss.
Rusty won't get tried.
Huh?
A lynching, get it?
You mean that
I mean, I ain't even taking chances there. You can't know for sure what a trial might turn up. But tomorrow I'm going to pass a word along among the boys. And if Rusty ain't been strung up by tomorrow night, then I'm losing my grip.
No danger of you doing that. There's Jay.
It's lucky he don't know the whole story. Yeah, howdy, Jay.
Evening, Rudd. Howdy, Slick.
Howdy.
Pull up a chair and sit yourself down. Have a drink on the house.
Sure, glad to.
Another round, Lem.
All right, coming up.
Well, you heard about Rusty being brought back, didn't you, Jay?
Yeah, and I was blamed glad to know it.
Well, you ought to be glad. He killed your uncle, didn't he?
Cut it out, Rudd. You can never tell who might be listening.
Blamed if I ever seen anybody with less gumption than you got. Now, who could hear us at this table? Ain't even any windows close by.
Yeah, but
You ain't got a guilty conscience, have you?
You have to talk about it, Rudd.
Shucks, the way you act, you think you never drilled nobody afore. And what's different about this killing?
Oh, quit it.
Only difference I can see is you made a little more cash out of it. Let me see. After the foreclosure, there was almost $5,000 left over for you, wasn't there?
I hope you're enjoying yourself.
Don't get mad at the boss, Jay. You ought to be used to Rudd by now.
He can have his fun without talking about things like this, can't he?
Forget it, Jay. No offense meant. Hey, what's delaying that barkeep? I'm getting thirsty. He should be in.
What in blazes is happening outside?
I don't know.
Jailbreak, fella! A jailbreak.
Come on.
Maybe it's Rusty.
I wonder if it is.
The Indians got the jailer.
The one feller's masked.
They got Rusty with them.
Hey, stop them fellas.
Come on, Silver. Shoot him! Shoot him down! It's too dark to take good aim. How are you going to hit fellas on horses that can travel like them?
They're out of sight already.
Then where's the marshal? Where in thunder is he?
They're calling me, Rudd?
You blasted fool, you lost your prisoner.
I got fellas raising a posse right now. How'd it happen? I ain't sure yet. Things happened too blame fast. First I knew there was a redskin, had the jailer down, and a big masked fella standing there with guns in both hands.
Then the jail was open and they was on the way.
With Rusty.
I ought to have your badge for this, Marshal.
Try to get it and welcome. If you think you could do better, maybe I can fix it for you to take my place. Bob, you keep office. The rest of you fellas follow me.
Now what?
Gosh, I hate to think of Rusty going free. He knows too blame much.
You'll be caught again.
Yeah, maybe.
You bet he will. And breaking jail like this is all that was needed to make him look guilty for sure.
But there's something I can't figure.
Yeah?
Why in blazes did he surrender to the law and then break jail afterwards? It don't make sense.
Maybe it don't. But there's one thing that will.
Huh?
Rusty hanging from the end of a rope. The Lone Ranger and Tonto had no difficulty throwing the posse off their trail. They circled back to camp, and when they were sure of their safety, the masked man turned to Rusty and...
I want all the facts this time, Rusty. Everything you know and everything you suspect.
Mind if I ask a question first?
Go ahead.
You told me to give myself up to the law. The next thing I know, you bust me out of jail. Now, why is that?
I had two reasons.
Yeah?
For one, I haven't had the chance to discuss the killing with you in detail.
Well, I've told you near all of it.
The second reason would have been enough. Tonto was in town today. He heard Lynch talk.
Lynch talk? Started by Rudd, I'll bet.
I can't say, but it's possible.
Well, what more do you want to know about the killing?
You told me that at one time you worked for Bull Brannigan.
That's right. And I had reason to think he and Rudd was in cahoots in Rudd's dirty work. So I told Bull off and asked for my time.
Everyone knew you'd quarreled?
Of course.
Then you started in the cattle business for yourself, huh?
Yeah, bought a two-bit spread neighboring to Bull. That's when the fireworks really began. I was blamed sure he was rustling my cattle, but he got the jump on me by spreading word that I was rustling his. I served warning for him to stop it. That got around, too.
So, naturally, when Bull was shot, you were the first person suspected.
Well, that's the size of it. I wouldn't have lit out, though, if it hadn't been for Rudd. I knew he was out to nail my hide to the wall. And with the weight he pulls and the lying witnesses he could get together, I wouldn't have had a chance.
Why would Rudd be concerned?
Well, that's where you got me, friend.
Rusty, I think if I were a crook and I'd committed a crime, I'd do everything I could to get someone else convicted. I'd feel safer.
I get it. Meaning that maybe Rudd killed Bull, huh?
Did he gain by Bull's death?
Not that I know of.
What was the connection between them?
Well, what I found out when I worked for Bull was this. Bull owned the ranch, but Rudd had a sizable mortgage on it. Looked to me like Rudd was a real boss and Bull held title, with a note hanging over his head all the time just to make it look good.
And Bull was rustling?
If you're asking me did I have honest-to-gosh proof on it, I'll have to tell you no. But if you want my opinion, I'll say he was. I'd swear to it, by golly.
Just one thing more, Rusty.
Yeah?
You should know most of Rudd's men pretty well. Every gang of crooks has at least one weak member. Which one is it here?
That one's easy.
Yes?
Slick.
Slick?
Well, that's the only handle he's got that anybody knows of. He's a little weasel-faced hombre. I'd bet ain't got the gumption of a scared hen.
Slick, huh? Tonto. Remember that fellow. I think it may pay us to have a talk with him.
It was just before dawn when two figures dismounted at a distance, then silently approached the shack near Apache Ridge where Slick lived.
This must be the place, Tonto. Quiet. I'll try the door. It's unlatched. Come along. You sleep. There's a lamp on that shelf. Light it. Here, lamb. It's Slick, all right. He answers Rusty's description. Slick! Wake up!
What? Hey!
You're coming with us, Slick.
The masked man!
Get up!
You!
No, you don't!
Let go! Let go! Help! Help!
Gag him, Tonto.
No, wait!
Got it? You got him? All right, Tonto. Back to the horses.
The following morning, Jay burst into Rudd's office and...
Rudd!
Blasted, Jay, can't you come into my office without busting in?
I got reason to.
Huh?
Slick's gone.
Gone? Well, what do you mean?
I stopped by his place this morning. You should have seen it. Lamp smashed, table knocked over, the whole place a mess.
Oh, what in...
Wait till you hear the rest of it. You know that old fella lives just beyond Slick?
Get on with it.
He says he heard yells, and when he looked out his window, he seen a masked man and a redskin heading off. And Slick with him.
They got Slick?
What does it look like?
That yellow-livered fool will tell everything he knows.
I savvy that as much as you do.
By heavens, he's got to be found. Get the boys together. Tell them they're riding.
We can't have the law knowing about this.
Tell them to leave town on the quiet. They're to comb the countryside till them fellas are found.
Right.
Wait.
Yeah?
And tell them this. Right now, it ain't the masked fella. It ain't the Injun. It ain't Rusty we got to worry about. It's Slick's big mouth.
Uh-huh.
When they locate them fellas, before they do anything else, they're to drill Slick.
What's that?
You want to be hung on account of him?
No.
Then see to it you get that order straight. Now on your way.
I'll ride with him.
Slick was taken to the masked man's camp, and as the Lone Ranger and Tonto drew rein...
Oh,
I see you got the polecat. Right. Help him down and take off his gag, Kimosabe.
Time to do that.
Stand still and you'll be allowed to talk. Now, okay, gone.
What do you want with me? I never done you no harm, Rusty. We was always friends. Tell him we was friends, won't you?
Why,
Listen,
you
Rusty.
blasted sidewinder, we was never friends. And if you'd ever got the chance to knife me, you'd have done it.
No, that ain't so, Rusty. You got me all wrong. Why, I never
Quiet.
did. But I do.
The masked fella's running things, Slick. Don't talk to me. What he says goes.
But please, I
Slick,
don't know.
I think you know certain things we'd find useful.
I don't know what you mean.
For instance, what connection there was between Bull Brannigan and Rudd Mallory.
I don't
and
know.
who might have been Bull's real killer.
I don't know where you fellas got the idea. I could tell you anything. Honest, I
You
don't know.
refuse to talk?
I would if I could. Honest, I would. But I
It's
tell you...
too bad, Slick.
Huh? Too bad.
Perhaps you don't know anything. But in that case, it's unfortunate for you.
You mean...
Take him away, Tonto.
No, wait. What do you want to do?
Tonto knows all the tricks the Indians use for making prisoners talk, Slick. Think it over.
Oh, but honest, I told you I don't know nothing.
Very well. Do as I said, Tonto. Take him away.
Oh, please, please, don't. Don't let the Indians do anything, please. Then you kill me.
You refuse the chance to talk, Slick. Now take the consequences. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Slick, unaware that neither Tonto nor the masked man would resort to torture to make him talk, was led by his fear to answer the Lone Ranger's questions. When the masked man had finished, he returned to Rusty and...
What'd you find out? Anything that'll help?
Rusty, I learned quite a bit.
Yeah?
Slick claims that Jay Sampson did the actual killing, although Rudd was along. He says that he himself wasn't there, but I doubt it.
And so do I.
That's likely the most important, but not the most interesting of the things he told.
What do you mean?
Jay Sampson was Bull's nephew and heir.
Didn't I tell you that?
You didn't.
I reckon I must have figured it wasn't important. After all, Jay didn't come into much.
Because he was double-crossed by Rudd.
Double-crossed?
You were right about the connection between Rudd and Bull. Rudd really owned Bull's ranch. They used it to handle stolen cattle. Rudd, however, didn't want to be in a position where he could get into trouble. He gave Bull title to the ranch so that Bull would be responsible. But he retained actual control by making out a note signed by Bull that gave him a mortgage on the ranch for just a few $1,000s less than its actual value.
But how does Jay enter into that?
Rudd got Jay to murder his uncle by promising Jay the difference between the mortgage and the value of the ranch. After Bull's death, Rudd bid in the ranch and regained title to it by giving Jay the note and $5,000. In other words, $5,000 was the full amount Jay inherited.
Well, should Jay got more than that?
He should have received almost $50,000.
Why?
Because Bull had been saving to repay the mortgage. He had saved almost $45,000. Rudd learned of it, knew where it was kept, and stole it after Bull's death.
And without Jay's knowing?
Slick claims that Jay doesn't suspect a thing.
Oh, boy, wouldn't things happen if Jay was to find out?
That's what I thought.
I told you Rudd was plenty smart. That proves it.
It proves he isn't clever.
Huh?
Because his trick is going to hang him.
Well, I'm hoping for it.
We'd better... A posse. Tonto!
What matter?
Our camp's been found. Get to the saddle. Tell Slick he rides with me. Rusty, you ride double with Tonto. Right. Here, Silver. Here, Scout. Into the saddle, Slick. Hurry. Hip. Help with you. Let's go, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Did you hear what them fellas yelled?
Sounded as though they wanted to get you, Slick.
Yeah, and that wasn't no posse.
No?
No, those were Rudd's men. Rudd's, and the dirty polecats wanted to drill me.
Come on, boy.
Blast it, did you hear what I said? It was me they was gunning for.
I heard you.
And if they'd caught me, they'd have drilled me. Look here, stranger. All I'm asking for now is a chance to get back at them.
You'll get your chance. Hurry, Tonto. Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Hello, Silver. Away. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh, Scout.
Well,
We got away from them, but I'd rather we'd stayed to fight it out.
We had nothing to gain by it.
Well, we might have.
If they'd shot Slick, we'd have had a lot to lose.
The double-crossing snakes. They were supposed to be my pods. Well, I'll show them.
Dismount, Slick.
Huh? What for?
I said dismount. Don't argue.
What are you going to do?
Tonto and I have work to do. For the present, you're staying with Rusty.
Oh, you want me to stay here, too?
We'll be back for you later.
I wish you'd let me go along.
Guard Slick, and you'll be doing your share. Slick, Rusty's armed, and you're not. Don't try to make a break for it.
I said I'd get even with them fellas, and I will. I won't try to get away.
Work with us, and the law may go easier on you. And that's all I can promise, however.
I'll take my chances.
Keep under cover, Rusty. Don't show yourself to anyone unless you're sure it's us.
How soon will you be back?
I'm not sure. Tonto's calling on Jay Sampson, and I'm going after the marshal.
Huh? The marshal? What for?
You'll learn that soon enough. But I can tell you one thing.
Yeah?
Before tomorrow morning, your innocence is going to be proved, and Rudd and Jay will be where they belong.
Which same suits me fine.
Come on,
get it over. Go.
When Rudd Mallory learned that neither the Lone Ranger nor his companions had been captured, he went to the office of the United States Marshal to complain, and... Blast it. They've been on loose for almost 24 hours. They even had nerve to come back to town this morning after breaking Rusty loose last night. If you wanted to, you could deputize every man in town to go hunting for him. But so far, you haven't done a doggone thing that's been any good.
Red, I think I told you last night what you could do if you objected to the way I run my office.
A fine lawman you are.
I'm appointed to my job, and I don't need to depend on the votes you can swing to keep it. So what you think of me don't interest me none at all.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
For that matter, you shooting off your mouth about my posses not locating them. How about them gunslingers of yours that was on the hunt? From all I heard, they didn't have no better luck.
Who told you about that?
Oh, I get to hear things. Even heard you didn't want me to know you'd sent out your own private searching party. Now, I wonder why.
You can just keep right on wondering.
You can keep right on going out that door there. I got book work to do.
Blast you, Dan.
Did you hear me? I said get.
But
now.
You're a disgrace to your office. You ain't no more fitting to wear a badge than one of my swampers. And by thunder, you'll find going again me don't pay. I see you share my opinion of Rudd, Marshal.
What the?
Don't slap leather.
How'd you get in here?
Your side door was open.
You got more nerve than any hombre I ever seen.
Marshal, you believe me an outlaw. I'm not.
I never heard a crook admit he was yet.
Marshal, you've every reason to think I've been working against you. The fact is, however, that I've been working for you.
And I'm to swallow that?
Do as you please. But for the present, you listen to me no matter what you believe.
Well, talk if you're a mind to. I can't stop you.
I came to Apache Ridge because I was convinced Rusty was innocent of the murder of Bull Brannigan.
Yeah?
I broke him out of jail to save him from a lynching, to get information that only he could give me.
Uh-huh. Sure. Just keep it up. I'm believing everything you say.
At first, I thought Rusty was innocent. Now I know he is.
That's just dandy. I suppose you can tell me who done the killing, then, if he didn't.
The man who just left your office was responsible for it.
What's that?
I know what I'm talking about.
You're accusing Rudd Mallory of that killing?
I said he was responsible. Another man did the killing.
Who?
Jay Sampson.
Now I know you're loco.
You'll be given a chance to change your mind.
Look here, mister. I don't know what your real game is, but I'm going to speak plain.
Go ahead.
I ain't got no use for Mallory. What's more, I ain't got a heap more for use for Jay. Between you and me, both of them have done their share of killings, which they ain't never paid for. And they're both up to their necks in a dozen crooked deals that I've never been slick enough to prove on them. But this is one killing I'll have to admit they had nothing to do with. And you're taking the law into your own hands ain't making me change my mind any.
What if I give you proof of what I say?
You can't.
But I will.
How?
Come with me. I'll show you.
I ain't stirring.
You'll come. I'm just giving you the chance to come willingly.
Meaning that if I don't, you'll make me?
Right.
Mister, you just made one mistake.
Yes?
You left your irons in leather.
What?
Man, what a draw.
You still think I made a mistake?
Mister, you didn't. With a draw like that, you could spot anybody first chance.
Coming?
You hold all the aces. Lead the way.
During the remainder of the day, Rudd Mallory noticed several things that both puzzled and disturbed him. The United States Marshal disappeared with no word to explain his absence. At the same time, Rudd was unable to locate Jay Sampson. But that night, as he sat alone in his home, someone knocked at the door and...
Yeah, who's there? Yeah, who is it?
Must be deaf.
Who?
Slick.
You don't look glad to see me, Rudd. Oh, no, you don't. Before you make another move like that, just take a look at this here gun.
What do you want?
Just a little talk, that's all, Rudd.
What about?
Well, I thought, first of all, that maybe I might ask you how come you sent the boys out to shoot me. Have any special reason, Rudd?
I never. That ain't so. Somebody's been lying to you.
Bullets don't lie.
Huh?
I heard the boys yell to get me, Rudd, and that ain't all. Them bullets come mighty close.
You've made a mistake. I don't know where you got that notion.
But it's true all the same.
Slick, we've always been pards, wasn't we? I always treated you right, paid you good. You ain't got no call to say I'd double-cross you.
You skunk. You'd double-cross your own brother if you had one and seen a profit in it.
Listen, Slick.
Recollect what I just said?
Huh?
Bullets don't lie, I said. Well, I got a notion bullets will show you just what I think of you.
No, Slick, you wouldn't shoot me, would you? You'd hang for it, you...
I ain't so sure it wouldn't be worth hanging.
Don't shoot.
I ain't.
You won't?
No.
Slick, don't scare me like that. Gosh, I really thought...
I won't shoot you, Rudd. I'm leaving that job up to another fella.
What?
What would happen to you, Rudd, if Jay was to learn that at the same time he got a measly $5,000 for shooting Brannigan, you helped yourself to almost 10 times as much?
Slick, you ain't told him, have you?
How do you think he'd like to know that you stole his uncle's saving, all the time pretending to be his friend?
What's got into you, Slick? I never figured you turned on me
There's
like
a lot
this.
of things you never figured.
Listen.
Yeah?
Keep your mouth shut about all this, and I'll split 50-50 with you. I will, Slick. You can trust my word.
Not unless you changed it in the last 5 minutes.
Don't tell Jay what you know. That's all I ask. You won't regret it. You won't lose by it.
So that's how I was tricked.
Jay!
You make a killer out of me and treat me in the bargain.
Now, put down that gun. Have you all gone loco? You don't know what you're doing.
For the first time, I do know what I'm doing.
Jay!
Take it. Oh, my hand smashed.
What the hell you are?
I'm arresting all three of you.
The marshal. Yes, Rudd, the marshal. What's more, he heard every last word that was said in here. Which say means that you skunks will get what's been coming to you for a long time. You can't arrest me, Marshal. You know yourself Rusty here is a killer.
Shut up. I'm free to admit I always figured he was. And I tried awful hard to keep from learning the truth. But thanks to this here masked fella, I've been put straight on the whole deal.
I never killed Bull.
Jay did, because you put him up to it.
No, he done it by himself. I never knew about it till afterwards.
You sniveling squealer. You think I'm going to take all the blame by myself? You do, you're even crazier than I think you are. Wait till I get you in court. Blast you, Rudd, if you don't hang, it won't be my fault.
Marshal, you wouldn't take the word of a confessed killer, would you?
In this case, I would.
Marshal.
Yeah?
You're convinced now that Rusty was entirely innocent?
It'd look awful funny if I said it wasn't.
Another thing. Slick here is plenty against him. But remember, he helped us pin the guilt where it belongs.
I won't forget.
Thanks, stranger. I don't reckon they'll just be turning me loose, but at least you treated me fair. I'll remember it, too.
Remember it the next time you think of going crooked.
Now, one thing, stranger.
Yes?
The way things turned out, it's plain enough that Jay was outside listening. But where was he? I never seen him till he went busting in the door.
Tonto and I had that arranged between us. Tonto took Jay prisoner and held him on the far side of the house. Jay would never have talked if he'd known you were here.
Well, hardly.
Well, Marshal, let's get these hombres to jail.
Yeah. Oh, there's another thing, too, stranger, I want to ask you. Oh, well, I'll be. Where did that masked fellow in the engine get to?
Listen a second.
Oh, Silver!
Hear that?
Oh, where's he going? Why'd he clear out?
Those are questions I can't answer, Marshal. But I can tell you one thing that'll surprise you.
Yeah?
You just met the Lone Ranger and never knew it.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You know you don't have to act with me, Steve. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, maybe just whistle. I'm no good, of course, but I have my points. If a man could stand the strain.
It might be worth it. If you had the time.
He'd find the time. If he wasn't a fool.
Now. Your job is finished.
I leave it to you to sell out or no. I can trust myself. And I do not trust you. I intend to complete the mission myself.
Why should anyone want to shoot at you?
I told you I'm not a good person to know.
What kind of a man are you? What are you going to do?
I've been beaten, robbed, shot at, betrayed. I've failed in my mission. I've had enough. But that child was murdered, and for this somebody's going to pay.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life, up next.
This is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading orchestras. Of course, we'll touch on other topics, too, and right now sit back and enjoy Groucho. Say, Fenneman, tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is street. S-T-R-E-E-T.
Really?
You bet your life.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
Joe? Hey, Joe. Now, where in the world did that announcer of mine go? Hey, Joe Slattery, where in the world are you? Over here, Red. Oh, Joe, look, help me tell the folks about our Red Foley show that's on most of these stations every Saturday, huh? Why, you don't need any help, Red. Just go right ahead. Tell the folks about the way you bring a famous guest star along on every visit with our friends listening in. That's a good point, Joe. Well, just tell about the way you always answer a listener's request for one of your inspiring songs of faith and devotion. I guess it would be good to mention that, too, Joe. And what a bright and happy-humored sort of show it is. Now, you'll want to mention that for sure. That's another good point. See, Red, you didn't need any help after all. Friends, you listen for Red Foley and all the gang on the Red Foley Show, Saturdays on most of these stations. We'll be seeing you, folks.
Groucho, I have Margot Durst and Ed Gardner waiting to talk to you. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. Margot Durst and Ed Gardner, eh? Are you the Ed Gardner from Duffy's Tavern?
No, I'm the Ed Gardner from Long Beach, Groucho.
Are you married or single? In other words, are you batching it or botching it?
No, I'm married.
In other words, you're botching it. Huh?
I'm married.
Are you happily botched?
Happily married.
Why should you be different from...
Well, you know, Groucho, I have a very beautiful wife, a charming wife, a good cook, and she's just tops.
Sounds like an angel. Now, where'd you meet this saintly girl?
Well, I met her in a bar on Olivera Street.
You said the secret word, which is bar, which is street. So you win $50, Skinny, and you win $50. You say you met her in a bar? For an angel, she was flying pretty low, wasn't she? Now, your name is Margot Durst.
Yes,
Is that the way you Durst? Are you married?
Yes.
Good. How'd you meet your husband?
Which one?
I'm not fussy. Let's start with number one. How'd you meet him? In a bar on Alvera Street?
No, I ran a restaurant, Washington, Iowa, and he came in and ordered a 5-cent ice cream cone.
A 5-cent ice cream cone?
Yeah.
This must have been around 1840, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He ordered a nickel ice cream cone and wound up with you, huh?
Yeah.
You certainly can't get that much for a nickel anymore. Well, how about Exhibit B? How'd you meet him?
Well, he came in the same restaurant and ordered a dish of ice cream.
There must be something about your ice cream that drives men mad. With desire, I mean. For ice cream. Yes. Is there a third husband?
No, that's enough.
Ran out of ice cream, huh?
Yeah.
What does your husband do for a living?
He works at a chicken ranch.
What does he do on the chicken ranch?
Everything.
Well, will you call me the next time he lays an egg?
No, I don't mean that. I mean that he gathers the eggs and he feeds the chickens and things like that.
Well, you're a charming and fascinating couple, and I've grown very fond of both of you. Let's see how much you two can win in the quiz. George, suppose you tell them how to play this, huh? What category did they select, George?
Well, Groucho, they selected geographical name changes, right?
Okay, now you explain to them how they play the game.
The $100 questions are fairly easy. The $200 are a little harder, and the $300 are pretty tough questions. Now, the answer for you people is to get 4 questions and get a total of $500. If you do, you have a chance to run your total up at the end of the show to even $10,000. If you get 500 while you're out here now out of 4 questions.
Well,
right?
Yes.
Number 1.
All right, you can take a $100 question first, all right?
What is the modern name for Constantinople?
Istanbul.
Well, that's close enough. It's Istanbul.
And you have one
You only
right?
get $75 because you left out two left.
No, actually, you'll get $100, and the object, of course, is to get $500. Which category do you want now? Twos or threes?
I'll take in between.
A two.
That's Mrs. In Between. What country was once called Hindustan? You're getting pretty chummy, huh?
India.
India is right.
And you now have $300. 200 more to go to get the 500 to get the chance for 10,000.
This is the 300 thing, yeah.
If you get this one, this will do it. You'll have a total of 600.
The former kingdom of Lombardy is part of what modern country?
Italy.
Italy is right. Say, you're the smartest chicken fancier.
You now have $600 and one more chance. Of course, this
You can run it
this
up
money's
high.
all yours now.
Well, any of them in there?
Yes. take
Anyone? Three, two, or one? $200? All right.
Helvetia was the former name of what small country?
Ouch.
Ouch, I never heard of that country. That isn't what it says here.
Excuse me, repeat that, will you?
Helvetia, Helvetia, was the former name for what small country? That's not the name either. No, it's Switzerland.
Well, you're still all right. You earned $600, so we'll see you at the end of the show where you have a chance to run your total earnings up to $2,000, $5,000, or $10,000.
Out of it is.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
If you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
I'm Bill Holden, folks, and what I have to say is aimed at me as much as you. We live in a beautiful area, and it's up to us to keep it that way. Keep it clean. Let's face it, if we're not litter bugs, there won't be any litter. So let's work together to make our roads, parks, beaches, and streets the cleanest in the world. It's up to you and me.
If you throw paper in the street, you're a litter bug.
if you don't keep our beaches neat,
You're a litter bug. If you throw litter from your car, a litter bug is what you are. If you throw litter anywhere, street,
beach,
or in the air, you're a litter bug.
Groucho, I'd like you to meet Jackie Joseph and Pat Fines. They're standing by right at this moment. So, folks, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to your season's off. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide an extra $100. Now, is Jackie really your first name?
No, Jackie is my middle name.
Jackie is your name, though, huh?
Yes, Jackie's my middle name, but my first name is Sammy.
Sammy. I'm glad to hear it. And what is your last name, Fred?
Joseph.
You've got three boys' names, huh?
Yeah.
Jackie, Sammy, and Joseph, huh?
Everyone says I sound like the Marx Brothers.
Well, you certainly don't look like them. Well, with a boy's name like Sammy, doesn't it ever get confusing?
Oh, very confusing. When I graduated school, all my girlfriends got letters like, come be a dental assistant or learn to be a secretary. And I got notices saying, the Coast Guard needs you.
Well, kid, if you ever joined the Coast Guard, the coast would be safe, but I doubt if you'd be. Where are you from, Jack?
I'm a native of Los Angeles, born in the county hospital. That's about as native as you can get.
Yes, I would imagine that. Well, why were you born there?
Well, my mother was there, and so I thought it would be convenient.
When were you born?
Well, I was born on Election Day, the day Prohibition was repealed.
They repealed Prohibition? When did they do that?
Oh, it was quite a bit ago.
Well, this certainly comes as a surprise to me. I guess now I can let all that beer out of the bathtub and start bathing again. I'll get back to you, Sammy. In the meantime, try not to get drafted into the Navy. Huh?
Okay.
Your name is Patrick Tynes, huh?
Tynes, that's
Tynes.
right.
What kind of a name is that, Tynes?
That's Irish.
Are you from Ireland?
No,
Are you
my
from
mother
Dixie?
and dad come from Ireland. My dad is from Kerry County, and my mother is from County Cork.
From Kerry County? Is that anywhere?
County Kerry.
Is that anywhere near Kerry Nation? You know Kerry Nation?
Oh, it's a wonderful place.
She is young, isn't she? Pat, you're a pretty healthy-looking lad. Now, where do you get this vitality?
Well, Groucho, I walk for my health.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people walk, but that doesn't mean they're healthy. Usually it means the finance company took their automobile away. In what way are you different from everybody else who walks? You walk faster?
No, Groucho, I walked across this United States 17 times.
17 times?
That's right.
How old are you?
Well, I was 75 the 21st day of February.
75, and you've walked 17 times across the country. Well, you're a very vigorous man, Pat. Are you retired, Pat?
No, I'm with the Navy.
What ship are you on, the Monitor or the Merrimack?
No, I'm not on board a ship, Groucho. I'm in civilian personnel out at North Island. I'm in the electrical department.
Oh. Now, Jackie, let's get back to you, and it's about time, don't you think so?
Thank you.
Are you married?
No.
What kind of a man are you looking for?
My mother wants me to look for a nice rich man.
Your mother wants you to look for a nice rich man?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Why must this fellow be rich?
Because Mother would like that.
Well, tell your mother to get her own husband. Now, Jackie, if you don't have a husband, who do you argue with? Who do you talk to on those lonely, long winter nights?
Well, we've got 3 dogs and a garage full of chinchillas.
You have a grouch full of chinchillas? What's a grouch? Outside of me, huh?
It's a place where you put cars.
Oh, you mean garage?
A garage.
Oh. Well, why do you raise chinchillas? Is there some reason for that?
Well, it's a very profitable business.
It is? Have you made money with them?
No.
No.
But it's not because of that. They're very cheap to raise, and they're very expensive. You could sell them for $1,850 if you have a good pair. But my mother has become very attached to all of them, and they're all her personal friends, and she just couldn't think of selling
Doesn't
them.
your mother have any friends besides the chinchillas?
Well, we have little names for them all, and...
You name them?
Well, we name them according to their personality. Like we have Jovial, or the Stranger, or the
Monster.
Giant. We have a Monster. We have a Groucho. No offense.
You have a Groucho? That's the monster? Huh?
No, it's another one. We have one called Shaky. It has sort of a chinchilla trouble that it falls over on its side all the time and can't move around too fast.
Oh, that describes me pretty accurately.
We have a little trouble sometimes, like with Shaky. Every time we would mate him, the female would run away from him before he could even get to her. So we found a chinchilla called Nanny One Eye who cannot see too well, and we put it in the cage.
Is this an elderly chinchilla?
She had her day, yes.
Yeah. Why don't you get him some bifocals?
Anyway, we made it Shaky and Nanny One Eye. And by the time Shaky got up to Nanny One Eye, she didn't even see him coming. So they turned out to be a wonderful family, and they have beautiful children.
Well, it's certainly, I'm glad to know what goes on behind the scenes in the chinchilla world. Now, Jackie, if I ever fork over $25,000 for a chinchilla coat, I'll keep a sharp lookout for Shaky, One Eye, and what was the other one? Groucho, yeah. Yeah. Well, I hate to break this up. You're real charming, both of you. The time has come for you to win some money now. George, tell them how we play this game.
Well, as you can see, we've got a new game going here. Each of the sections is filled with questions. You get a chance at 4 questions, and the object is to answer enough...
to win $500.
Yes.
And you can win more than $500, but if you win $500, you get a chance at the wheel later. Then you get a chance at $5,000 or even $10,000.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Yes.
Thank you.
And more.
The words right out of my mouth. Huh?
In other words, the important thing is you get 4 chances to make at least $500. You can pick from any place in here you want. And this one's for 2, right?
This is for 2, oh. You picked this category, didn't
Yes.
you? Nursery rhymes? What shall we give little Tommy Tucker for supper?
A pie?
Well, you could, but that's not the answer. The answer is white bread and butter.
Oh.
Well,
Now
you're
you
still
have-
in the game, of course.
Of course.
You still have 3 more chances to make $500.
You can pick a $300 one, a 2, or a 1.
Well, try this.
Another 2?
What did the 3 wise men of Gotham use for a ship?
I didn't even know there were 3 wise men in Gotham.
Well, you've been playing around with chinchillas. You don't know much of anything. Well, it was a bowl. B-O-W-L. All right, now...
Well, there are 2 more chances to make $500. It can be done.
Yeah, now if you take a 2 and a 3 and you win them both, you'd have $500.
That's the way to go.
Live dangerously, Sammy, Patty, Jackie. $300. On the first day of Christmas, what did my true love send me?
A partridge in a pear tree.
That's right.
And you've got $300. I remember now.
Now, you can't lose this money. That you have. That's
Yeah,
yours.
the $300 is yours. Now, if you make it $500, this is your last question, by the way.
Come on, Jackie, you're lucky. Go ahead and take it.
All right, this will put you in a chance for the $10,000 at the end. And this one's for 2, right?
This is for 2. Oh. Don't you think Jackie's cute?
I certainly do. My wife isn't here tonight.
You didn't tell me I was cute.
Everyone knows that.
Oh, what a shifty babe this is. She hasn't been around with chinchillas all the time. Now this, for $200. What did the pieman say to Simple Simon?
Can I just recite it?
Yes, you
Simple
can.
Simon met a pieman going to the fair. Said, Simple Simon to the pieman, let me taste your ware. Said the pieman to Simple Simon.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair. Said, Simple Simon to the pieman, let me taste your ware. Help me. Said the pieman to Simple Simon, I'm afraid I haven't any.
Well, we gave you a long chance, only because
Longer
you
than
were
I
so
deserved.
cute. But show me first your penny, was the line.
Oh, the pieman I knew said you didn't have any.
Yes, well, you've been... you've been in that garage too long.
Well, you wind up with $300.
$300. That isn't too bad.
No.
Is it,
No, that's very
No.
good.
Well, thanks, Sammy,
Thank
Jackie,
you,
and
Groucho.
Patty. You leave me here with more money than you came in, and that isn't too bad, and thanks.
We'll see if our first couple can bring their winnings up to $10,000 in just a moment.
The years of brutal struggle had ended, and Jim Case had emerged victorious from his battle with the world at large. But the victory was a hollow one, for he found himself wealthy and successful, but an outsider in his own home, a stranger in his wife's heart. This is Ed Hurley, your host on My True Story. Tomorrow you'll hear the drama of a man who spent his life in fanatical pursuit of success, and who found at the end of the race that he had left everything really worthwhile behind. You'll want to be listening to this compelling drama of a man's awakening tomorrow on My True Story. My True Story brings you a complete hour-long drama every weekday on NBC. So enjoy My True Story and stay tuned throughout the day for all the other fine programs. The drama, the music, the news, the rich variety of entertainment and information brought to you over these NBC stations.
Groucho, Margot Durst and Ed Gardner earned $600 in the quiz, so they get a chance at the big money, and here they are. You come right back out, please.
Congratulations. You know, this year, if you win $500 or more in the quiz, you get a chance to run your winnings for the night up to $2,000, $5,000, or even $10,000. Okay, now pick a number.
7.
7, that's for $10,000. Now you pick a number, Mr. Dice. Spin the wheel. Yes. If either of these numbers comes up, the question is worth 5 or 10,000. You really gave it a spin there, didn't you? He could go around the world in this turn. Well, your numbers were 1 and 7, and it came up 2, so this question is worth $2,000. The Allied invasion of Normandy in 1944 was one of the biggest news events of all time. I'm sure you've read a lot about it. Now, for $2,000, I want you to tell me the military code name for the actual Normandy operation. There was a special name for this. All right, give us an answer.
Onward.
Orange.
It was Operation Overlord. I'm sorry you missed it, but you still have... How much did you win?
50 apiece and 600 besides.
You won a total of $700. You've each won $350. Well, that's not such a bad night's work, is it? Congratulations, and thanks for being with us. You bet your life.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meeker. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane and Ben Grauer broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, the program designed to help you design a more beautiful home, tonight on most of these NBC stations.
I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe that people live on in life after they've left it. But I saw Catherine today, or somebody that was like Catherine.
How do you know it wasn't Catherine? Why do you go on torturing yourself with these doubts? Sometimes a thought can be like a malignant disease and start to eat away the willpower.
I suppose you'd like me to step out of the picture. Well, I'll never do that. Never.
Love has been man's inspiration for centuries.
You came back because you wanted to be with me.
No, Dick, I don't love you.
You love me, but you haven't got the courage to face me.
But it could never be, Dick. She'd always be there between us.
Driven to desperation by the scent of an exotic perfume. Trapped by the conflict that obsesses every killer. But who would want to murder the wealthy Catherine Mason? Was it Evelyn? Was it this ex-convict? Or was it...
He's lying, I tell you. He either kidnapped her or killed her himself. He knows a lot more than he's telling.
Thank you.